Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频。这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
这对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 있는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
To all the PUBG players, this year instead of the PCS series, we have a brand new offline tournament, the PUBG Global Series. As the first PUBG eSports global event of the year, PGS1 will kick off on April 27th in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. During the 2-week-long competition, 24 professional teams will chase a $500,000 prize pool. Our 24 teams will come from all over the world to represent their regions, including all 8 PUBG global partner teams of 2023. And they will be competing on 2 classic maps. The teams will be split into 3 groups, Group A, B, and C. They will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, and the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. From there, the top 8 teams of the winner bracket will claim a spot in the grand finals. The remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket, leaving us with a new pool of 16 teams with one last opportunity at punching their ticket to the grand finals. In the losers bracket, 8 teams will rise above the rest, filling out our grand final spots. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams from PGS1 will battle it out in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team may stand and claim the grand prize of $80,000 along with the title of PGS1 champions. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest point totals from PGS1 and 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. Meanwhile, don't forget to go to twire.gg to pick your dream team, predict the winners of PGS1, and earn a chance to grab a bunch of G coins. This year, PGS will become a new frontier in the world of PUBG eSports. Stay tuned to find out who will be the first to plant their flag in the land of the new era.
They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now.
剩最后一个了，吴丽丽这边的，明明踩上来，露了头盔，洗头，明明。Bill's already his way using here. Nade actually goes out towards it. Try and go for the flag, but here's the map. He is able to get it. 마지막에 이름을
Maybe they can find some assault. E1, Rella lines up.
คู่สิโดนแฟดน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลมอสยังคงช่วยแฟดอยู่9 คิวท่านผู้ชมเดท
trăm diện tích của vòng bo. Vòng bo tiếp theo có sở một mình trước những số tiền mới. Wow, đẹp quá rồi.
还这么被动，其实就是恭喜吃鸡的隊伍。
そして上から一方的にムクに対しても。
Kang and Good are silent, not able to do so though. Kang, this is their first.
We all know how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out though, and that's going to be a warning to perhaps go out the window. But Spyro, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that it sits in the window because the shotgun comes through in the chest, but the nade finds the second as well too. He goes down. With full control of the hillside up above, shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down. Yeah, Tiggleton and company. Oh my God!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's going to push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on Adanawa. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's going to throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got the first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect. They're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again. But Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through. Gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Rune. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, Halo able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down. Slow HP. No!
Halo as well, so they are not down just yet, but oh, Halo is found.
Exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man. Able to stay alive. Penta, though, taking down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Benja, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a Desperate times call for desperate measures here at PGS1. These teams have one more opportunity to keep themselves alive here in the tournament and get towards that grand final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to PGS1. My name's Kalaris, and joining me to my left-hand side, it's Avenger. And together, we are going to be covering what's going on between these games, how everything's going down. I feel like I can hear us somewhere different to the other days, but that's how it's going to go. Avenger, are you excited for the day?
Yeah. Usually when you introduce yourself, it's a much lighter tone. Kalaris. Yeah.
It's my Pokemon noise. Kalaris.
Oh, that's the one. Go on. Yeah, obviously excited here. Last Chance to Dance is called.
That one.
We have more teams that I expected us going to be in the losers bracket. That probably should have been in winner bracket and already been in the grand final, but that only makes it even more exciting here for the losers bracket.
Yeah, let's talk about the schedule. Of course, we are live from Battle Arena, Malaysia, the premier esports venue located at the Jaya Shopping Centre, PJ, and we have already got through 2 of our stages. We now find ourselves in at the losers bracket here, and later on after that, we are going to have our grand final. Avenger, we already have 8 teams having qualified for that grand final, but I will say the lower bracket is sick, so yeah, I'm excited for it.
So stacked. There are so many teams that were coming in here, and you're like, 3 or 4 of these teams should literally have been in the grand final already, right? I was talking about. And yeah, it only makes it even more exciting. Of course, prize pool, we've been talking about this so many times, and the point standing is obviously the same. Yeah, no, not at all. I can hear myself, you know.
Yeah, it's okay. But yeah, you're right. $500,000 in terms of the overall prize pool. The most important thing, of course, there, $80,000 for first place. You guys know how that point system actually works in terms of the scoring for those games, and it's the double elimination format. And it really comes to fruition here, Avenger. It really kind of tests the mettle of the teams. Some of our teams fell from the winners bracket. They had their opportunity. They're now also in the lower bracket here, and some of those names are big ones.
Yeah, it's obviously a huge upset for some of the teams that are some of your GPT teams are coming in here. They should probably have already qualified, but they have had some rough days. We've talked to them already. This is participating teams, of course. Here, our top teams, the top row is the winners bracket teams that didn't make it.
Correct.
Right now, Petrokarot, you have your Face Clans 14th. We talked a little bit with Gustav and Fex before we went in here. They're like, yeah, we did play, and yeah, Gustav himself said on Twitter, we're like, I didn't play at all. 10 other games, I didn't feel like I was playing at all. Like, I was just running around, just doing nothing.
Like a spectre, like a ghost, scary. But yes, I mean, when you look at this, the 3 names that me and Toffees especially highlighted were teams like New Happy, like Luminosity, and like 17 Gaming, of course, who, when it came to the group stage, 17 Gaming, they had the disadvantage of playing second, effectively, to Sonics, who could mess around with them. So they found themselves in the lower bracket here, but I'm expecting 17 to start popping people.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they have Picardo, Pachinki. If they don't come out in top after this, I would be extremely surprised.
I would as well. Let's take a look at the Fantasy League rules as well and how those stack up, of course. I'm very familiar with plus points, and Toby's very familiar with minus points here throughout the Fantasy League and how things do stand. And I think, as it's been going on, it's always great to be involved in the fantasy. Let's take a look at those percentages picked at the moment for those top players coming into the lower bracket, because it adds extra investment. You really do get invested in the games if you're playing fantasy.
Yeah, and yourself included. When you're standing over there watching the games and you're not live, then you're screaming, jumping around. Like, it's my guy, it's my guy. Honestly, I love it. It's Fantasy League is one of the best additions we've had to PUBG eSports in a very long time. So always happy to see kind of change it. Also coming into here for PGS, remove the double dipping, the kind of unfair. You can only take one player. And now, of course, our fantasy team here for the lower bracket. James, yours looking pretty good.
Not bad. I think a lot of us, or a lot of people out there, are going to have Luminosity, New Happy, 17 in some form, combination thing here. As I've gone for Snakers, none. I've gone for Xiaobei, and I've gone for It's Chris as my, I'm going to say, in inverted commas, budget pick. And as Toby, to my right-hand side, is pointing at his team, but does anyone really care? So, Avenger, what do you think?
I mean, he specifically said that I've gone for a team that is exactly opposite of James's, just to make sure he can catch up, because right now it's not looking too good.
Yeah, I'm...
You're looking good, James, though.
I'm ahead, again, still. I will say I was completely saved by 2 performances. Demas in one game doing 1,500 damage, that's quite nice. And then the game right after Kickstart doing 1,200 damage, because beyond all that, my team was kind of in shambles.
I think a lot of players and a lot of fantasy team players out there, teams were doing really rough. Because there are some teams that are really underperforming. You had Luminosity that had a 13-point day one.
Yes.
And then you're going into, of course, trying to catch up, but it's just impossible. If you had an Uber, if you're playing against some of the guys that had Uber and you don't have it yourself, it's so hard to catch up.
Yeah.
Even some of the other Na'Vi players, of course, did really, really well. 75 points in the first day. Of course, that's going to show in the fantasy points too.
Yeah, definitely will. We've got MMM for today here to start things off for the lower bracket. So, starting things off with good old Erangel, the grassy pastures, and then we'll be finishing things off with Miramar. So we're alternating constantly here. I've got my glasses on. I go, woo. No, they don't exist. Looking at today, though, I want to talk to you just broad spectrum. Who do you have your eyes on teams-wise? Who do you think is going to be the ones qualifying through to that grand final?
I mean, it has to be 17 Gaming, FaZe Clan. Shoot to Kill, they were close as well, right? They've been in there, and we've seen them so many times under the Shoot to Kill banner at the global finals. So I'm really expecting them to come in and kind of pop off. Then you have some outliers that are dark horse picks that couldn't pop off, but they could also come in and be like your bottom four. So I'm really hoping to see like a team, maybe like Purple Moon to come in. Tanawat has been doing really well for himself. I was really close to picking him actually on my fantasy team. Yeah, because he's just that kind of player that has that experience and he's able to carry the team. He's the guy that's going to be clutching, getting the kills, getting the wins.
Who ended up being your fourth pick? I can't recall. Akita. Okay,
yeah.
okay. That makes a lot of sense. We've got ourselves, though. It's going to be 12 games coming at you here throughout the lower bracket. 6 today, 6 tomorrow here to figure out our last 8 teams making it through to the grand final. Without further ado, let's get it going here. It's the lower bracket for PGS1.
Bravo, nem sa microfono, Paolo. Non malo è da qui.
我觉得胜者组没有打好是可以接受的。我希望在败者组可以给观众证明，我们还是可以进决赛。I don't feel too bad going to the loser bracket. Yeah, to get back into the groove and play the game we usually play.
I feel pretty happy and confident. Came here to fight for our loose spots in this tournament.
我觉得我自己状态一般般，那我希望可以让自己为队伍做出多一点贡献。
我感觉我们没有什么困难，因为我们本该有的水平还没有发挥出来。我相信我们的能力，一定可以打进决赛。
Yeah, surely we challenged the Pero in our loot spots. Definitely, I think that hot dropping is the biggest challenge we've faced, and only because of hot drops we didn't qualify for finals through the winning bracket.
I think we have nobody else than ourselves to blame. We've had some miscoms here and there where we don't hear each other. It's not that any of the other teams are too strong. It's all on ourselves, and we just need to get into better spots first and then play the whole game.
因为现在只有一次机会了嘛，我们也会拼尽全力去打接下来的5天吧。
Of course, we're ready because I think everyone knows who we are. We want to become like the best team of all time. So of course, we are ready.
我们狙击叉会证明给观众看，我们是有实力打进决赛的。I've not come here expecting us to not qualify, so we're gonna try and give it our best to show you a really strong FaZe Clan.
Twelve more games for the last 8 teams to make their way to the grand finals in just a few more days' time. And as I said on the desk, this particular lobby, in some ways, looks like what a winner's bracket would look like, or even what a grand finals would look like. So these games should be really, really strong. Cameron Davis here, joined by Toby to take you for the first 2 games. And Toby, I don't know what to expect out of this one, because while we do have some strong teams here, they ended up here. So what do you take from that?
I take from it that stubbornness usually ends up being the factor that sends people to losers brackets. We'll see if stubbornness continues, because we've seen that same stubbornness also kick people out of tournaments. So will hot drops continue today? Have people found ways to deal with it, to go elsewhere? And if they do continue to some of these teams that we would consider guaranteed to be in grand finals, even make it there.
Yeah.
Sledeću, Ante, sledeći, Ante. Niissä tiedä, sä tiedä mikä mua on
I lied. I'm sorry. This looks to be a...
Nema kun jää parat on ikinä just tuli tänne sujuttanut kaikki jää tää tullut. Как будто я мало волноваюсь за Европу, с но на время, как удобно.
No, it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for them. Haven't been contested heavily outside of the EXO jump over towards El Pozo, and yet, despite that, haven't really been able.
Joo, dragi motko se pa ispali su i Twisted Minds i Petsko Road alće dit pa nos turnira danas išut.
I mean, world champion material. So
we'll
hopefully within the next 12 games here, they can bring that in and make their way to the grand finals. Game number 1
Šta valjda?
Valjda nisu toliko glupi da se opet kontestaju.
Ne znam što bi ti rekao, brat.
Ne znam ni ja.
Ne znam što bi ti rekao, bravo, ti kaže. Ništa me ne bi čudio.
Ne znam da će Batulji su dosta ta Arus, oni, Kimeli su bolesti.
Everyone watching this event should expect them to be really firing on all cylinders here, no matter how they ended up in this spot to begin with. But there's always going to be that thought, at least in the back of my mind, of are any of these teams really falling apart, and is that going to allow for one of the more underdog teams? Let's look at
Brothers
Purple Moon, for example, Pentagram or Ghibli be able to slot themselves into that coveted grand final spot.
You definitely see it time and time again that making our way into grand finals, we will bring in a couple of teams who maybe were, I will never say weren't supposed to be there, but at least weren't expected to be there. And that could be, I mean, your Purple Moon, your Pentagram, some of these teams that we don't, or haven't had at least the biggest expectations from, who haven't performed that well here in the group stage, now might just be able to bring home some good games back to back and seal their top 8 spot.
As you can see, the plane path is pretty good. It's a little skewed towards the east. So, George and, well, I mean, Zarki's never easy to get to. But already, we're still seeing a couple of teams all drop on Sazovka Island. It's almost looking like a really southern plane path because of that. It's perhaps because they expect phase 1 to be touching the plane path, and there's a higher chance of being Sazovka because of this specific plane. Or maybe they just feel that they want to split this island in this new lobby.
Now, one thing that's
Ja sam dobio jebeni slot zadir, a bili smo šesti.
Why? Because 4AM in there. 4AM has been claiming school, has been claiming apps,
Ja,
and
da neću
therefore
igrat, ja
Twisted
ne
Minds go back to looting this spot again. This is where they normally loot in EMEA. Not that it's
sve da će 1000 eura da,
a different set of rotations, but they are now in their home turf. So we'll see. Twisted Minds not getting back, at least not here on
Možda nije, ali glupo izgleda.
Get them a better start than what the group stage showed us.
And at least now they can actually play their game, hopefully for a number of different series. We saw for a brief moment, phase number 1, far towards the north, not the most northern circle we've seen on Erangel, but that does mean that the number of teams that we saw on Millie base gonna have a long rotation ahead of them. New Happy phase could, you know, try and camp those bridges if they feel like it. I don't know if either of those teams are particularly keen to camp on a routine basis.
I mean, you maybe see it more in the earlier stages of brackets, this one as well. I mean, FaZe, a team who has not been shying away from admitting, we will set up camps. We will do everything we can to make life a living hell for everyone trying to rotate in and around us, whether it be on bridges, whether it be on open roads where we can kind of funnel them in towards us. They will set up camps. So don't be surprised to see FaZe try and do similar things here.
Actually, STK getting ahead of potential camp, already rotating unsure of where their end goal is going to be, but New Happy, even if they want to try and camp that bridge, the timing wasn't there for them. They weren't exactly in position. Maybe before shots are going to be coming out, but it's not going to be dangerous as across. That's perhaps why STK decided to go a little bit early.
Na cijeloj ovoj mapi on ima samo jedno mjesto gdje su ljudi blizu, razumiješ, on to ne prikaže isko polu. Ko ovu populaciju.
With the caliber of play, with the caliber of teams that we have in this losers bracket, it's insane to me that we're going to be kicking 8 of them out of the tournament after tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to take a microscope to this, there are a bit too few underdogs for me to really 100% say that as a fact, but there are still a lot of people that I didn't expect to be here.
True, most definitely. It's just a testament, a kudos to the quality of global PUBG. So many good teams across the world doing what they can, well, at least right now, to make grand finals and for them hopefully win it too.
Koliko njima nas je sad tima? Ovi ko, Ancient, Faith, 300 Minds. I to je to, drugi prošli, jel?
Da, a ja se nadam da će Twisted Minds da su ozbiljni, da neće biti kontesta danas.
Ali tu se samo htio da igra više gameva.
Jebote, šutu kill izrotirao prije svih. Sad će oni ući ovdje.
Okej, prošlo samo Howl i Navi. Jel?
Gdje, iz Evrope?
Da.
If not fully commit to one side, then at least be close enough to the river.
Navi,
There's two ways to play.
Howl.
Either you go as far away from the river as possible,
A čekaj, šest je trebalo biti.
either black or red. Yeah, say when we're going for it, we just wait for the hard shift. Or you set up in and around the water. But let's listen in to Ghibli for a second
No,
here
we beat
with this
you.
interview.
Nije 5. Ne, nije 5, je 3-2. 3 invite, FaZe invite, Navi invite, Virtus invite. Ascend i Howl su prošli kroz kvalifikaciju. 3-5. Howl je prošao direktno u finale, a Ascend, FaZe i Virtus su tu. Ja ne znam što oni nama stavljaju titlove ovdje, a njega savršeno razumijem.
일단 앞으로 남은 기간 동안 저희가 준비해야 될 목표인 것 같아요.
Ghibli. Zamisli ljudi zove Ghibli.
Ghibli's a really exciting team. Really aggressive team and making a lot of maneuvers that at least can be entertained at the very least. But certainly, I think that there is an extra level they can go to in terms of how they clean up their gameplay to really have good, consistent performances.
I will say those were some very professional answers by him. Yeah, we got teamwork, communicate, all the basic things. I was hoping we would cover the 110%.
A mi sad pročitaj
Oni ne kontaju ovo, oni ne kontaju fight ovdje, gledaj to bre. Evo sad skontaju, ajde, da.
Don't necessarily pinpoint the exact things that haven't worked
working
against you, the reason why
Treba sedemo observere, jebu PUBG igra.
Jebu, a sigurno bi više dobio, brate, nek da igraš.
A to 100%, ili da kastaš, brate, ovi kasteri su više para, ovi kasteri su više para uzeli od Batulija. A braća nemaju prst.
Još ono malo od streama.
Ne pucaj FX ako Boga znaš. Jo, mrtav je.
Fex Rusija napala. I ljudi pišu, why is only watching?
Why is he just watching? PUBG community, PUBG chat, možda i najneobrazovaniji chat koji postoji. Što si će biti. 90% ljudi nema pojma o čemu. Možda sam mi puno rekao, 95.
Druže, kad te tri kineza krećaju.
This is falling apart so fast for FaZe Clan. At some point, you have to wonder, does Jeems just back away? Because trying to assist Gustav in this situation, incredibly difficult.
Yeah, but even if you go away, how much can you make? You face 7 minutes in, 6-2 still alive. Placement points, I mean, that would be a miracle if a solo player could get to those from where they are right now. Assist Gustav. Not necessarily go for kills, but see if you can get him out of there. Because playing 2, rather than being a solo left alive,
Jesse, koreni! Veliki pozdrav za moga prijatelja Džonglić. A Jesse, EDG, gledam ti, počeo sam ponovo foto, bože, Firecan. Ajoj, sad mi se nakupilo epizoda, ima da lajkam. Ne, aj se stream. Jebote, viš, Jim sad bježi, mi su svi zajedno bježali.
A Jim su još krenuo, brate, da puša prvo.
A glovi, Votar, gledaj taj komentar, Votar, PLM Clowns doing. Znači, ljudi toliko nemaju pojma o PUBG, da je to haos. Znači, bukvalno je FX ponudio kill, rekao ljudi, je tu sam.
qualifying to
Nije zapucao što je okej i ne treba da puca, ali ono, pravi se mrtav jebot. A nisu ga spotali, nego su ga čuli, on je trčao lijevo desno, pomjerao se. A on je na metar.
A to je glupo, brate, ti si u auto i čuješ liga koji trči vani, ono, bukvalno glupo sledeće.
Jes glupo, kad malo bolje nisam to me nikad razmišljao, ali stvarno je glupo. Ima naših u ovoj skupini. Ima naših. Ima Kiljakai, ali nije naš. Njemac to li. Mada sam donedavno saznao da ima bosanski pasoš. Sad zna li priča bosanski, ne znam. Ako zna, onda jes. Ako ne zna, onda nije. Česi Tomice. Ja kako izađe koja tako gleda. To sam ja radio dok nisam umro. Jer nisam mogao sačekati sljedeći epizod. Umro 3 puta.
Connected to that Rustler.
Gle,
Replay will
evi ga.
use the pull up. Dodges the first three, fourth one straight to the face. That's just not that much you can do. Then Fluky with the headshot there, connected, finds Gustav as well instantly after double headshot on him. I mean, Purple Mood, we question them. You ask how are they going to perform? Seems to be coming in strong here.
Yeah, definitely taking advantage of.
Joj, direktno na der. Ovo Gaddera da sretnem, neđe u mrak.
But again, this is a best of 12.
Ja ne znam.
Even if James does happen
Govno bi mi se stislo.
Giving 0 points for FaZe overall. That's at the end of their qualification. It's only top 8. It's not even going for like top 4 or 5.
Exactly. Since it's top half that goes through, you can have more, of course, of the games. But even with that, being able to salvage extra points.
Pokazuje 3-4 stilice kod Jamesa kao da ih je 7 u ovdje.
In hand of Heigemann, as you say, 15x.
Otkud Adriju ne igra? Igrat ću Adriju, čekam da vidim da li će da se pobanuju ovi čiteri. Ako se ne pobanuju čiteri, neću. Ako se pobanuju, onda ćemo se prijaviti. Mislim, nije da će ti čiteri nešto da urade, nikad ne urade, ja prosto ne želim da dijelim vazduh s njim. Oni uvijek čituju, to je ekipica koja je banana s BPL-a na svim poljima, oni uvijek čituju i nikad ne urade ništa. To je oni su toliko loši da s čitom ne mogu ništa. Ali ja jednostavno želim da nikoga prave budalom. Primjer, imate lika Amelinja koji otvoreno priznao da čituje na svom streamu kad mu je zaštekao makro. Momak igra, najhladnije prijavljen igra. A nije on jedini momak.
That I have never seen in competitive PUBG.
James now slow rolling up, trying to find a small little pocket to slot his vehicle into. However, I believe that his ace following up just behind him, and if he tries to run away, it's going to be into the 4-man team of Petrichor Road. So a little bit of out of the frying pan to the fire situation for right now. Yeah, they're not too far away from that southern coast. They had a couple members on these little ridges here, but here are some teams that are all rotating around Yosnaya Ghibli. Take a couple of shots towards Purple Mood.
Kakav je Fire Country brokica, brate moj. Nema se. Vidi, meni je Navy Seals i dalje bolji, normalno. Ali odlična serija. Jo, ljudi, jes PUBG dosadan prvih 15 minuta. Znači još 5 minuta je najdosadnija igrica na planeti, a onda postaje zanimljivo.
SDK need to get into the zone. Perhaps they were looking for this to be that angle of approach, but GEXs aren't giving them.
Jo, vid brata Vegasa, kocka se sa životom.
But Xenon is going aggressive. He's trying to catch them on the retreat. Shots coming out onto Vegas, but I think the distance is enough for even if he was somehow not the revive would be possible. But it's SDK, they're going to get out of this one. The problem is there's only so far north that they can actually go because of that coastline. There's already going to be New Happy and even Sun Sister in the way.
Ali dobro zomiraju mapu, ovo je novo. Nikad nije mapa bila zomirana.
Of course, that is not necessarily how things are going to end up, but for now, off to a decent start, found 3 on FaZe without taking any casualties themselves, and SDK now, while they were backed off, they are in turn
prvi 15 minuta.
To reposition.
Not positioning too much for
ne, znači potpuno besmisleno. Gledajte, šta bi ja uradio? Ja bi ubacio emergency parachute za svaku ekipu. Znači svaka ekipa da može po jednom da iskoristi emergency parachute. Skratio bi prvu zonu na duplo, ubrzao bi zone, povećao bi loot. Na taj način bi napravio igru 3 puta bržom, zanimljivijom za gledanje i mislim da je to sve što nam treba. Igrač, ti i kao igrač i kao gledalac 20 minuta u PUBG-u ne radiš ništa. I onda umreš, znaš, sad očekuješ ti poslije 20 minuta, makar si bod uzor, igraš 20 minuta, ne 0 bodova. Mislim, to ja pričam za nas, mi to tako bitno završimo, ima i ovih što vide. Opa! Genji! A gle, Sala Batulin. Ide u krš. Ili će upit. Neće na krš, ide upit. Salo ide upit. Kako su dobri. Dobri su kad igraju, kad se ne kontestuju. Da, ko čita u Adri? Brać, to ćemo kad završi PUBG. Pa ću vam pokazati listu ko čita u Adri. Sad gledamo ovo. Pomenuo sam samo jednoga, zato što ga svi znate i streamuje gospodin Amelinho. Ostali su manje poznati, pa imamo listicu. Sad prvo pita gdje mi je Batulin. Batulin je u loser bracket samo zato što su se kontestali u winner bracketu cijeli dan. Bukvalno, zapravo 2 dana. 2 dana se braća kontestuju, zadnji su bili. A danas su i oni i Petriho Road u lobiju. Znači i oni i Pero, evo ga, Pero je 14. Te su 3. trenutno. Sljedeća mapa je Miramar. Na Miramar se kontestuju na Belgrade. I jedna i druga ekipa su direktno zbog toga u loser bracketu, a ne u grand finalu. Ako i danas bude kontesta, i jedna i druga ekipa će ispanu s turniru. To sigurno. Da, ajde, danas je i lakši lobby nego juče, pa možda neće baš obje ispanu, ali jedna od sigurno.
Smart playing on their front too. Get a couple of knocks, allow yourself to wrap around. Issue is where do you go? I mean, Shoot to Kill has already been confronted by 3 different teams, and I think regardless of where they're trying to rotate now, they will run into another with what we're currently seeing out towards that east side.
We all know this part of the map very open. So last time we saw this, which I think was only a few games ago yesterday, it's going to be a lot of fighting, a lot of vehicle sense, and as you say with STK, team like STK, as we're seeing with Purple Mood as well, you might just have to commit to one early on.
They will have to, no doubt. There's simply too many teams out on that east side, which is currently where they're headed for them to avoid confrontation altogether. Speaking of sense, here comes New Heavy, here comes Ghibli as well, everyone.
Opa, Ghibli direktno na Virtus.
Trying to claim some things. Ghibli full speed forward towards Sun Sister. Out of the vehicle, they go both nades in hand.
GG, SST. Jebe ti krug, kakav pular. GG New Happy. GG New Happy. Welcome to Spira. A sad će bombice. Sad će 40 bomb. Artiljerija. Artiljerija. Gle, dom. Jo, jese jezivo tuć protiv Virtu. Jo, ho. Lik se zove Akad. A evo sad, brate moj. Zamisli. Ima Akad i ona je Akid. Opa. Ovo će biti čist fight, hajde. Ono su samo dvica, ovi dva i dalje su na pumpu. Oni još nisu spojili, jel? A, bravo, Genji. A, evo, idu im pomoć. Spor je LD, spor B. Joj, ne da. Jel prejak je ne.
They will be completely outnumbered now. DG does fall to kickstart, but no kills confirmed just yet. Foxy throwing a few flashes, trying to get to his teammate, trying to get it back up, but kickstart again, able to apply so much pressure.
Kako igra čovjek, bre. On je od prošlog, od PGC-a zapravo. Od PGC-a igra kao zbijer.
down for the defense with Relo with control of the ranged high ground, but there are other teams swarming this area.
Zaleće se, brat, sam.
LG could get isolated while the rest of this
Zaleće se, brat, sam.
The worst thing is we said that Relo was playing the north side.
Ne ser.
Is in the gas station. Like the best
Ne ser da ga
position to be in
iskonto.
right now. I'm not sure why Gen G didn't opt to go there earlier, but they're seen, they're found, they're taken out. Kickstart continues where he left off just before. Third kill coming through for him. As you can see here, Pio, simply nothing he can do at this angle, and now solo player trying to maintain.
Opa, James, let Jimbo.
Luminosity, unfortunately,
Jimbo.
with STK's approach. However, his position was crucial for the rest of the team
Gle,
to
Jimbo.
make that take of Gen G's position. So
Ja ne znam ni gdje je stao, pravo da vam kažem. Ja stvarno ne znam gdje je on stao, ovdje ima neki kamen ili nešto. Mislim, okej, znam da je ona padina.
Covering into this position.
A moguće, zapravo moguće ga niko ne vidi. Ali još malo. Kad ispanu u žlute kuće vidjet će. Boško Buk. Ma kaki Boško Buk. Morat ćemo smisliti. Boška Buk su zvali Batulinka, je bio mali. Ako možda manje je bio zapravo. Kaj je beba bio.
Try and hold off against second last player on this rich line. They do have Savior, but he's nowhere near this compound just yet.
Zenon still dancing around, happy feet, trying to dodge the bullets, and now the final member of GX is going to arrive. But
Reina,
is going
druže.
to punish as well as, of course,
Spasio je 17. Ako 17 proživi, kišoviti ih je spasio. Opa.
The kill does come through in the end of it though, and that is going to be 17 down and out. Senon able to stay put. PO falls as well, and that's LG given free real estate.
Another good set by LG, and it was a good timing as well because the circle was going to hard shift again in the northwest. Very few teams suddenly are in this next zone. It is so open.
Drvo je
to the
on.
center, proning next to a tree. So Blaze
Drvo je on.
eluding him.
Maybe.
But, as the teams fall around, who knows? Maybe he'll sneak something out. Twisted Minds out,
Koliko
sending it
su
in
dobri.
onto Purple Moon's position.
Ne, ali oni su toliko dobri.
So far.
Yeah, huge for them. It's almost as if when they don't hot drop, they do manage to pull up some pretty good performances.
Druže, ja da sam bio sad na mjestu Saše Batulina. Kako bi krenuo iz onog auta, tako bi metak u glavu dobio iste sekunde. No zato Salo zna kad treba krenuti, kuda treba voziti.
They're getting close though. They're getting close though. Good enough to confirm the kill against Brex. But Mika is still alive. Gonna smoke back out. But hey,
Ja sam mjesto Mike, brate, pravio bi se mrtav. Ja viš. STK probao da uradi isto što i Virtus. Ali nisu oni Virtus, to je razlika.
Twisted Minds continuing to rank a point, but there's still
U
one
tu smoku!
might as well put a melee weapon at that point and perfect
Idi iduće Batulin.
going his way.
he didn't see it, but he heard the pin pulled.
Aj, jo.
All of my teammates are down. That only means one thing: pushed forward. Listen, there was no other option for STK. They made a novel effort at it, but Twisted Minds still alive, and now it's Chris.
Mislim, Pero mora nešto... Pero ako ovaj game ne uradi ništa... Ne vidim logiku da bilo šta kontestaju sljedeći meč.
So much damage coming through. Flood, single player left alive now. Kickstart 7 kills already, and these reses will be able to come through. 10 kills for Luminosity as they push further forward.
And now Ascend finds the lone member of Petrichor Road, lights up the next vehicle of the Chinese team trying to push forward, but there's another Ascend player already in the way, and so AZ, Aches left, Mill. Somehow got to figure out how they approach this position. Do they worry
Oni bi
about
razvalili
this
svaki
back?
lobby.
Do they try and get a position
Ali
in
samo
the
se ja
center
nadam da
of that
neće
ball? That's just the
kontestat.
question, because there is the
Dobro,
position
ne bi baš
in the
svaki
center
lobby.
that is easy to get.
Navi igra kao lud. Navi je trenutno najjača ekipa. Ma ne trenutno, sigurno već godinu dana najjača ekipa na svijetu.
Should they be able to claim this, they might have an entire north side ridge line to play around for themselves.
Ali mi dalje na ovom turniru nismo vidjeli Twisted Mind u punom naletu jer oni braća svaku drugu mapu ne igraju. Što uradi Adam Bem, ti život. Eva Sprout.
Huge game there.
Ko je ubio Jamesa, nisam ispratio.
Fight there for Third Eye. Let's see the next circle. Shifts a bit north, not exactly going to be in the majority. Then Micah does fall as well as Ixlef finds one more. Look at this. Petrichor, Twisted Twisted Minds, both making late game.
Like, no one's in this circle. I mean, Xenon is now because he's pushing out of a vehicle and he knows that he needs to go fast before he gets overtaken by someone else. But LG's position is actually really good
A što nađe, mislim da Virtus ima ulaz u zonu na taj kamen ispod. Pero može samo s autima da igra ovaj rič, ili će da gaze u šumu. Jedino je Third Eye u zoni, ono da je dobro u zoni. LG mora da očisti Virtus. A to će biti nemoguće zbog ovog ričija i ekipa.
The send has to go all the way down to GEX's Senan because that is really the only rich that they have that they could possibly work with. Good thing for them is they are the only team on the hills.
Baš mi znaš da će LG, možda ovo ovdje bude igrao LG. A ne, oni idu na twist, ali ovo će biti teško. Ovo ko da ja bacam bombe, 40 metara kraći.
Try to make the play on through Twisted Minds. They're trying to touch and weave as best as they can, but Molly's galore. Somehow, I was just gonna say, but Fakeness didn't get hit by that.
IQ 200!
Vehicle ain't gonna make things any easier as the world
IQ 200! Perfectix IQ 200, ste vidjeli ovo?
They are waiting for LG to crest that, well, what kind of resembles a ridge. I guess we'll call it that in this situation.
Mislio sam, znači, iskreno sam mislio da će ovo biti teže za LG. Da će ovi Third Eye da vide sve. Navin stoništog Serovi Dulića. Navin stoništog Serovi Dulić pištoljima ubije. Znaš kako se to kaže? I čorava koka jednom ubode. Meni to nikad ne bi palo na pamet. Nije to što je... Znaš šta je tu otežavajuća stvar? Ajde, okej. Znaš, ono, igraš PUBG, znaš otprilike da kad uđeš u auto, taj moli nema nekog efekta. Ali je fazno što on bio u 2 smoka i u moli. Ja to auto ne bi našao za 3 života.
Gonna have to be incredibly creative with this one. They have a nice little 1-2, but Petrichor Road still on that high ground.
Ali po tim, znaš, pritiskom i sve treba se to je taj skin.
Flood needs to be very aware of those lines of sight, and really it's all going to be Third Eye. They might not have great positioning, but they have 4 men. Well, not anymore, because Kickstart is going to get the knock on Adamo. This is their immediate trade, but with the blue pushing in.
Kogod vina ovaj fight ovdje sad, ako bude clean do duše.
Still come out, but they're going to be in a small little pocket that is...
Circle tucked away. Smart from Richie to carry Adam over. Make sure that he's inside the circle for the rest to be possible. So they should be back up to 4 lines.
Trenutno Third Eye ima naču zonu. Tako da ja vjerujem s obzirom da su realno vinali fight protiv Virtusa i LG-a, da oni vinaju. Ovaj Gex jedno što može da uradi da napravi problem Petrichoru.
I pogledam čao, druže, ocijamo od glave.
Oni ne znaju za njega. Ma dobro, sve jedno su vinali. Pa vinali su sve, ne može ovo niko dobiti osim njih.
Ali je dobro bacio nade. Bio je oko jednog puškom.
It's a 4 versus 2 right now. Well, Vox does get taken out, so make that a 3 versus 2 because Vox is the low player, not in position to get easily revived. But Mill's position
sad oni nemaju širinu. Mogu da uzmu širinu i dalje. Smokovima. Mogu da se...
Pero ima dosta nade-ova i željeći.
Ma nema šanse Pero da vina ovo, brate. Znači ovi baš moraju da hard prodaju meč.
Brate, ovo je Amerika, može sve da se desi. Ovo su Kinezi ludi.
Ali ne može, nema fizički ne mogu, razumiješ, nemaju sve sakriti, evo. Znači ovo na nogama da igraju ne mogu izgubiti. Koliko je on bolji od njih. Lijevo, lijevo, prik, halo, pa nema ga tu. A jesu ovi Amerikanci ludi kunece, tamo pomisliš nema šanse da izgube meč, on ti kažu je siguran. Ali ovo je baš bilo nemoguće da se izgubi, ali zamalo. Ne sviđa mi se da je FaZe ovako izginuo. Ajde bog te reloadajte, pa gotovo je meč. Koliko je Pero uzeo bodova na kraju?
Ne znam, imao 5 killova, 11, 12.
Uzeli su više od Virtusa, ali Virtus je imao, Virtus bolje igrao. Realno, bez obzira. Ovi su uzmali više placement bodova.
Ali nisam gledao, bio sam na poraju.
Ja, Virtus je uzeo 8 killova. Ne, ukrali su jedan. 8, 9. Ne, ček. 8 killova su uzeli.
I 8.
Pero 6, pa dobro je. A?
5 ili 6 je Pero uzeo.
6, da. Boga mi, Pero je uradio nešto u ovom meču, ja se bojim da ćemo mi vidjeti lagani kontest sljedeći meč. U Belgradu.
No dobro, za sad 2 klipa su već utopili. Samo FaZe je stepa.
Vidi, meni nema smisla da se oni kontestaju jedne sekunde uopšte. Ali, da je Twisted Minds pokid ovaj meč, pošto realno jeste, a da Pero nije uradio ništa, onda mi ne bi imalo smisla za Pero da pokušaju da ih kontestaju. Ne u drugom meču, u petom da. Znaš, u petom da idu namjerno, da idu na sve ili ništa, da ih pobiju, to mi je okej. Ali u drugom meču mi nema smisla, jer Peru treba dobar meč. Znaš, Virtus i može da izgubi, ali oni ne. A sad kad ima
isto bodova... Ali ja i na low levelima ne kontam one ljude koji kontestaju u 6 gamova, pogotovo u kvalifikaciju da kontestaju. 6 gamova, to mi je glupo sve.
Baš pozanimo šta će se desiti. Znači sad, možda će se kontestati, ajde, znači možda podjednako su dobro odigrali.
A ne, bebe, malo se boji da ne probu.
A, znaš, ono, baš je rizik, ajde, juče je rizik bio, idemo u bracket, u loser bracket po cijenu loot spota, što meni nema smisla, ali opet, zato ja gledam, oni igraju, a sad je ulog mnogo veći, znaš, sad je loot spot ili ideš kući, ono, znaš.
Jesi vidio onaj novi turnir, brate, 6.000 europski turnir, samo 6.000.
Nisam. Nešto, vidio se zapravo, nešto, rotation, nešto, tako.
Da, nešto glupo, brate, imaju samo 2 runde, pa je onda playoff, pa finale.
Dobar je price. Dobar je price.
Da, 6.000.
Adam was peeking him, right? It was like, okay, we're going to take a little bit of Jigo picks, and Ixas instantly just popped his helmet off. So it's obviously, he's a good player, and there's no denying that even though if you're under pressure in open terrain, you can still take on some of these guys.
Very, very terrifying here from Petrichor up at the top to try and take out some of these teams, but it will be Third Eye with 9 kills, 1,600 damage. Petrichor Rhodes with 6 kills. Luminosity with 14 kills and a lot of smokes.
Almost double the amount of smokes than kills. Yeah, but utility is king, especially for the top 4 teams here. You can definitely tell where the kills come from. If you're able to put all the kills in there, that's usually because of the utility.
Šta je igrao ovaj IGX?
They were able to use 13 nades.
Šta su igrali ovaj IGX? Oni su s 500 damage na četvrti.
To je onaj lik što je pravno što je Eagle Eye skoro ubio. Što ih je ne ido, na cesti što je problem. Lik je solo bio, brate, usto. Dosta na početku su umrli Gex. Još sam ja bio tamo.
They possibly could. Twisted Minds, for the most part, actually survived for quite a while in this game, but when you get caught in a location like this, it's nade bait and it's very easy to push up if you're crashing into this location and just gun them down if they're wounded.
Boga mi, oni do ove zone nisu imali prostora uopšte, samo su dobijali shiftove ovdje. Okej, ovdje su očistili 17, to se sjećam.
I expected a little bit more, you know, of course we had some rough situations with 17 Gaming and GEX.
Dobro, braća nisu imali zonu odavde. Uopšte.
If it was a full four-man or three-man team in that house, they would have gotten way more out of that one.
Oni konstantno su igrali ivicu. Ništa nisu mogli do trenutka kad ta ivica nije krenula na njih.
Gle ovo, druže, bolji price pool je BPL imao. Gle Discord.
It was a long time ago, but good times, good times.
Ovo ne vredi više ni igra.
Dobro, oni su odradili što su, oni su maksimum izvukli iz ovoga. Kad imaš ovakav meč, najbolje je sve što možda uradiš je da odigraš ivicu, da ubiješ to što se ponudi ispred tebe, da uzmeš 5, 6, 7, 8, koliko ti je zona dozvoli bodova i da umreš. Kad se desi meč da nemaš zonu, 5 bodova je odlično. Ali onda kad dobiješ zonu, onda moraš da ideš zonu.
If Toby's to be believed, it was low damage, right? Like 500 damage that Kickstart did. He might have lied or something.
Zar nije neko od ovih, znaš, iz Europe, od IGRAO? Zar nije Vox iz Europe negdje? Rus. Vox od ovih IGRAO. Je to naš? Iz Europe.
Ne znam, nemam pojma koji čovjek, nikad čuo. Zanima me zašto Genji nije spojio. Genji je ovdje imao, znači, Luminoski je završio meč sa 14 kila.
Mogu ja znaš što ljudi igraju s maskama?
Ko?
Holy, LG.
S kim igraju?
S maskama.
A nemam pojma, vidio sam to i na Virtus, Perfect Heroes masku.
A Perfect ima onu boler.
Znači prvo su rizikovali ovdje. Znači Virtus je mogao da kreša ovu stanicu lagano. I to je Fox je bio sam, gledajte split. To je prvi rizik. I onda ide shift. Evo ga shift. Ja ne znam zašto oni nisu spojili ovo. Znači 1, 2, 3, 4... Ma bre, kasni stream već.
Ma sad?
Bio je otišao na Foxa, okej. Ali ne još, sad. Znači zašto sad nisu pustili ovu poziciju i otišli svi na pumpu, to mi nije jasno. Nego i prešaju,
lako je pušat
izgube trojicu.
Ako priđeš nizu, lako je pušat pumpu, ali to bi trebao twisted mindslea, tako da bi morali spojiti.
Ali slušaj, oni da su igrali 4 pumpu. I njima da dođe ekipa ovdje na ovaj rič. Razumiješ? Ovo je lobby gdje je tebi 14 timova live, što znači da ti je ovdje jedna ekipa, da ti je na anteni jedna ekipa, da ti je u pitu jedna ekipa.
To ti ja pričam.
Shvataš, i onda oni treba da čekaju da LG i Twisted se pobiju i onda
A ne bi mogli vinat oni s te pozicije, nikako.
Šta ne bi mogli?
Ne bi mogli vinat s te pozicije. Jer ne bi mogli izaći s pumpe jer moraju voliti preko zida.
Ko?
Pa, Genji.
Kako ne bi, brat? Pa neće volta zid. Pobiju se Twisted i LG, razumiješ, ovdje na ridžu.
Ali pumpu je toliko lako ubiti, brate, teške.
A lako je ubiti pumpu kad igraš, kad je tim na tim s pumpom. Razumiješ? Kad si u prvoj zoni, kad pušaš pumpu, lako je ubiti. Ali ti ne možeš pušat pumpu u 5. zoni, razumiješ? Zato što s desne strane te svi vide, znači ne možeš prići sa strane ograde, moraš da ideš samo direktala. Ako ideš samo direktala, prvo te pumpa brani tu poziciju mnogo lakše nego da im priđeš na zid, a onda s druge strane imaš ovu ekipu gore sa fleta, sa ridža koja vidi sve. Meni je okej da su oni igrali split prve 2-3 zone, ali već na 4. zonu se spaja. Po meni.
Maps in a row now without a single hot drop. Would you look at that?
Jesi vidio Discord?
Nema Hodropa. Gdje je Pero i otišao Hacijen?
Slušam tvoj lik.
Slušaj, kao posmatrač sam razočaran. Volio bi da gledam
Koji
fight.
su ti posmatrač?
Ali, Bogu hvala da je tako.
A šta se račaram, brate, opet bi bilo 2 sekundi fajta u prošlom
Dobro, sad ide 15 minuta, gdje ćemo se mi smori svi, razumiješ?
Ma da, platili su first više cijeli i Pelu u upper bracketu, brate.
Za koga navijaš danas za Virtus?
Za Virtus navijaš?
Da.
Wow, za Face, jer su mali zadnji skoro.
Šta jesu?
Jer su zadnji. Ček, James je ušao u top 8, sej.
Ja navijam za Evropu. Tako da, a najviše za Twisted Minds, oni su mi omiljena ekipa. Pa onda Navi. I onda više ni za koga ne navijam da bi baš volio da pobjede, ali bi volio da svi Evropljani prođu. I Ace i Face.
Ti si neki ruski fan, a? Ti si neki ruski fan.
Samo za Ruslan. Mislim, na primjer, razlika između Navija i Virtusa mi je u tome što Virtus je...
bolji fajt.
Da, Navi mi je bolji u fajtu, sigurno. Onaj pucački je Navi bolji, znaš, ima i egzampla i ne znam se ko je bolji od kojega. A Twisted Minds mi ima Sašu Batulina koji je IQ milijarda. Znaš, Twisted Minds mi je taktičnija ekipa. Bolje se pozicioniraju, tako znači dva različita PUBG-a igraju. A Navi mi je ono full crash. Ja nisam Navi vidio da je izgubio duel u ovih par dana. Navi jedino loš online. Ali uglavnom ljudi
U online ljudi, dobro da su dobili invite, inače ne bi ni igrali.
Da, ne bi igrali za bili invite. Koji su bili na ovom?
15, ja.
Both the Petrichor and Twisted Minds is dependent on 4am not being around.
They might just go back at it again.
There is, it could be the case. We'll see. Because of course that's still a couple of days away, so let's not get overzealous. In the meantime now, Foxy, a few shots fired, crucial shots fired, because his team ain't really... I mean, okay, they are here now. They were very split just before.
Yeah, and actually I think getting shot at by a couple of different teams. We saw it sent down now SDK on the north side.
Dužno bukvalno sam tom stream otvorio.
I wonder if
Sam
this
vidio.
pressure from the high grounds overlooking all those individual spots
Jesi
might
ti
sort
boga.
of inspire them or force them to group
Nadam se da neće dolje otići, a neće dalje, ovo će odi gore igrati.
A, brate, vrlo moguće da ide dole. Ja da sam Ace ja bi poslao jedno dole, odmah. Može se vratiti kasnije.
Da, ima smisla.
Ja ga bi poslao dole.
Al kuda, brodom?
Pa mogu, oni su nutili Valdemar, brate, mogu je na početku.
Je, znam, ali treba poslije spojiti.
Pa onda brodom facu.
A brodom, ja.
You can see everyone just trying to actually get away from those spots, get towards the middle because there's going to be so much pressure.
Ali će li Third Die? Možda će Third Die da ide dolje.
Znate, sad bi dao 50 da ide dolje, ono, prefan bi bilo.
Da, bilo bi.
Googleta, ne bi volio igrat. Brate, kad se ta zona... Jedino ili brod nekako da preživiš. Da kažeš 4. Kroz ovaj most.
Baš me zanima kako će sad ove ekipe da odigraju Twisted i Per.
Mene zanima kako će Face. Da će Face i Exo fightat sad. Doći na letista fight.
Yeah, he is, but Twisted Minds are now arriving and SUJU is coming in from the north side. At 17 Gaming might find themselves in a position to have a nice crossfire.
17-ica ovaj X-Wood, on sad bježi od Virtusa, što je jedino, znači ti ne smiješ zapucati na full rotaciju. Ovo je trebao da uradi Fex u prošlom meču.
might not want to push.
Samo se sakne.
Što nije autom begao? A nije mogao.
Ja mislim da se Fex nadao da on je htio da pusti 3 auta, to je 2 auta i htio je zadnje.
Kako sam nagleda, kako.
Da.
Ali teško bi pogledao, brate, 4 su ga baš krešili, on treba boliti od zid.
Ne mogu, on jedno što je mogao da legne i da ga ne vidi.
Da ga ne vidi i da ga posle proba. Dvojicu nog. I da kresaju.
Still a bunch of teams all pushing on in.
Juj, kako lik puca dobro.
Finding a van, it's actually going to be an Uber pickup from Suju, who is the last player from 17, arriving in from the north time. The timing was perfect for that knock. But Tunes is going to get revived. It's going to be really difficult unless perhaps Little Ghost there on the high ground is going to finish that kill. But it's looking likely that Twisted Minds is getting the revive.
Ja ne znam šta ti Kinezi imaju sve, brate, da tako pucati Meselarom. Ja ne mogu...
A svi igraju na minusens.
Da.
A ne znam, brate.
Despite the fact that they landed on their side of the map.
Ali Pero ide istom stranom. Niko nije otišao dolje.
A dobro, Ace ima brodo, ja mislim da oni kempaju brodo.
Ali mogu da vjerujem da oni još nisu skonto. Da, ili nije skonto da je hangar čist, ali ovaj bi trebao da vidi hangar.
Aha, gore.
Da.
Sudi da je gore.
Gore je clear. E sad, on ne
A
vidi
taj
hangar.
jedna polica ti shifta dole, brate.
On ne vidi hangar, ali vidi Rich. I tu da ima nekoga, bilo bi nekog na Richu.
A tu je najgore kampak i ide dole, a ti ide dole zonu. Ne možeš pušiti nikako. Moraš igrat split, gore i dole, da spustiš.
Pretty curty.
We know
Previše
that
blizu.
shift away from water at some point, but there are so few places to play. That alone is going to give an opportunity for teams coming in from the north side to find some space without having to fight too much. Brex, tried to get a knock, wasn't able to find it. Going to run away from that because if there's any team that's going to immediately answer back with grenades, it's going to be SDK.
Brex spots one, instantly starts shooting without... I don't think he had info on whether there was other people around. I know that SDK is in a wide split. I don't think he's aware of it. I'm not worried though, because there's a wide two-way split. If Brex comes into the front fight here, there's no ascent player around to help him out.
Nema rizika, nema ništa. Sačuvat 4 čovjeka u prve 2 zone najbitnije.
Brex not take that shot, see if he could just to make sure, is there anyone else around?
To je bitnije od boda.
It looked like a peek. I saw him shoot instantly without really thinking too much of what happens if I don't find him. What happens if there's more people around?
XO arriving into the zone. Yeah, Third Eye holding
Baš fin split ima Ace.
It's not really a camp. For this, it's not the camp. For this, I imagine it's more of just the angles that play in with the rest of Third Eye's positioning. They're in a wide little box spread themselves, or it looks more like a Y, I guess, from this angle because of the coast and all that.
Mislim, nije loš split ovog Third Eye, šta ja znam. Samo previše risk, mislim, kogod da prođe blizu ovog lika ovdje krešat će ga. Ili ako se budu vozili cestom, kontaju solo lika, krešanje. On treba bježi sad odavde, razumijem. Jo, ako Fexa opet ubiju, druže, lik je najnesrećniji igrač ikad.
Ubit će ga.
Early, cannot catch a break here in the beginning of the losers bracket.
Not that bad for fantasy players who had Fex because it was just after 10 minutes. You're not going to have the minus.
Ali ovo je greška, slušaj, ovo je greška čitavog FaZe kao ekipe 100%, ajde. 100%. A nisu dobro vozili, razum, viš ova trica oni voze zajedno. Ne, on ne smije sam da ide ovako, meni to uopšte nije. I situacija je pa raspadaju se, razumijem. Oni kad ulete zajedno u kamp, oni će uzeti taj fight, ali ovo što rade, ja ne znam. Znači, iz pozicije gdje treba ovaj Third Eye da bježi, oni ga dovedu u poziciju da uzme kill i da ostane tu.
A kontra da će biti bolje kad dovedu Dream za ovo. Ali ništa nije bolje.
Miramar for open field fighting much more than the Northern right now. See Luminosity trying to scout behind themselves, trying to make sure that if they opt to do a wide wraparound that there's no one backfilling. What they don't know though potentially is that new heavy is set just down below.
Couple of shots come out, hey, they know now. They didn't know before. They do know now. LGs are going to be able to slot into the north. But Pentagram Road right towards Pentagram.
Pa io Genji ma čitavu zonu bukvalno.
Trills, Akad able to fall back down. A lot of damage done towards Ada as well. He's forced to make the run off. Wicked finds Chewy.
Evo, Per umire.
Pentagram coming off really strong in the start of this fight.
The crossbars are impossible for Pentagram Road to break through. Chewy and AZ immediately eliminated. Finally, Wicked is going to get isolated and taken down. ASA's going to make sure to finish that one out to punish Nikori. Not expecting the high level peak. And then ASA, oh, having a 180 is still able to get another by Adder. So, man, Pentagram,
Kao jebote, kad vidiš ovog Adera naješ.
just barely go down. It was super, super close.
That is the most full auto mini. I thought for a second that was a barrel with a 6x on with the rate at which he was shooting. I seen the kill feed. I was like, wait, that was a mini?
Kasnije imao ova mapa ili meni kasnije?
Absolutely insane.
Meni kasnije.
Now, we saw them get a kill and I believe a full confirmed member of 17, and they are going to continue to fight over this high ground.
Genji ima odličan spot.
Genji ima dobar i Ascent ima dobar, može igrati onda ispod Genjija i koji su dobro.
Phase number 2, Adam is. Yeah, third I have one player
Phase umire. Phase,
on je umire u rotaciji. On je u rotaciji. A idu jolo, kune vam se ovi ljudi idu jolo. Viš koliko je James je 200 metara udaljen od njih.
James je pobjegao, brate, opet.
Znam, ali kad su krešali, Gustav je bio gdje ovaj Vega, sa James je bio neki 100 metara iz 150 metara.
Može toliko da mi gledamo na iPadu da igramo. Mene sam zanima šta će ovi radi što su dole sad, kako će nam ići na vas klide taj kamp.
Ovi SST.
Da, ali ti ide kamp, ne može niko ništa.
Zato da i dalje ima čovjeka ovdje. Oni kao da se nadaju da će dolje otići, ali
ne možemo
sad je baš nenormalna šansa.
Ne može, brate.
Prvu rundu i okej mi je prvu rundu i okej mi je za ove ekipe koje Snorta rotiraju. Ja bih ga oni nemaju gdje.
Brate, istima dobro, sam da kilja pravi solo tamo ostane i da mu gleda, ja mislim da se taj kam da odlično vidi.
Full speed forward they go. They found one already earlier. Now they take Xiaowu out as well. They want the remaining 2-2. Base plant, fall in 15th as Penta finds the last.
Bravo.
The Twisted Minds trying to force Xiaobei off. Not gonna find the kill. At least not this time around.
They got the space, they got the high ground, they got the position, and that's the important part, because I think a couple other teams are going to be driving in towards this location. Actually, New Happy and LG, the first ones to approach Pentagram. After Pentagram, they have the time New Happy are now the next team up to bat. Grenades still going to be coming out. They still have the utility. See, beyond it, Mimi, though, very far forward in positioning.
Full speed forward he goes. The team is now arriving. The cavalry is here, 4v3 in their favor. As Ada falls, that's the PO from afar. So the overhead protectors of New Happy, at least for now, could turn against them is Genji.
Akad, Ikari, getting isolated. New Happy still for him, pushing on in. Why in the air? Ikari gets the spray down. Zepion should not have lost that one. Akad gets another one.
Trade.
Man, remaining in HS with the shotgun.
Kako dobar push New Happy, tačno su znali u kom kampu je bio fight prije, koliko ih je ostalo i full send.
I'm not sure. Okay, Hikari was in the other room. I thought also it was him jumping and double headshotting Xiaopian there. But those from the other side.
Ne znam ni kako se Genji sve odbrani, brate. Ima je puno prostora da moraju gledati. Mora je baš pametno i brzo završiti fajta.
Playing a dangerous game here if they cannot allow anyone up this hill. Ghibli though, trying to get up here.
Good angles, good high ground. Can Genji hold on? They should know that there is a team approaching them.
I New Happy će isto puzat sad gore, ja minu Genji pada ovdje.
Left position, Exo and 17.
A teško, ne možda New Happy da puša
ovdje. Joj, ja se okrenuo. Puša ono što
He's going to be able to land that, but it's going to take some extra time. And listen, if you don't know Luminosity, if you're not a regular audience of North America, if they're on high ground, they are going to rack up kills.
I mean, they have 2 already. We'll see if they can find more in the early stages here of match number 2. Xiaobei seen, vehicle spotted, no damage coming through, but that vehicle, I mean, it got shot at by Twisted Minds earlier as well. It cannot have a whole lot of health left.
Reload pushing forward because again they just want these
LG Reload.
They can clear out their opponents in towards this
I,
center.
ja ne znam šta da kažem za ovu ekipu LG-a. Oni prvi dan razvale, drugi dan se raspadnu. Nema tu nešto, neke sredine, znaš, da će oni biti ekipa koja će uvijek uzima 6-7 bodova po meču. Ne. Znači oni ili uzmu 15 i onda cijeli dan dominiraju, ili ne uzmu ništa i nema ih naredni dan. Ali kad igraju baš dobro. Joj.
To je meni najbolja američka tima taj LG.
Ali spotove koje uzima Batulin, to je ono što mene oduševljava kod njih. Nijedna ekipa ne bi uzela ovaj rič gdje su oni sad nalazi. Vjerovatno ih i malo zna za ovaj rič, bez obzira što su svi ovdje vrhunski.
Pa lik je, on ponekad streama, brate, i samo kaže i riđe i zapisuje.
A da, meni je omiljena ova ekipa zbog njega. Jer oni igraju najpametnije, a sad Navi, da mu ga reći da Navi ne igra pametno, igra...
Ne svako je bolje ima, brate, ovaj...
Navi se više ostavlja na svoje mehaničke...
Odlično ima onaj, brate. Kad ti si partner i možeš igrati onaj, kako se zove, onaj kasu gdje se možeš sponat auto. To je odlično.
Or just chill inside the compound and wait for people to pull up on you. But for Gen G right now, realizing they have threats on both sides, I think it's a smart play.
Ovaj kamp je najteže braniti.
Wait this one out. For Luminosity, they had to make a play, trying to make the way forward. They know that Twisted Minds were out towards the southwest, so they rev east instead.
And it's really good timing because
G
don't have the high ground angles because they're distracted by each other. This is going to give LG the timing.
LG je mrtav.
PO's gonna put some suppressing fire down. LG turn around. They realize we gotta find a bull somewhere. Reload just barely alive. PO pulling out. Oh, LR still needs to reload that. That's gonna give Reload an opportunity to stay alive for a little bit longer. Interested Minds getting a little curious. That's gonna be heaven that knocks Snakers. Zephion's gonna be taking that kill away.
Yep, Sharpian able to find the first.
Jel njima je James ajde.
And now for this area of
Kome?
map, I mean, over in PUBG we had a
Pa
lot
nije
of circles.
Gustav.
Gustav, izvini, da, James je došao u FaZe i rekao da neće da bude IGL. Ja mislim da je James i tražio ekipu u kojoj neće biti IGL. Ako se ja dobro sjećam, mislim da je to priča bil. Ali realno... Šta?
Ja mi da je Gustav uslođen šut.
Gustav. Nisam nijak siguran, mislim da je Gustav. Ali Jimbo je jedini koji trenutno igrao, što se tiče ovako solo performance.
Oh, good grenade.
A previše jak tim napravi, brate, su Rexi. Fact. Onako, svi su... Previše jak, ono, onako... Pucaški jak tim su meni napravili. Možda treba nekog da spusta, ono. Svi četiri znaju odlično da pucaju.
Dobra je to ekipa, ne znam, možda im treba malo vremena da su igraju. Ja bi volio da oni prođu, nekako da prođu danas. Mislim da imaju potencijal ogroman, a ne znam se koji je bolji od kojeg.
Yeah, you can see three of them up there to take the hill up above, and that's exactly why you're seeing it here. Low set down below, trying to be the a kind of up-close threat to Purple Mood. Issue for them now, Twisted Minds, is that they haven't been able to deal with the other teams up on that west side of the hill. So they can't play complete overlook protector because they have to worry about GEX towards the center of the circle as well.
Man, where does Mew have to
Boga mi New Happy ma težak pušuje.
Ming is getting at least the first knock and the kill against 4 boats. 4 kills for New Happy already, but do they want to continue to push that direction or maybe even just go up that hill? It's a catch-22 because they're going to have to shoot at each other while they move into the zone, whichever direction they go.
Ace ima dobru zonu i... Twistic ima dobru zonu, čemu ubio ovu Legend. A drugi su super partijama.
A oni moraju Gibli dobiju, ja ne vidim drugi play ovdje, oni moraju na Gib. Oni ništa od ovoga ovdje ne mogu igrati, sve to vidi.
Ko?
Pa New Happy, oni moraju Gibli dočiste. To je njima jedini play.
Ali mene zanima da će Twisted Mind čisto očiti toga, što ih pušaju sad. PLM.
Boga mi, ja ne, ovo je baš teško. Baš je teško ovo očistiti ovaj ridge. Ovi gore što igraju imaju prednost, to ne malo. Ali s druge strane, jedan nok sve rješava. Ko ubodu jedan nok gore.
Just to have a little bit of an anchor to rotate around. But with the blue closing in, Purple Mood, they know that at some point they're going to have to try and fight Twisted Minds. So, taking two fights on two separate angles. Their heads are on a swivel.
Twisted Minds on saa terve fight. Ei niistä, nemoi viisi.
Kurt is actually going to find the first kill on the fan.
Question is this now going to be the invite for New Happy to try and wrap around this side? Two down from Purple Mood already. Purdy trying to find more as Lula ups Nate on forward as well. Starting to engage. I think they were waiting, or still are waiting, really, for the perfect opportunity and haven't yet fully committed to a direction.
Grenade comes out. Kurt's pushing forward. Knows he's in a 1v1 at this point. Trying to swing ahead with looking at the angle, but it doesn't matter because Purdy Curdy has the shots. I imagine with the assist of Twisted Minds, but well, Lou is there to finish SDK's run before it gets a little bit too hot, and we are now entering placement points.
I believe that was 9 kills though for shoot to kill, so even if they fall early, again, just 12 games, 9 points on the board, huge pickup for them.
Put themselves in 5th place. A team that just
Ovi nema ništa poskoro, brate. Ma Gen to je New Happy pada sa 2 bombe, ako znaju, ako tu bace.
Ma da, nemaju, baš težak push.
Evo bombe. Sad se treba malo jebati.
It's steep and practically unplayable for teams trying to make their way through
there
from the north to south.
Ace mora samo desno ići dole. Imaju game.
Defend from the teams on the north side, but then Genji pushing into GEX. It's going to be a rough one on to that respect, but those two teams are the ones that are going to have the best time in these next couple of phases, but there are still enough healthy teams here that it's not going to be an easy run.
Da vidimo, Twist ide na Gex. I vjerojatno će doći da LG usput.
Ovo je težak fight, sad pa svi se third party biti ovdje gore. Ovih 5 ekipa svi full skoro. Tu mu LG tu meni.
Gotta find an entry, and there's the first one. Glass falls down to the native. Xiaopian
Next over this.
One knock comes through, that's one fall down the side. Xiaopian finds the second.
Druži, još će New Happy dobiti ovaj fight.
Evo LG očišćen, sad oni imaju otvoren put.
Druže, jebeni, ovi će dobiti ovaj fight. Ovi će dobiti ovaj fight. Evo dobili fight. I to sa 4 prikrivala.
Jebga, bolji su igrači. Nema tu šta. Ovi su imali bolju poziciju, izgubili su fight. Prednosti znači ova geografska samo dok ne padne prvi nok. Ako ne rifragaš odmah...
Still 4 alive. I don't even know if they have yet to fire a bullet this game. That is how
New Happy uzet te ridove.
He did fire a bullet, you're not wrong.
Do Genjija.
But outside of that, I'm not sure a whole lot's been happening. And honestly, for Ascend, for their playstyle, it's not
ovo je pretežak na Twisted Minds. Pretežak.
Jednako Batolin ubaci bombicu neku. Ne znam da li ih ima više.
Nije puno najdo, brate.
Jesu oni imali koga luta?
Ne, lutat nisu imali. Ali nisu ni bacali bombe. Bacali su možda 1-2 bombe dole na ovaj, na PTG.
And they're also not trying to swing on the north side as Lou is going to be holding that bottom angle, but GEX, they just have the lineup. They are expecting it. Perfectix trying to find the opening.
Imaju, Perfectix ima 2 i Moli.
Ali ja metek perfect.
Batolin ima 1 i 2 Molija. Ula zona u.
But for Twisted Minds, 8 kills.
Ga može
A
ponaći.
huge amount of kills in the previous game. Two Lou falls to blue. I think you got tagged twice before the blue then got the better of him. Yep, there he goes, falls down. No points given away though. Now Leo sprays forward. Returns with a double headshot. Twisted Minds are on one today. They are not looking to get eliminated from the tournament here.
And now they put themselves right on top of GEX and Genji. I don't think they have a strong angle here. The circle is going to medium shift up towards the north. That means Genji and GEX are still holding the best spot. And New Happy putting themselves around those positions, suddenly the control not nearly as dominant.
Twisted Minds have been fighting at range for pretty much the entire game here. You saw
no HP.
Chris now finds finds one from down below.
Sad je
Now is
gotovo.
when Ascend is looking to get aggressive. More damage coming through. Perfectix finds one more with the nade.
And now Ascend are also getting
Perfekt si
involved.
još
They are
jednu
finding
bombu
angles, they're
ima.
pushing them forward.
A Perfektis je umro, brate, on je držao bombu dok je motan bio.
Nemoj srati.
Trying to rush ahead, trying to find
Nisam
some
to
position to
spomenuo.
support Spyro. And again, as you say, 9 kills, but they're going to want to go for more.
18 bullets for Spiro, nothing to reload with. They gotta find some crates. Every
Lik
fight
držao
they've
bombu
taken has
i
been
noka
at
ga
distance. The fact
u
that they
krisu
have
dole, ovaj
four
puša gore da flasa.
really
I
impressive.
noka ga.
The clicks real soon. There you have it, 29 bullets is all he's got to work with. But
Oj,
once
ovaj,
from down
Brexo druge, aga da
their position to their side of the circle.
It's Chris Brexo, the Thunders from down under.
Brate, ovo je Asian Green, lagano.
GEX, who have actually been putting up a not great
Ono
defense
su
here.
još
Now
mi
the
happy
Molotov coming
people.
out.
Not at all.
Ma
Things have to
Batulin
go
je
their
živ,
way
dok je
once,
Batulin
ever since they
živ, on se
first
pita.
time they got to sit here for a while, they got to pressure Gen G inside the compound, didn't
Batulin
get any
ima
kills off
se.
of it, and now things are looking to go against them. Just one kill this game. As
Samo se njih
Twisted
happy
Minds
pita
racks
da
up
li će
their kill
Asian
number
Green
10.
to
Now
je.
it's Yuri and Leo. There's Ascend below them, Twisted Minds above them.
Dobro,
Those
Twisted
two
Minds je prvi na
teams
tabeli.
are kind of helping
Lagano.
them stay alive, but look at Gen G fan on out. They want to come alive
Još
here.
malo,
This is
ne
the time
može
that
ono
Gen G can start
raditi
to
ništa.
pick up those points. They've been sitting pretty, sitting quiet, only 2
Opet
kills.
će
They
ga.
need the points now.
Sure do. Peel trying to make the
Peel
run.
me on.
We'll see what Brax finds one, finds the second, finds the third as well. Huge plays from Braxco coming in here. Kiljakai is knocked. The rest might be possible, but look
Boga
at
me
that
nju
down below.
happy vina ovo.
Feeman is there, but he's been seen. The team is there
Da.
to defend.
So, and now Foxy is going loud as Chris gets taken out. Mika is going to spot Sun's sister Fevin. Only
Meni
3
se
teams
čini da
remain
nju
right now.
happy
But
ovim.
Kiljakai still can't quite get the revive onto him. PO is pushing forward entry for his team. Still only 3 kills for Genji. They haven't really been able to find the points to
Odlično.
send him
Pio
if
se
they
vraća,
at least
skontali
in
da
that,
moraju vratiti jednog.
engagement there. And look at New Happy. They've is it a
Aj, jo,
they're
gledao Noida.
wedging themselves in? It's some combination
Aj.
out in between, but they're taking advantage of Ascend and Genji facing each other.
Njega nije sluvo
Knew
toliko
they played
ubio bi.
this one smart.
Ne
They're
bi se
not in a hurry
upuzio
whatsoever. As
bliže.
long as they
Ovaj
make sure
nan
that
mora
Gen
da
G
uzme kill
cannot
sad.
wrap back towards the northeast, they will be all right. They know they have the compound under
Ako
control.
nan
They've
ubije
seen all
Temina,
three of them up towards
onda je
those
ovo
ridge lines
gotovo.
earlier. So play it smart, sit on the circle, wait things out. and
Vidi
if
taj
it comes to
Chris
you,
igra, vidi
you
lik
can take
šta je uzeo.
isolated fights Gen G
Kako
before you take
može
the
lik
fight to
pucati
Ascend.
gole
Because if
to?
the fight happens up on the plateau, you
Ne
know
znam,
for a fact
nisam ja
there's
nikad
no
pucao.
way for Ascend to get up there.
Gdje
So
si,
hopefully
Vuli?
the fight with Gen G is over.
Vule, doj Discord ako ćeš.
New Happy just waiting for the circle to push someone into their crossfire that they have set up here. Taman now, smoke wall to allow him to
Ja ne
get
kontam
back
nikak
with the
to
rest of
ovi,
his
ove
team.
procente daju, brate.
I'm sure he spotted at least a few members of New Happy, so they know the situation, the game state that they're in. And the circle did pull away from the compound a fair bit. So Nan at some point is going to have to leave that northern angle, and at that point I think it's actually going to be Ascend with the widest spread, with the best crossfire, but will that be enough to counter?
Pa Ascend ima četvoricu, ali ima lošiju zonu, znači sve sad zavisi koliko New Happy na kraju, s koliko ljudi ostane na New Happy.
Get this losers bracket going for them, Chris. Well, you don't see them too often, and it's not just a random pick-up.
Znači ako bi Piova ekipa otišla na Ascend, onda New Happy vina, tu nema nikakve dileme. A ako se Genji i New Happy pobiju i onda New Happy ostane bez igrača, onda Ascend ima win.
Exactly. Genji, well, they have to pick and choose. Do we take the fight up top to New Happy? Do we try and wrap down below to Ascend? I think honestly for them here, the best play would be taking the fight to New Happy. They
A
might
pitanje je ko će prvi zapucat, taj gubi.
Ne to, nego pitanje gdje će Genji da ide. Znači meni nema smisla da idu na Ascend, znači po meni bi trebali da idu na New Happy. I onda ako New Happy izgubi tu igrača,
Na New Happy,
onda
ko
će
se prvi
Ascend.
počne fajta, taj gubi. Što third party vino.
Ali ne hoće third partija, druže, hoće stijene, razumiješ?
A ima
Tu third party jedno može sa ovi koji su od ozgo.
Pa da,
Ascend
to
ne
su
može
third
niđe u third
party.
party od tih. Ali oni idu dolje na njih. Boga meni se čini da ovo New Happy vina.
Da li će win, nikak tak.
Ali dobro, ima tu
Uvijek si
masu,
kako lako i prošćeš ti.
ima masu uglova tu, to je, može se svašta desiti.
Vina. Vina, vina.
Jer ovdje
Easy wina, brate.
PUBG predikta po ovim procentima da je isvina, ali boga mi, ja mislim da smo mi uboli bolje od njih. S New Happy.
dealing a couple of kills, getting a couple of kills for themselves against Gen.G. It is now 2
3 na
versus
2.
3. And oh, again, the second
Sad su oni dalje, ovi su gore. Ovo malo loše zvuči.
A ja vidim da PUBG ne gleda koliko je, ko ima kakvu poziciju, samo koliko ljudi je like.
Pa da me on sad...
Down to low HP. Didn't commit to the shot because he knew that Mimi was going to immediately peek over. He had a limited amount of time that he could hold that angle before getting punished.
See, Nan trying to stay safe. He knows exactly where he has Micah. He doesn't want to reveal himself to Chris. Not for now. Wait for Micah to push on up issue as Chris is doing damage while he's waiting.
That makes it a 2 versus 2. Chris got to go.
I
thought he was going to go for it. No, it's all onto one member of New Happy. All onto Nan. And he has the high ground. He is
1-1. Ace protiv New Happy, izgleda
remaining to peek and swing out from 2 separate angles. The flashes are coming out. More from it's Chris. Chris wants the final kill against New Happy. They want to confirm the win. They win. Game number 2, 10 kills. It was a
slow Chris bloku dvojicu nekako. Ljudi nisu ni pokazali kako je noko dvojicu, znaš?
Ovo je dokaz zašto New Happy igra kako igra cijeli turnir.
You can play passive, you can wait till phase 6 to get your first and still make your way into the double digits. What a huge game.
What a huge start here, right? And both teams that have won the first 2 matches are what I would still consider underdogs. That definition
Lik je uramio i svidio.
Here are the highlights of round number 2 before we go back to the desk.
It's the Ascend boys blasting left, right, center. We've got It's Chris going bang, 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 and we have got ourselves an EMEA victory here.
Finally.
They're not too common here for PGS1, but there is one Avenger in the books. Ascend looking all right here in the lower bracket.
And also in a very hard terrain. It's super hard to play around, as you can see. How they are able to hold multiple angles, and then it's Chris just popping off. And then utility, of course, always the king here in the very late game. All the stun grenades coming in there, and Nan is really hard. But of course, in that case there for New Happy, they're able to stay 3 guys alive. They're waiting for the fight to conclude. Yeah. But Ascent just came out on top, even though they had, I feel like, an inferior position.
Yeah, exactly. As you were saying, the main problem that everyone had to solve there, or at least Ascend had to solve, really was kind of the verticality of what was going on with all of this. As New Happy and I would say Gen.G technically go into that later game with a better spot to try and fight off against what Ascend is kind of bringing to the table here. But sometimes, man, sometimes little It's Chris just goes out there, hits some nice shots, and I'm going to take it.
Yeah, takes out them 249, and I mean, it's rare, but if you're that close, it doesn't matter. You have that many bullets. And also Twisted Minds, of course, with a fantastic game. Yeah, able to get 10 kills plus. That's a huge one for them. They're able to put themselves in a fantastic spot here after just 2 games. So if they continue that for today, they could be going into tomorrow feeling very, very safe.
Yeah, definitely. New Happy as well here. By the end of this game, they have plenty of kills to boot. And when you're kind of controlling some of the high ground, being able to pick away at some of these players, I think we know New Happy as a team that, well, won an ex-world champion, of course. But also, when they're showing up here, you're expecting them to get to the grand finals, and a result like this should be able to usher them in the right direction.
Probably expect them to already be there now from the winners.
Yeah, maybe that one.
Maybe, yeah. But they, of course, in a situation for them here, they're able to come here and probably just dominate the losers bracket, which makes it a little bit harder for everyone else because, right, we're talking about all these teams that we're expected to be in the grand final. They could or should have already been there through the winners bracket, but now they're down here, have a last chance. The BO12. A lot of things can happen at BO12 here. If you're not coming out strong from the first couple of games, you're going to have a hard time because you're going to get third party. You're going to have other teams focus you because they know that you're going to be a strong opponent in a potential grand final.
Tough ones, tough stuff, and I would say even tough stuff for Ghibli as well. We heard murmurs that was going to be a potential hot drop on Luminosity from Ghibli. Didn't really materialize though. They went just a little bit beyond further, got some cards.
Like trash loot.
Moved away,
further east, And of course, that's in a perfect world, you're able to loot what you're looting at home, right? In your home turf. and in your home region, but unfortunately for them, they're going to be forced out a little bit further. And of course, if they're able to catch up, if they have some good games here, they could potentially contest Luminosity later. But Luminosity have been looking good, and the amount of points that they got in the last game was fantastic here. But Ace has end 10 kills and 10 points for this.
Druže, nisam na
The
Šimu.
rest of the lobby, 16
Čuj,
being
čekam.
thrown out against their opponents here. Whilst it was Genji with the 16 smokes coming down.
Jebi ga.
No kills for Sun
Duško,
System.
čekam
Sun
2
System is
mjeseca
one of the
kod
teams
nas.
I'm a little bit worried about, of course, coming into this. I don't know whether they're going to make grand finals or not. It's always difficult for teams in a region that's not as well represented to be able to make it to the grand finals, I would say.
Yeah, they were able to kind of sneak into the top 4 here, salvage it, but yeah, it's been rough for them so far. I would say here, as you see, maybe he was able to clutch a little bit more, get a little bit more points, but yeah, he was seen, he was taken down, and not even able to get a clutch there, Fevin. So
gotta get Cameron to give them all some bouldering lessons. They have to rock climb during all of this stuff.
This was literally just a professional bouldering match right here. So it was pretty crazy. But this high ground here, I gotta say again, I'm super surprised that we didn't see New Heavy come out on top here, because of course it's you can take a lot of control here. They could have gotten out and they could have kind of taken control as 3 of in a case like this, but they spread out and yeah, they just gave it to Ascent here. They were able to close it down quite easily, or well, as Chris was able to use some utility and then take it down.
As you say, the M249 clearly, because you look, Avenger, you don't have to reload. You don't have to. It's the most broken gun in the game. No, I'm joking.
What's going on?
800 damage coming in for Chris.
Doing 800 damage and 3 kills every game, then be my guest. Take but especially if you take the M249 every game.
Yeah, he's my budget pick from my fantasy team. But I mean, we know.
Ma čekam da neko dođe da igramo.
If this team does go down early, usually who's the guy that lives? It's Chris, and then he can actually soak up a few kills here and there, and he will be the man of the match.
Yeah, of course, super experienced player. This Chris, as you say here, one of the teams and players that we have so much experience we've seen for so long time, and he's a huge growth potential, and he's a fantastic player. And of course, we saw it as well. Once he got subbed in for Nations Cup, he popped off as well like that. There's just no pressure on him.
Huge potential in it, Chris. Very impressive stuff from him coming on out here. And I think ultimately, you know, you think back to the glory days, you think back to the G2s, you think back to the one match he played in Nations Cup for Germany.
It was one day. It was one day.
Was it one day?
Yeah, it was one day.
It was like, well, they've done nothing.
The last one.
And then Chris came on and actually shot a lot.
I think it was even Micah he was up for, actually.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Well, there you go. And we got ourselves 15 points coming in from New Happy as well. As you said, another 12 points for Twisted Minds. Back-to-back games for them. That's really important for their campaign.
Let's look at the overall James here. 23 points for Ascent and Twisted Minds, but third eye there with not a surprise, but of course they won the game, but still they're able to sit in there, and the top is kind of solidifying themselves a little bit, but at the bottom, 2 surprises for me. FaZe on 1, 17 on 2. Should be getting like 3 or 4 kills at least in a lobby like this, I feel like.
I mean, here in the lower bracket, I'm okay with this order. You got EMEA, America, China. That's fine. I'm okay with
you're isolating in the top there. That's fine. Yeah, okay, sure.
It's all right.
That works.
Let's ignore FaZe in last.
And 17th, that has put Puchinki and Picardo to themselves.
17 is a bit of an anomaly at the moment. Because we expected, a
Yep.
lot of people expected them to come in and look absolutely fantastic. Of course, yes, in the group stage, they had the problem that was Sonics, being able to mess with them as well as they did. But here, they should get big points.
If they don't qualify with having Picardo Puchinki, of course, we've had some rough
Sejdemo
starts, and there's some situation with that, but still, it is such a setup position. It is such a strong loot spot. Yeah, probably top 2. If you're looking at statistic, like in terms of how close you are to all the circles, right?
Za ispit.
So if they don't make it, I'll be.
Da izađeš da polažeš, brate.
To da, 36 €. 36 € još moraš njemu i njemu moraš platiti voženje.
Koliko to košta?
Oko 50 €, ta negdje, sve ukupno.
Šta vožnju, kao prije polaganja?
Oblično vožnju, brate.
Znači kao prije polaganja da voziš.
Ja. I kad polažeš isto. Kad polažeš ispit moraš i instruktori platiti.
Aha, znači u suštini moraš platiti, znači 80 €.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안
네.
고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가
Vado a
팬들에게
prendere
실질적인
SITNO
혜택과
con
더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을
Con
만들고자 하는
Sound aspetta.
것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
Cioè, che da una snamone scrive.
GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
这对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 모았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
We all know how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out though, and that's going to be a warning to perhaps go out the window. But Spyro, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that he sits in the window because the shotgun comes through the chest, but the nade finds the second as well. Joey goes down. With full control of the hillside up above, shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down.
Yeah, Tiggleton and company. Oh my God!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade. This one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's going to push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on Adanawa. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's going to throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got a first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect. They're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again. But Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Room. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, Halo able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down. Slow HP, no!
Halo as well, so they are not down just yet, but oh, Halo is found.
Exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man. Able to stay alive. Penta, though, taking down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Benja, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a
Aj, måste se en VM. Aj,
Ideš
en
ti?
VM. Aj, jedan V1.
Zavisi ako da učiš.
Pa da, ali aj jedan VM.
Stvarno.
Da. Uzmem se skida, druže, ali nisam ni skontao stari.
Kontao stari je. Ti Hrvat postao. To je tvoj.
A jebi ga, igram sa Zecom često, pa...
On je baš pjesnik Hrvat, ono. Baš. Zavija.
Pa nije on Hrvat, nego je Purger, brate, iz Zagreba.
Još
Pa tako priča. Nekad mi dođe da zamenim Bonuđi Borne. Če imaš 2 zadatka odraditi, stari moj.
Stvari tvoji.
Če... Još 2 odraditi. I tu smo završili sa prizmom. A jes, napravio.
Možda napraviti ili ja napravim?
Pa kažem jes napravio.
Nis.
Pa napravio.
Koji ima početi?
Gdje si Vazu?
It's the losers bracket. We are
Huh?
through 2
Tu
games.
brzo.
We've got 4 more to go here today, and I'm Paper Thin jumping in here with my man Cammy D. Cammy, 2 interesting games so far. I mean, sitting there in the back, like my perspective was they're on a lot of hot drops, right? And so that's opening up this lobby for teams like Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road.
Yeah, but it also means that there are still more teams alive to go to areas that, at least so far, have not been conductive to having a lot of people alive in those areas. So I think there's been enough action happening in the early games because of that. I'm curious to see what it's going to be if we do get a more traditional game in terms of the terrain and, you know, space available, etc. With the lack of hot drops, at least, you know, knock on wood, right now, if that's going to really have an effect on the lobby that the teams maybe aren't expecting, because this is, again, first time we haven't had any hot drops.
Sure, no, certainly. I mean,
Pa me ovi nalepljeno, brate, na ovim HyperX slušnicama.
also making it, I think, a little bit chaotic.
Ima nešto nalepljeno, nešto ima nalepljeno preko HyperX. Znak. Da, SITNO, ne, 17. Gaming.
Jebote, što izgubi nju Happy, ono?
Biće nju Happy. Ali još uvijek nisu pokazali kako ih je 3 subi, ali dobro je.
I mean, spoiler, but it's
Oni gledaju.
Našao na Kengu, jel?
Pa ne znam, nisu pokazali. Ljudi su gledali Miku kako provodi.
So I recommend doing that. Just pull up in the match stream, then it won't be a spoiler.
Exactly.
Take that, nerds in chat.
I mean, it's always, you know, it's always a it's almost anticipation in the early game. Even when you do see the playing path, even if you do see everyone drop out, it's this sense of, ooh, the fight's gonna happen in a few moments from now. Things are developing. Where teams are dropping is important. The timing of getting to the loot spots can be important, but it's all this setup to when the action actually starts, which earliest is a few minutes from now, but it's about setting the stage here. And GEX, once again, their stage is going to be set on Sosnovka Island. No STK this time around. I think they're going to have immediate access to Georgia Hole, which is where they usually go, and I believe that's where they're going now down here in Losers.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks that way. Third Eye having a pretty good day here so far. You know, winning the first game and looking to be a little bit more coordinated, at least on the Erangel. The first match, you know, you can't necessarily take a ton out of that, but with only 12 games, getting one win puts you in a good spot to be one of those top teams.
It really does. It really does. Luminosity looking at them. Really good game number 1. An okay game number 2. Can't take anything away from them because, again, that was an incredibly hard part of the map. Hillside, really specifically, if you want to be specific, really hard hillside to enter if you weren't already
there.
Face post.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that first game from Luminosity,
Gledajte
again, sitting in the green room watching it was just impressive the way that they were taking these fights time after time after time. You know, Kickstart going nuts, Flood bailing them out. That's kind of like the Luminosity recipe, right? It's like if Kickstart's popping and Snakers is popping, and then Flood is bailing them out in those moments where things go a little awry, that's when they're at their best.
Yep. I don't know if we've shown it yet, but circle number 1. It's Mill to Power, essentially. Once again, we're centering up around Lumber Mill, which has actually been a pretty familiar place this event so far. We seem to be here a lot.
Yeah, this has become our home for Erangel, it seems like, for sure. We haven't had too many that end military. We've only had like 1 or 2 very early on. So certainly this is a part of the map that we are becoming very familiar with.
Nothing around Georgia Pole.
No.
There was that one Yasnaya.
Can we get the Zarki?
Have we had anything around, like between Pachinki and Rozak in the Badlands? Like anything around that area?
There might have been one.
Might have been one.
But now I'm trying to remember if that was like a PWS game or not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they all kind of start blurring together.
They
in your
really
mind.
do.
Like,
They, yeah.
Right.
It's actually weird when you talk to some players and how they talk about. Well, of course, we watched a replay from this really strong hold from Pentagram here. But it's really weird when you talk to teams and like, oh yeah, that one time where this specific thing happened. Like, how do you even remember? Because they play more games than we watch with all the scrims and stuff. They just are able to somehow pick up on the singular iconic moments of that, and that sort of like logs it in their memory. But for me, it's immediately gone.
No, it's funny because when you're playing like
Aj skini tu bilo, jak no brate nisam te ne vidio.
Is the best way to describe it. Like it tends to ingrain things a little bit more in your brain, if that makes sense. And the other funny thing is players will come up to me, they'll be like, "Did you see this awesome moment?" And I'll be like,
To sam zaboravio, brate, bio sam na istom mjestu.
and they're like, "Oh, okay." Like, sorry boys, or we were watching a different player. Like, you know, there's a lot going on there. But you know, that's why that's why you go and talk to the players to see what their perspective is. You know, figure out what's going on. That's why I love being on site with the teams, because we get so many interesting things from them.
Yep. As we pan over Erangel, again, no hot drops. I want to say as expected, because we didn't see anything in map number 1, but so far PGS1 has had a lot of them, so part of me thought maybe we get something, but no, nothing this time around. And even though phase circle number 1 is pretty hard to the southeast, it's not so much water that approaches are going to be as rough as we saw in the previous game just on Miramar. So I think this is, at least for now, going to be a pretty by-the-book early game. We're going to get a hard shift on phase number 2. That's just the way that PGS1 has been going, so I'm sure something is going to get messed up here or there. But at least for now, most of these teams should have a relatively easy path. Dropping, looting, rotating.
Yeah. This is exactly what you almost want to see in a lot of ways, is just the gameplay out.
Ovaj meč je baš prilika za FaZe da
I suppose you could
naprave
call
nešto.
it. FaZe has had a rough day once again. It has been a rough go of them. They've tried different strategies. They've tried different looks. And it seems like everything they try gets foiled. You know, and I can't say it's all their fault. Sometimes they just get third-party in weird situations. They get crashed in, I'd say, situations where maybe normally you don't get crashed. You know, but this is an international lobby. It is a very different beast.
You're allowed a few bad games. They've had two. They don't want to have anymore. And right now, they're putting pressure onto Ghibli, trying to rotate up into their spot, because FaZe just had to push just a little bit north of Milton, so they're trying to maintain control of that area before it gets too late, before it gets a bit too contested.
Kad vidiš ovako na papiru, brutalna ekipica, ali nisu u svojoj formi.
Hoćeš ti umret ono?
Previše grešaka praviš.
Ti si tank, brate.
I slažem se s tobom. Makar trenutno Fix pravi sranje. Ali na kraju dana to je ipak Fix, ono. Već u sljedećem meču može 400 kg napravi.
With another grenade, almost taking Glaz out. FaZe needs points, so they are hungry. They are going to get the flush onto Glaz.
Evo ih već, kad već pričamo o njima.
The rest of Ghibli now trying to, well, at least Guman trying to roll in here, trying to support his team.
They're just putting the pressure on. They're not giving Tosi any breathing space. Hop into a vehicle, swing around from the opposite side to try and find.
A ti meni od svega baš glavu daš.
Back into the grenades, and that vehicle's going to go up in flames. That is Tosi down. FaZe Clan 2 kills under the belt, and more importantly, I would argue, control of this hill.
Yeah, well, Yumi now as well taken down, so it's just heaven left for Ghibli.
Ako ne bude nekih ludih shiftova,
currently taking some pot shots from that shack here and there, but nothing significant to note.
Just very briefly, Toasty.
Ko negde neki glupi shiftova, oni uz win.
That gif of the mascot running from explosions.
Dude, I used that.
Ha mogu tu 4 5.
I used that gif because I
Mogu
was
se
playing
vratit
some
nazad.
pubs the other day, and I play on the NA server a lot, and
Mislim, on je uz win 20 kusur, ali kontam da će i ovi nešto odraditi. Tako kad na kraju dana očekujem ih na 5 do 6 ako vine.
so I posted the gif because you know he's so known for throwing
Ako
grenades.
ne
Ovo je
bude
predobro,
neki
ne,
prvo
naći
dig
ću
shiftova.
ugledati helmet. Mada smo dao head.
When you haven't played casuals in a while, and then you suddenly start to hear mortar fire at you, it suddenly it's like, oh my god, wait, this is an entirely different game, and which we might be approaching.
It's hard to get mortar kills though.
It's so hard. There was actually a player that I know this is totally devolved from what we're watching right now as teams are rotating on through, but just real quick, there was a team, a duo, that was in a glider and tried to drop a C4 on us, which I thought was incredibly creative.
Oh yeah, that's so fun, isn't it? Yeah. No, it's so cool. The stuff you can do with gliders is really quite interesting, and guess what? Eventually,
Pay attention.
Yeah,
Jedan dvije glave sam ti dao sigurno.
to see how that changes some of the things, but we'll get there later. That is neither here nor there today. Suns is
Molim te, Mostok se kontroliši sa jedno, Brix može da heada 2 puta.
potato right now, so they're relatively safe. SDK is wrapping towards the military island. Gen G sort of doing their Donawa impression out of Yasnaya, but it's looking a little bit different. They're pushed a little bit further out than I'd say Donawa normally would.
STK actually going into Sosnavka Island. I talked about how phase number 1 is
Meni
actually
on telo da
pretty free of
upucam
space
naglasom
most of
moment.
the areas, but they're being extra safe. I think because they're one of the last teams to arrive, they don't want to get accidentally cut off. I mean, STK does have a historical trend of losing players early on in rotation, so I think this could be a response to that, or at least in this particular zone. They also might be expecting a hard shift down towards Milta.
Right.
Could be that, because trends have shown.
Here's the other thing. Think about this.
Opa.
If this hard shifts west, then they can take the ferry.
Then they can take the ferry.
And there's no Donawa.
No Donawa to steal it from them. Exactly.
Ja boli ovaj
Exactly.
krug
They
da
are now
bude
the
dolje.
only ferry team in the lobby, so they can rely on that.
Yes.
I mean, that was rough for SDK. That was literally like, for those two teams, that was the moment that basically made or broke them getting into the grand final.
So Ruli, their coach, actually gives them pop quizzes sometimes when they're in the middle of a
Jurega.
scrim, and I think that was one of them is, hey guys,
Jurega.
what time does the ferry leave?
Really?
Yeah, just pop quiz in the middle of the scrim.
God.
Mislim da
That
ne
is
Jurega.
crazy. I appreciate that though. That's like great knowledge to have. You
Jurega,
never know
uvijek
when that
na
might
njemu,
come in
na
handy.
njemu
So
se.
good stuff to hear that Woolies keeping them on their
Idemo
toes.
da ti si uvijek najgori helmet
to
zobe.
them.
Ja ti ne idem
They're
kukur sa
kind of
glavim,
seven
tam
on
belim
jockeys
kukur.
for position with
Brexiko.
Ascend.
Zdravko
It is
Brexiko.
going to look like Ascend kind of gets the more favorable angle, the more favorable direction as EXO is going to back off.
To je Milda stak.
It is still on the hard north side of this first zone, but again, we don't know where the zone is going to shift towards. Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road just sort of fire some shots back and forth at each other. Usually you see
Oni očekuju
players like to
oni
split
očekuju ovu
this
zonu
compound,
ođe.
but that was unavailable, and actually both of these teams are using
Ja
these
ne
two
mogu da
individual
vjerujem da nema
compounds
nikog
as
ovdje, o jedna
separate
ekipa.
positions of
Znači, evo
2-2
ovdje
splits
cijelo ovo
here.
poluostrvo.
And again, we're
Jel
just
ti
seeing what
skup igraš?
phase two goes.
Jedna
Izgleda.
If any of those splits are going to be useful, if they're going to maybe consolidate it.
Ne znam, ja bi
Just
nešto
a few more
igram, ja
seconds
bi...
remain before that happens. It's been a relatively
Mislim, ne bi možda tu bio, ali tu očekivao da ideš
low
je.
action early game, just a couple of shots back and forth to get some
Oni
presence,
su
to
nekako svi
try and
ravnomjerno
shepherd
raspoređeni.
teams away here or there.
Very
Ne, ova
standard.
igrica,
This is more
dva
what I
puta
think,
mi
you know,
izasno reći.
we're expecting what we're used to with competitive PUBG. SDK gonna be making their way across the bridge. There is GEX. Savior already in a vehicle though, isn't camping that edge. So for now, SDK is
Ovo
somewhat
je ekstra za
safe to at
phase.
least get here, get to the
A
gas
samo
station,
zanima baš šta će da
and
igra.
then make a go from there as GEX
Možda
is just
Lion
going to
King
start
i ovaj
moving as the
split
circle
tu,
did
ili će
end
svi
up
igrat
going
tu.
northeast. Centered mostly on that prison.
Yeah, it's not exactly a hard shift in terms of the circle as a whole, but it cuts out a lot of water.
Boring.
But however, it's still because there is that
Mora,
constant
ja
play.
bi
It's
baš
gonna
volio da
limit the
phase
approaches
over.
right now.
Onda bismo
GX,
imali sve
SK,
evropske
they're
timove
right
u
next to each
finalu.
other. In fact, SK was somehow able to get in front
Imamo
of
dva i
some
još
of the
ova
lagging
3 kad bi
members of
prošli.
GX. Yuri taken down
A na
very,
dobrom su
very
putu,
low.
evo, Ace su
That's gonna be
prvi.
Yuri knocked out. There's
Phase
no
ako bi
way
vinuo
GX
ekstra.
will be turning around for the revive.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah.
No. Leo, go back.
Yeah. Turn around, Leo. Yeah. If you're an SDK fan, you're like, come on, GX, just come on back.
If Yuri was shouting save
Trenutno
Fres,
top
save Fres, he
5,
needs to keep
Europa, NA.
I highly doubt it.
Ina.
I mean,
No, he wasn't.
no, certainly not. No, of course. I think GX there just a little bit late on the rotation, like you mentioned, Brex. has a lot of 17 here. It is all 4 members. Good grenades could be disaster, but that one is going to bounce a bit too far. Here comes the response from Suju. I think going to go a bit wide. Meanwhile,
Baš se sviđa kako Ace igra nekako umjereno. Uvijek ih vidite splitane, ali svi ti splitani igrači nikad ne preuzimaju neke nebitne rizike. Vidite Brex. On je mogao da stoji tamo gdje su smokovi sad i da se fajta, on se povuku. Što je pravi izbor. Ali, na primjer, da je na njihovo mjesto FaZe, samo zamislite da je FaZe na mjesto Ace, da je Fex na mjesto Brex. Fex bi se tukao s njima kuća. Možda bi nokao trojicu, ali bi umro.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, Sun Sister did manage to find a decent little position for themselves. You know, kind of in that area that I would say FaZe normally was taking in the lumberyard. This time, FaZe is more shifted to the west side of the lumberyard. Sun Sister is going to take the east. Those blue single stories over on that edge.
Najbolji spot trenutno.
Pretty close to the edge of the prison here. Can kind of watch and overview. Oh, Ming Ming in trouble.
Oh, and he hit a tree as well.
He's done.
Yeah. You can tell that this was absolutely not a real attempt here. Grenade's gonna come out, but FaZe look like they have the angle to finish it if Pentagram can't. So that's gonna be me going down. Pentagram again with another hold of this position, only against one player, but still, it's a solid hold. It's a successful hold nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, Pentagram's defense hasn't been too bad, other than Aix left, breaking them basically by himself.
Gex.
As we have seen time and time again, that guy out of nowhere. GEX is going to go for the Rock Coast, just to the north of the Milta power plant, and try to get some information to keep your cars relatively safe, get a little info, and then move on.
Yeah, and move on is what you have to do because it's going to pull away from that coastline at some point. We'll see how far and how soon it does. As we get FaZe number 3, only a few more seconds right now, 17.
Upuco, ja te pustim kad te vidim ovako.
Certainly, if they could shoot at each other, they would, but no one's forced the issue just yet, especially because so close to the FaZe transition.
Yeah, SDK came all the way through, and they are getting a decent zone. It's going to shift away from the water already. Didn't have to yet, but it's opting to just basically play phase 4 at phase 3.
FaZe Clan, with the position that they defended very early from Ghibli, is now the center of the zone. They're in a really good spot to make a good climb from where they're coming into in last place here. But this part of the area is actually not the most difficult to approach, but it does share some features to what we saw on just the previous Miramar game in terms of there just being like a shallow, not shallow, but like a flat ramp up and down that hill.
Yeah, I mean, it has been. These types of circles seems to be where FaZe has found a bit more success than a lot of others. So certainly this is an important moment for FaZe Clan. Keep our eyes on that. Over towards Purple Moon and SDK, just some parting shots, some tires being popped. EXO is kind of backfilling.
Rekao sam ti morao sam malo i da dam slušalice za ovaj.
Pa znam, sad se sjetio bare. Ali ono, znaš, zvučiš ko da te boli grb.
Druži isti glas imaš ko najbolj, sigurno.
Ali nije loš zvuk, samo je drugačiji.
Baš je čudno, brate, to moraju svoje slušalice da nose. Da nema, ono, razumeš, neki koji svi nosi isti.
Evo te, si još ti igra ovaj Chris, non stop igra u krmak. Ide, dobro. Ja to nešto nikad nisam uzeo.
Sad ti malo laga.
Frankly, those aren't super difficult nades to get into that hole that Chris is in.
Yeah, it's got another topography. A little bit of unforced errors if it does continue to happen in that respect. GEX trying to find a spot in the center of the zone. They were the furthest team away from this shift, and so they have no option but to blind send it somewhere. They're alive for now, but FaZe Clan immediately active, immediately on the move. Unsure if he might just be trying to save his tires with that vehicle movement. He's not leaving.
FaZe baš mora da vina ovaj meč.
Yeah, for FaZe right now, this is just about
da bi bili u priči. A mislim
20 bodova je prvo, ali opet.
Da. Ali i oni imaju sve naši twisting. Virtus ima poziciju za još 3 kruga. Kontam da će i ostali da uzimaju bodove. Neki 15-20 bodova bi baš dobro došlo.
Full, brate. Gledam sve i to. Pa gledaj stream.
A valley between them and Luminosity. You can see Snaker is just waiting for the opportunity. But the circle shift is another hard shift. 2 in a row in the same direction. Now FaZe Clan are good to try and gatekeep the east and the northeast, but that's a lot of teams coming from that angle. They might actually want to try and pull away, but Pentagram and New Happy are holding the compounds that they would want to pull away too.
FX found a hell of an angle there. That is long distance shooting, so long that it could barely be heard from Alo's perspective. GEX has suffered a knock. By the way, the prison is going to get nuts in not too long, I suspect. Third Eye wisely, I think, is trying to get around this prison met, trying to cut in towards FaZe territory. You do have correct. See, I saw a bolt in his hand previously, kind of in the general direction of Third Eye. Vox and Adam up front. Will there be any contact? I think FaZe is just going to peel off.
Yeah, actually, Third Eye spotted that, tried to pull away a little bit and take the defilade, but I think...
kad sam vidio da ljudi za Major daju 6k, brate, ono je bolest.
Taking too many fights at once.
Da, svidio.
Again, because of the number of people that are going to be trying to rotate either directly or wrapping through,
Bipio skoro ima više price point to.
I suspect that LG is going to press the advantage here, and Imhawk realizes it, and he's just got to get away. He has no other support really in this position. Tegu from the other angle, but here we go.
To da dolaziš o svom trošku ne bi se isplatilo.
Pa čeka, to je online, nije online. Online.
Ne znam, nego da je LAN.
But there is one from Ascend as well.
Has enough time to heal on up, but yeah, the damage is being done towards Ascend. It's Chris and Killik High have other
angles
to try and keep 17 out of the zone. But again, Little Ghost, more grenades. They're just finding their mark. They're finding their targets. It's only Chris with the M249 remaining.
And could this be 17 Gaming finding their footing? But no, it's once again, it's Chris with the M249, putting Suju down, looking for another. Little Ghost trying to get here with another grenade, trying to see if he could finish the job, but it didn't matter. He was shooting them before the grenade even landed.
Ne, koliko ti ostalo?
But it's 2 down for 17, and there are more teams keeping them from going to the zone. Petrichor Road
I 17 treba dobar meč na posljednju.
Oh, Petrichor Road playing spoiler for sure for their Chinese counterparts. You have a couple down here. Lil Ghost up front. He might just have to let the rest of 17 die as he is too far forward. Petrichor Road looking around for that last surviving member of 17. Can they sniff him out?
And Third Eye, remember, pulled in just south of this. So they're potentially waiting to try and gatekeep the survivors here, though. Who knows what FaZe is going to be doing against that as we continue to light up the kill feed. Purple mood in the blue as it's closing on, and Rello is going to be going down to the zone. Just not fast enough, took just too much damage. Flood, kickstart, last 2 remaining for Luminosity, and they are surrounded on multiple sides.
FaZe drži 3 ekipe.
A lot of teams inside of that lumberyard, but the circle is going away from it here towards the south once again. 3 hard shifts in a southerly direction. Flood going to go down to Fluky. He has kickstart now. Superstar from LG, keeping him under close watch. Fluky there has to go for the heals, but it's phase 5 blue. He can't stay there much longer.
Kickstart can't get the revive onto Flood. Fluky's the one outside in the blue, as you say, and so the Molotov is going to come out, deny the peak from the road. They push on forward. They actually come across Tegu, who is going to go down immediately, and actually Third Eye aren't in position to try and hold on because they're getting eliminated piece by piece, while, of course, 17 get taken out in 15th place.
Fluky, Flood has been res, stuns at the ready. They are out. They are right in the face. A kickstart, Fluky. Flood is good enough to back off, but it's actually going to be
Još će biti jezivija ekipa.
Oh man, they just could not make that one work. That pushing through Lumber Luminosity, they're going to go down really
Ko igra sad za Vu?
Still staying alive, getting the revive. Imhawk is now eliminated in 12th place, so Fluky actually the lone survivor from Lumber.
Petrichor Road, 8 kills already in this game. They are masterfully sweeping, but here is Heaven.
Vidio sam da igrao s njima, da, ali rekao da to official ili sam bio.
Nije još official, ali to je vjerojatno nešto kad igra sve turnire, igra Jadriju.
Aha.
Da, nisam igra. Ali igra pod drugim imenom u Adri. Neki link, nešto.
But Corexy, Jeems getting the knocks. It's all under 271. Last one up for Petrichor Road.
Oh my god, that grenade there came really close to maybe stealing a point for Heaven. Heaven now has an opportunity. He's got some space to work with. He could potentially get into this next circle and survive. He got a little help here from FaZe. Great work on their part.
FaZe baš dobro odrađivao.
Chewy's gonna go for the revive, which can potentially get both effects. Does find Fluky. 10 teams remaining. Very few solos. I guess I think it's just Heaven as the only solo up, so those last few snakes that we saw from Lumber have been eliminated.
Now Leo's a solo joining him there, as that is going to be Spyro taking out Zenon. Grenade out here for Chewy, trying to see what he can do. Coming down the other side, has a bolt to back up this barrel. Seeing if he can find anything, but Jeems has a phenomenal angle. Jeems gets a headshot on the mill, and it's the finish from Corexy. Petrichor Road down in 10th, but a really solid game from them.
Iron wall, iron door shut on Petrichor Road in this round. Fex are not giving up an inch in their hold. Left side, west side.
Danas, jesi gledao od početka rada, nema kontest. I odmah Twisted gazi.
A i Petro, pored druže, super.
Phenomenal sub in. Oh, what a grenade from Lou. Right on the movement path of Akita. Knew that blue was going to be forcing the issue. Put it ahead of time. Hikerman, though, no slouch. Going to get Lou down to half health. Hikerman thinking about the grenade to try to see if he can finish what he started. It bounces right at Lou's feet and almost takes him down.
A second too early. Lou spotted the grenade coming in his direction. Was able to run away from that. Didn't give that knock to Hikerman. Now Batulin has rotated on through. Akita's not going to get revived. The timing is not there. Hikerman's going to come up with something huge here now if he wants to try and revive his teammate.
Ono kad te Virtus gađa bombama.
It's tough, man.
POV.
Some fancy footwork here. He is absolutely just.
Ali jedna bomba nije bila dobra. Ovo sad moli jesu odlično.
Kakva, ubili su flašali bombu.
Novom liku, mislim.
They're going to pull away, but Hikerman's teammate Akita did bleed out. It's just going to be his loot box remaining because Twisted Minds now, they know they have an opportunity to try and get some real presence in this next circle.
They don't want to be so distracted
by a solo that they give up what could be a winning.
A još GBL lik sultano. Taj može sjebati Twisted Minds s jednog nokata.
On their other side, Genji, we got a shot of them. They were on the north side of prison. They rotated all the way into that position a couple circles ago. Pentagram and them, the two Korean squads, right in there. ZPCon gonna go down to DG98 and no happy gone.
Perfectus just ran right past Heaven.
Oh my God.
Heaven's just crawling in. Perfectus is distracted by FaZe, so really...
You should see it right there, right? He doesn't see it.
Ali druže, ko bi gledao tamo?
Oh my God. Oh no, Perfectic's not like this, but Heaven has no more first aid kits. It's just 7 bandages, a frag, and 3 assaults. So he does not want to pull the trigger.
Joj, ja pucao, brat. To sam po 5 puta. Uzao body, čao.
He's giving up one sure
A šta je najgore, nemaš ti tu lako da konfirmaš, bre. Odmah se flika na tebi. Ako ima ne ide im skuva.
Ima im pače bomb torbu.
Have been bruised, battered, but not down just yet. Still 4 people remaining, and they are approaching the.
On mora čaka da nekog knokaju.
Dug in, and SDK needs to climb up this hill. Heaven keeping our eyes onto him so far, not opting to go for.
Jedino da flašaš ako su imaju svi mini u rukama. Minijem te neće tako brzo ubiti.
For the IGL of Twisted Minds, SDK beginning to make their way up this hill. They've got a flank from Alo, but Hikari's already got one down. It's Penta first, now looking for more. Alo trying to keep this angle under control. Throwing some utility out the window, but Molly Stun's gonna back him off.
Te znam, ali znaš, s ovim kružić.
A to je, brate, mi da kasterima. Ovaj što obzerva.
Misliš?
Da to ne pokazuje njegov.
Mislim da prikazuje.
Ne, mislim ne. Na BPL znam da nije bilo tako.
Da, mislim da je bilo davno update gdje ti prikazuje ono što neko koristi, znači, pošto sam vidio mnogo gameova gdje u isto vreme vidiš i krug i ono,
Jel to ima opcija neka u settingsima da možeš da podesiš da to, da vidiš druga, ili je to Valorant reći?
Valorant.
Ne, ja kad ti specaš teammate, ti vidiš šta on koristi, ali ne znam da li ovdje vidiš.
To znam, da. Ne znam kako je njima, da li oni mogu to da to govori.
Aj joj, spasili su sad face malo.
Tam malo više.
A ne može rezat, sve se mrtvo druže, ne idu. Nije.
Ma vidjet ćemo.
Ali Genji dobio fight.
Dobro, drugi je FaZe. Zapravo treći je FaZe, jel da? Ako umre sad treći.
Četvrti, ako umru sad.
Da, ali kontam da ćeš shoot kill da umre. Pa gledam koji će završiti.
Pa može dobiti ovaj fight, ako rezaju. Ako rezaju mogu dobiti fight lagano. Imaju dobru poziciju.
Samo bi ovi mogli da igraju krog, jel? Dok su oni gore u stvari više i ne mogu.
FaZe ima tešku poziciju, treba dole spuši, to je open. Ali imaju auta.
Genji kreša.
Oj joj, ludaka.
Kakvi doktori, evo te krug.
Vidim da su doktori, baš, za umret.
Dobro. I kol jebate, da. Evo FaZe mi namećao, nišćeg.
Nije, ako šuto kill preživi svi. Ako šuto kill prežive svi. Ne, stvari dobro poziciju, što se... Bio je mrtav sada.
FaZe potencijalno četvrte pozicije na win.
Befuddled by what Genji is doing here, but that is neither here nor there. PO is still alive, hoping that Taming can somehow...
Zanima me chat, šta pišu u chatu?
I believe that's his third, so he is going to bleed out extremely quickly. Penta trying to watch the angle, but the Shake is going to pull him off. Hikari,
dobro, ode.
he has a ton of players of SDK.
Evo te i PUBG bez ovih kineza, ovo nije zanimljivo gleda.
Touches of damage. Is he going to be able to stick this?
SDK are hating this.
Koliko uopće ljudi gleda ovaj stream?
Je doko, ima dobro je.
Ima dosta gleda.
Alo, što Benjo kaže, koliko Evropa ima gledalaca, ja bi im jedan sludao i upravo.
Ali ima na YouTube, ima još 3000.
Brate, sve ispod 50.000 je malo. I to je malo. Za major, evo. Ako poređeš sad sa nekim drugim igrama.
Getting close to the last circle as we can see
50.000 je donja granica, brate, to je to na mainstream.
I mean, this is just FaZe's game, to be frank. It's just like mutually assured destruction here between everybody that went to this house. I mean,
kad je imao druže milion onaj major koji enter per na mainstreamu.
Pa zato i gledamo, ovo je jedno 12 puta manje igrica, a neki ima 50.000, on nemaš 8.000 druže. Eagleton streamuje public ima 1000.
Pa ja ne razumijem, taj Amerika niko ništa ne igra, a toliko ljudi ga gleda u Americi. A dobro, nije ga dosta iz Europe gleda.
Znaš što sam čuo komentar dosta često da ovaj... Da ljudi više vole gleda PUBG, ne ugleda.
Ja ga ne mogu gledati.
Prvo, dosta ljudi realno nema specifikaciju da bi...
Yeah, no, this is great. FaZe has every angle covered, every window
Taj je spuknut 2000 € da možeš normalno igrati.
If that head reveals itself, he will find that headshot. It seems he has been rather good with it this particular game.
Znaš koliko streamera je odustao zbog PUBG zbog kompa.
Every time a shot rings out from that Car 98, it just
makes
you so scared. It makes
moraš
you
imat
that much
double
afraid
PC,
to
brate,
keep
da
those
možeš jebeno
windows
streamat PUBG.
No revive allowed there. And at this point, you have to imagine that even STK and of course
Kanter na
Gen G
laptopu
being
može s njim.
2 members up with such a rough position, theirs are just playing for second.
A dobro, Kanter, to druga mapa, ne možeš prođi sa njim.
Ne, nije, pa dobro, Fortnite. Battle Royale, kao eto, animirano je. A ne možeš ti, po tome ti ništa ne možeš da uporediš sa ovima. Nije pointa to, pointa je, druže.
Da radi.
Da radi igri.
Damage dealt to. Smokes are coming out, trying to limit the angles of FaZe Clan, but
Pitanje koliko ima
unable to
Face, još
make
ne
their way
ide.
out of this building. There
Ne
is
puno.
Penta crawling in a cloud of smoke of his own. At some point, Gustav and Fex might just empty all of their magazines or
15 kilova.
into that spot.
On ne može 20 kill, druže, napraviti. Ako uzmo sve. Neću uzeti sve.
Versus the world here. The superstar from Korea tries to even get it done. That's one. No more to be found.
GG.
FaZe is going to find a massive 19
Sad imamo u top 5 sve Evropljane. To jest sva 3 tima.
Vi su Rex isto igra s Maxom.
Jel' tako?
Tu ljudi igraju s Maxom.
Da, to posebno. Prošli su Navi i Hao. I sad ove 3 ekipe iz Evrope što su preostale su u top 5.
Ali imaš puno da si.
Ali ovo je bio pravi trenutak da se vrate u igru. Oni su bod uzeli prva 2 meča. Ili 1 bod, tako nešto.
Sad su uzeli 30 pojena, druže.
Drugi su, 25 su uzeli. Jel?
Kako, 19 kilo su imali i prvi. 29 su uzeli, 1 pojen su imali prvi.
1 pojen su imali.
Ali ne bi trebali ljudi uzeti ono 15 pojena iz ovog gejma.
Da, oni su trebali da padnu kad su imali 12 kilova, jel?
A četvrti su trebali da padnu.
Četvrti, na koliko su imali kilova, tako nešto? 12 čini mi se.
10. Imali 15 pojena. A ne
Da,
29.
mislim i to bi bilo dosta.
Pa bilo bi dosta, prate 15 i...
Da, oni bi sa 16 pojena bili 10. Da su završili na 4. poziciji, bili bi 10. Ali pošto im je Genji poklonio win, drugi su. Kako reći?
I to pojem do prvog, jel?
29 points off of this game. A little birdie told me they did 3,800 damage in this game.
That's a crazy game, honestly. And on top of that, right, we're questioning why is FaZe down here after all what was happening, and then boom, they come in with this one.
Yeah.
But we gotta say, and we gotta kind of break down a little bit. Gen G disengaged from a FaZe Clan fight where there was 2 knocks. They could have easily gotten those 4 points from that, and then they full send it into the flat top garage. I've never seen anything more crazy.
They just made me go full Spider Calaris. I just had no clue what was going on.
Almost had to get off your box.
I was flabbergasted. I was bamboozled here, Avenger. What was that?
Like, if I want to try to break it down and kind of get an idea of it, is sure you can disengage from it because they would have a hard time getting off. But I would have stopped halfway or crashed outside, third party.
A ne morate da, vidi, ti da bi davo pare na nešto, ne morate nešto nužno biti posao. Ja podržavam da ti daš na nešto, a nešto voliš, što ti pričinjava neki užitak, jedan je život. Moraš da nešto potrošiš pare. Ali kogod da voli PUBG igra i želi, znaš, mali broj ljudi zarađuje ili je uopšte uzelo bilo kakav novac od bilo koje igrice. Ja mislim da šta god da voliš da je okej trošiti pare na. Na kraju dana to je nešto na što ti provodiš i najviše vremena. Ulažeš neko vrijeme, pa onda ako će to vrijeme već proći, daj da prođe kako treba, jel? Ja sigure smaj tralje sad bježa.
Yeah, and I gotta say, if you're getting 19 kills, it's not...
Da, ja sam to baš prije pričao. Znači, prvi 15 minuta je useless, mislim useless. Razumiješ, pozicioniranje, to je dosadno za gledat. Dosadno i za igrat, razumiješ, znaš sam koliko si puta igrao turnire.
holding on to the edges for quite a long time and kind of making sure that
šta bi ja uradio sad, smanjio bi prvu zonu na pola, sve zone bi ubrzo za makar 10-15%, povećao bi loot za 2 ili 3 puta, znači moraš brže u zonu, imaš mnogo manje vremena da lootaš, mora ti loot biti 3 puta veći. I ubacio bi emergency parachute za svaku ekipu po jednom. Neko nađe, zato što je to onda kao i helmet level 3 i vesta level 3 šta je bilo na početku PUBG-a. Kad je bila lootable i onda ti povećava mogućnost RNG-a. Tako je emergency parachute, koliko je dobra stvar. Realno ga je rijetko za naći, neće ga sve ekipe naći. Ekipa koja ga nađe u velikoj prednosti. Tako da RNG faktor raste. Tako da bi ja stavio emergency parachute obavezno, to je brutalna stvar. Za svaku ekipu, makar jednu. Da svaka ekipa ima jedan parachut. Zagarantovan. Mislim da bi na taj način ubrzali igru, povećali gledanost, igra bi bila zanimljivija za gledat. Sad, to treba napraviti sve da se izbalansira kako valje. Smanj malo Twitch.
amongst the team. Yeah, that is crazy. 19 kills. Obviously, a record here. Peaches a 1 in terms of total.
I mean, it might be the sorry to interrupt you. It might be the lower bracket here, but when you look at an overall team performance of 4 individuals, this is probably the best team performance we've seen through the tournament.
We've not seen 3,700 damage before here, so it's obviously a record for that. But it's crazy. We've obviously team has had 1,460 something, so total in terms of singles, sure. But it's crazy to see that much damage across an all-of-them team here.
So yeah, the man of the match, of course, is James, as you mentioned. I do want to move away from this though, right? Because I want to talk a bigger picture thing as well here, and I'm not going to shy away from it. I'm not going to shy away from this. What's going on with South Korea?
One more time.
What's going on with South Korea? I mean, aside from Danawa, South Korea does not look great here at this tournament at all.
No, it's been rough. And once you ask the question, you see Paper throwing his hands up in the air, like what's going on? Yeah, I can't really answer the question. I was hoping for Heaven and Ghibli to pop off a little bit more. Pentagram. I feel like when you're looking at the individual players, like there's a lot of mechanical skill, there's a lot of experience, but it's just not meshing in the way that we're kind of hoping to see. I think we could still see one of the teams. Maybe GG, if they have like an insane couple of games, jump into that top 8 and take it. But FaZe 29 points here, and Gen.G 11 as well. Insane game for them, and really needed.
It's funny that I posed that question when Gen.G's just got themselves 11 points on the board. But I think when we look at South Korea, aside from Danawa's first performances, we take a look at the overalls here. I just kind of want to put a picture on saying that bigger thing, so we don't get a chance to do it. So, yes, Danawa started things off great, then they looked a little bit shaky, but they still got through by the end of things. Gen.G, yes, just got 11 points and stuff like that, but I just feel like there's been more question marks than exclamation marks when it comes to watching how they perform. Not that one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I agree. And
it's a region that we, for such a long time, respected heavily.
And where we're used to seeing, 3 or 4 teams coming out of playing potentially for the top 16. But yeah, it's not really happening. And I'm hoping to see them pop off. And as I said here, you have your pentagrams, you have your Ghiblis, you have teams and individuals, and I feel like if you make the best of the 12 players that are playing right now, look at that, Demon Mode, he's in there, he's going skiing straight after this. Good to see James there. No, it's the blue light, he's so close to the screen. Like
that must be it, yeah. I heard you can get creams for that actually.
Oh, yeah.
Famous person made some creams for it. But anyway, you can't. We've got other teams here showing up and good to go. STK were able to get themselves far in this game. They got a few kills on the board, but yeah, that compound kind of spelled the doom for everyone with FaZe above it.
I'm gonna ask Pretty Curdy afterwards. Yes. What was the comms like when Gen.G cracked?
Oh yes, that'd be a good question.
He's gonna have the funniest answer to that.
That would be good, especially Purdy.
Yeah. being so honest about it.
There is no filter. He will tell you straight what.
Absolutely.
Well, there might need to be a filter for Purple Mood, unless they can get something going here in the lower bracket. But Twisted Minds, not too bad points-wise.
No, they're in top right now, 32 points. They're looking good. A little bit, like a few more good games here. They could actually put themselves quite in a good spot here. If they have like 50 points going into day 2, they're going to be completely fine going into the last day of the losers.
All right, well, let's get to it then. It's desert time. We are heading to Miramar to get it going, as we have got paper thinning cameras for all the action. Let's get it going. PGS1.
Thank you very much, Desk. And yes, indeed, you are right. I was losing my mind when Gen.G crashed that compound during that last game. And you know what, Cammy? I'm just going to say it right now. I am perplexed with some of the moves that Gen.G is making today, to say the least. That is the nice way that I can put this. This is a team that I've watched for a very long time. You know, PO's been part of my career since the very beginning of my PUBG eSports days. That was bizarre.
Yeah, and it's not even just that one.
AME ima normalno, brate. Oni igraju 16/6 i onda 17/6. Možda i samo sjetno.
At all, from start to finish, they were what, like last place? I think.
Koja je ovo platforma? Ovo je Challenger mode.
Challenger mode.
Da, promijenit će. To je već se to bilo na turniru, tako stave sve isti dan, onda poslije promijeni.
But the fact that he's struggling this much with the teammates that he has, or rather maybe it's just because of the teammates that he has that he is struggling this much to put up any sort of presence at all.
No, I'm going to straight up throw PO under the bus on this one. These are, I'm assuming these are his calls that are causing.
Because
it has nothing to do with necessarily individual plays or firepower in my book. This is all about just bad decision making. Like that, the first game on Erangel, right? To not regroup. I don't know what happened here. I don't know if the cars weren't in the right spot. I don't know if the call wasn't there, but to not regroup at the gas station.
Not a single team has a singular shot caller. There's always gonna be the person that has the final say in things.
Sure.
But everyone else needs to be communicating and suggesting plays. When you talk to any team, at least the ones that I routinely discuss, Western teams, they always say that, yeah, someone has the last word, but this player is making some good mid-round calls. This player always has some good ideas that we tend to just immediately jump on, because when he calls it out, then they're successful. So it can't all be PO doing everything. Your PO can't be making all the calls and then trying to do all of the damage and the kills. At some point, the rest of his team has to step up.
Certainly, and my best guess is it's Tamin, who's probably the secondary shot caller. But regardless, these are the first game in particular. That last game was bad, but the first game in particular, they're gifted a center circle compound. Yes, it's not the easiest compound to defend. That gas station is notorious for being tough to defend. But still, you're gifted a center circle compound. I think it was like phase 5 or something.
Yeah.
And you don't regroup and coalesce. Instead, you send the reinforcements to the edge to try to defend against Luminosity of all teams, who's free and cracked out of their minds. Like and not to mention that gas station is more defendable from that angle. That Luminosity's coming from an angle. There's so many reasons that I could go into why it's not a good idea to do what they did. That it's deeply concerning that the way that they're seeing this game right now is so far from what I would consider fundamental PUBG.
These are two teams. These are not the same team. This is Kurexi and Imok in the same spot. How? I honestly didn't. I barely did. This is on the northeast side of the zone. The circle is somewhat center. Again, nothing dramatic about this first phase
17 game,
but this might be a bit dramatic. This might catch Imok off guard. Kurexi has already communicated with Gustav to rotate on through, and no other member of Sense Sister is even close to this. I don't know if this was maybe an early scouting mission, but Imok does seem to be able to be getting away.
I was going to say, the good news is this is a pretty easy way to get away.
That angle,
that angle that you take away from that U-shape is basically safe unless they get that U-shape or they wrap the corners or something. So for Imok here, I don't know if he knew FaZe was there or not, but regardless, he's out for now. The real question for me now is, because of the circle, because the center is south of where Imok is that going to funnel FaZe in his direction anyway? Will they identify that he's a solo and pick him off?
They might. They really might. But Imok is still driving at you if there is anything on that in the kill feed or the map or whatever. But he's still
driving. He didn't stop at that
no. He's still driving. He's still driving center past Petchko Road. In between Petchko and Ghibli, and Luminosity aren't far as well. So yeah, it's a bold move by Sun Sister, but perhaps they feel like they need it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sun Sister needs to make bold moves. I need to see more aggressive play out of Sun Sister. I need to see confident play. I need to see them playing a bit more together. Too often I see them spread out and getting picked apart in the mid game. So hopefully that changes. 17 having a rough day.
Samo su izbacili saopštenje da je bilo malo kodova, da su dijelili samo ljudima, samo streamerima, pod pretpostavkom da streameri imaju beast za kompjutere kao, jer su svjesni da je optimizacija loša. Tako da rade sad na optimizaciju. Ma ništa drugo oni ne treba popraviti, samo optimizaciju. To je jedini problem.
Last game on Prison, but then I mean, granted, Petrograd had a really good immediate response in, so I don't know how much of that you can really put against 17 for not being able to take 2 back-to-back fights, but nothing seems to be working out for them.
Well, in that last game, I would have liked to have seen them guard that compound on the eastern side of Lumberyard a little bit stronger, because they were like really spread out. You remember, like, I don't remember who it was pushed up the hill, but somebody pushed up the hill and there was just like Imhawk there or something, just one player guarding it, and they just had to piece out. Is Luminosity. Luminosity rolls up the hill to that compound that the lumberyard is on, and there's just like one player there.
Oh, Sun Sister.
Sun Sister. Sorry, I'm talking about Sun Sister.
Okay.
I didn't specify it. This is my brain just going on a tangent about Sun Sister.
Yeah, no, you're right. Back on Sun Sister. They're not defending anything. They're giving up way too much early space.
All right, Hikari on his own for Pentagram. It could have been a solid game for Pentagram, but I'd say that they got caught up in some shenanigans. I don't think they defended that compound maybe as cleanly as they would have liked against SDK initially. That drug out the fight, and now Hikari can't find the knock on It's Chris, so we'll see. He should go up and over with that grenade, but he's going to try to go through the door. It's Chris is just piecing outside.
Ooh, Hikari expects the revive to be on this corner, so this one looks good. It bounces too far. Chris gets the med off. However, Wicked has rotated on in. But the drive by
nice.
Mika! There's support here for Ascend as well, but this Pentagram just cannot catch a break.
Well, he got slowed up a bit in the air, going over that hill, and that gave them the time they needed to line their shots up to get those sprays down. SDK now driving in towards this potential fight as well. Are they going to get involved, or are they just going to kind of, you know, take some pot shots and then drive on?
They are coming in from Chuma. It looks like they had a position to spot all this while it's happening in Vegas. He always seems to be super hungry. In some ways, he needs to like be kept on a leash by the rest of SDK, but he's still gnawing at the bit here to get involved. You see the rest of SDK now looping above him. This is outside of the zone, so there's only so many resources they want to put towards trying to punish Ascend here, and so instead they're going to move on past. They don't see the opportunity. They just almost gets shot in the back while he's rotating away, but still the timing of looking, considering, but then moving on, I think is good for SDK.
Yeah, I fully agree, and it keeps Ascend pinned, you know, so now they're able to move past
Slows them down.
Yeah, everything you said plus that, so it's a really good decision there from SDK. Pentagram is a bit ahead of SDK, if you were curious about the results of all that. All three of them pieced out. FaZe in the bus with Corexi, as they have been taking teams to school today for sure. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it.
That was a good one. That was a good one here. Oh, man. Where is this on the map? This is also outside of the zone. Foxy.
Crater Fields, yeah.
Yeah, Foxy spotting a rotation by GEX north of El Pozo. This is actually a lot of Gen G holding it. What is a sort of Twisted Minds? Sorry, distracted by the card flip. Woo, wow. I hope Gen G don't actually commit to that fight because, this is outside of the zone. And everyone else, as you can see, even Third Eye, focused on getting inside circle number 1. That's kind of like rule number 1 is don't be in the blue.
Rule 1.
Yeah.
Don't die.
Gen G Kempo.
They're going to do it. They're going to do it. They've got grenades out on the road. Leo's driving right over it. He should be done. That's one. Is there going to be any others to follow for GEX? Immediately, it's a pivot and a stop for GEX. They're pulling into the town, and I think this is Gen G just going to take this as a one and done.
They should. Foxy was doing some shots from the high ground, pushing Savior to the side, but now Tegu is getting isolated. FaZe have been chasing Sun Sister, have been setting up their own trap of their own.
This is brilliant from FaZe. I mean, they've just been watching Sun Sister isolate themselves in various compounds, and now they're able to single them out one by one. First one is Tegu, and he is down and dusted.
Vex je prodao 2 meča I onda 2
Literally
eksplodiraju.
what we were just talking about earlier. The Sun Sister are just so spread out. No one can help this, that it's easy for FaZe.
Taking things for free where you can't expect them to stay free. This little spread of compounds, I suppose if the circle was a little more south, they could have grabbed it. but they're not the only team towards the north. FaZe is more north than them. EXO are often more north than them. It just seems that the read that Sunsister have, at least looking at this particular situation, is just not good.
Yeah, well, it's no other way to put it. Ascend has found themselves out of Los Leones and into the fields just to the west, and will be climbing that hill. LG set up on the high ground around Minas and has a pretty good control of this graveyard Mina split. There's no one really anywhere near them. This is phenomenal. They're gonna have so much information.
Yeah, Ghibli have moved a little close towards the area as well, but this is, as you say, really, really strong, really, really good. As we watch Ascend now finally making their way through. The first team ahead, and Micah is pushing forward, potentially trying to crash Third Eye.
Well, maybe, nope, yep, something he didn't like there.
Roman
Just
legend.
immediately turned tail. Maybe the starting of one of the vehicle engines on the other end of that compound might have sent him packing.
But that's Third Eye leaving, so maybe the fight was actually called off at the last minute
Igrao je
because
neki
of the timing.
turnir u
The next one is
Valorantu
going to send her up. It's going to be
i onda sam
Petrichor
dao,
Road with a
pošto
really
on
good
isto imao
2-1-1.
Desi Penrose i on je svoje polomio nekako, pa igrao turnir, trebale su mu iste sluške. Normalno, ja mislim da u Srbiji samo nas dvojica imamo te sluške.
But do teams want to stick around and maybe get
I onda sam
some
dao, ja
kill
imam moje
points
backup,
off the
ono,
bat before they're
jednako
forced
su
down
dobri.
into the eventual low ground?
Well, LG is sitting pretty. This very well could shift in their direction based on the high ground land ratio terrain that you're talking about. Adder is going to try to go for the center circle, now taking some shots, and he's just like, I have an open top Murado. This is dangerous, especially if people are on top of these roofs. You can see right down into it. You have Lil Ghost out there. Snaker's just giving him a shot just to say, hey, we're here. Please don't come. And Adder just continues to just drive down the center of this circle. Where is he going?
Threading the needle, trying to find some of the spots here around just south of Hacienda del Patron, and recognize that this spot is free. Fevin has an angle. Fevin already in the vehicle, perhaps try and pull away from this one, which honestly might just be a good call to make, even though he's not being crashed at this specific moment. Third Eye following a similar line.
All right, Third Eye gonna just try to see if they can rotate in a similar path off the backs of the information they got from Pentagram's rotation. Seems to be good so far. The real question is are they going to crash those tall boys that Pentagram went into? That building always reminds me of like the new 4 cans of beer or whatever, and the really tall ones, you know, hold them up. Anyway, I'm giving it a new name. I'm sure it already has a name, but
we'll give it a new one. Yeah, we're the ones on broadcast.
That's
right. We can define these things ourselves. But yeah, it is actually going to be a crash. Pentagram holding strong, couple of shots, no knock just yet. But it is at the very least going to push Third Eye further towards the west. Grenades already at the ready for the answer back.
All right, Adder taking some damage. Akkad very weak. If that's a frag, Adder could be in trouble. It is, and he is in trouble. He is almost down. Akkad trying to hold the angle. It's just Vox who has been knocked, and members of Petrichor Road might opt to get involved. They are thinking about getting in here. That is a flush for Akkad. Still Adder holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for for Third Eye looked good, and now it doesn't.
But they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like Sunsister also want to take part in this. Petrichor Road actually backed away. They realized that, I say that, it's actually going to be Third Eye eliminated. Oldlist swinging around the corner. Adam as well. And it's going to be a revive potentially for Pentagram. And Sunsister backing away. Petrichor Road backing away because this is so close to the center. Those teams don't want to give up their spot. But that's going to give Pentagram the opportunity to stabilize.
That's a brutal crash. I mean, I don't mind the idea at all from Third Eye. You know Pentagram's beat up. You know you've got man advantage. They get the opening knock. They just can't really press the space because of, especially Adder, they're really holding the line very nicely with those 2x sprays, plus probably some help, I would assume, from some of the other teams that are in the vicinity, putting some damage into Third Eye as they just could not breach those fences.
But it does show the vulnerability of that position. I think they might hope that this next circle swings towards the south away from that spot so they don't just get crashed multiple times.
Joj, 17 na
It's going to be a
glavu
hard
zone.
shift in that direction. It's 17 actually dead center, and again, a team that needs to
Lagano
start
sam
to
prediktovao
show
koji kamp
one of the
17
best
mora da
teams
uzme da bi
coming out of
vinala
China
meč.
just have not made it
Kek.
work here at PGS
Evo
1.
svima.
This has to be the game that they change all of that.
All right, there was the knock on to Purdy Curdy.
Si vidio shift, 17 na glavu.
Penta up on the hill trying to cover
Da,
Kurt,
znači oni
but Kurt
bukvalno
stuck on the edge. Now the
očajnički
good news
trebaju
for
ovaj
Kurt
win.
is it's tough to get around to that corner. But there are some frags here that you can maybe bounce in, and you can see New Happy keen to try to get in to find that flush.
Now actually already moving out of the tall boys, as we do see Kurt get finished in the kill feed. The problem is SDK, even if they wanted to try and attempt the revive, this isn't even in the zone. They're on the far side, so they're gonna have to leave that spot anyway. It's best for SDK just to shift away from that. Ascent also taking a lot of damage from GEX, and this is not in the zone. So do they want to commit to this fight? There's a lot of decisions that these are gonna have to make. It's just these hardships have been brutal for rotations.
Yeah, I'm shaking my head because I don't think SN should commit to this fight, and they indeed are not. Glaz has that Mark 14, the level 3 gear, is buffing Ghibli for this game. Savior out in the open, but pretty far shot here for Glaz to hit on the fly. Mika driving, sliding.
Happy ni PGC nije baš igrao najbolje. Sad sjećam.
Still coming down there. Glaz trying to do what he can, but cannot really find the shots.
Good control, but they got to continue to move on in, just as Glaz does, hopping on the bike. Dropping off that high ground. Was able to brief the rotation a little bit, and the rest of the game are already in a position for him to rotate.
Jaki, slabi lobby, mislim ovo bi trebalo bude lošiji lobby nego na juče.
I mean, SDK wanted to go. They're New Happy.
I do what you meant.
Znaš kako, neće nikada budu skroz dole, ali uvijek su tu negdje od 16-10.
Squash this team from Japan. Corexy. Oh, the grenade! Oh, the grenade is out the door, but Corexy's just too fast. The grenade was on Fex, though. Still, though, Corexy able to push base, able to see if they can really make sure that Fex is going to be safe. Shotgun upstairs from Run AX, and for now, FaZe pumps the brakes.
This was Fex's first knock, I believe, but he actually has been tagged a little bit, so they're going to have to commit to the revive. I thought for a moment that they would want to actually just take Run AX out, but Imok here pushing on in. He's outside. Okay, there it is. I was wondering where the third party was, but though this is Gustav on a far angle giving support.
Imok switches to the sawed-off momentarily, throws a molly down one side, trying to see if he can get upstairs to reinforce the high ground here with Run AX. He sneaks right through the sightlines of FaZe with the help of those smokes. Now FaZe has to stick this res on effects. They want to save him if possible. Corexy just seeing if he can catch somebody peeking. Nobody is biting just yet.
Gas canister? He's making sure that at the very least, FaZe cannot push onto the high ground, which means that once the circle leaves this position, FaZe have first chance to exit, but Sun Sister are just going to be firing in from the high ground.
I have to say, it is kind of funny that I think I see Sun Sister use gas cans in this way more than maybe any other team there is. Now, the problem is grenades up top start lighting that fire on the ground, and now they're stuck, and FaZe knows it. They're going to piece on out. Twisted Minds trying to rotate through. Kickstart continues to make life in this lobby.
Circle did go a little bit towards the north. Twisted Minds blind send towards the center, find a small little dip. They had to leave the high ground.
Ali brate, ali znaš šta je fazon, što to nije blind send, nego niko živi to ne zna što oni znaju, ove upice i ova stranje. I prošli map namjerama, pa ušta su se, koju su oni rupice. Ajde, ovo su i poznati ove dipovi, ovo bi trebalo da znaju svi. Ali ono gdje su prošli mapu, oni uleće. A zato Bata upali stream i 4 sata vozi se po mapu.
A ne još tu upali stream. Dobro, da. To nije sam.
Puts some damage into the back of Vegas, but not enough to save Pio. That grenade comes up short from getting the flushes. Vegas in the vehicle.
It's only the denial.
It's too hot. It's too hot. They want to at least get a couple more opportunities for kills and BB placements, and the rest of Gen G, they have way too wide of a spread. So Vegas is actually going back out into the blue to avoid the eventual and the expected push, but the damage is too much. He just barely stays alive, and he has to continue to drive on the low wrap side.
Tough stuff here for Run AX. Running down the road. Gustav just needs to lead him a little bit more. Can't quite find the tracking that he needed. On fire. Run AX has to abandon ship. Has to sit behind this rock, see what he can make work here out of this blown up vehicle as well. A little bit of extra cover.
Yeah, it's cover now. It was
Čekaj, to i svaki NA team da uđe ako
ostane. But now it's a potential cover, but that's just better cover for a full-man team of GEX or to eventually take. Of course, it is if they're able to cross that road without getting punished by teams on the high ground and luminosity, but they have a couple of visitors, neighbors. To the graveyard, taking individual Mausoleums, is that what they are?
Možda
I
je
don't know what to call
4,
those
da.
things. I've never seen them in play before.
I don't know if there's actually a word for like those types of graves. Like I call them graves, but I think there may be a better word. You may be right. Mausoleum, I think, is like a big grave.
It's a mini mauso.
Or like a mini. I don't know, dude. I don't like to think about that. That's depressing stuff. That's stuff for My Chemical Romance to sing about. All right. PLM has GX on the outside. Zenon and Fluky maybe.
Što je Yuri, brate? Yuri igra dosta bolje od kad je prešao Gex.
Fluky's gonna get the better of Zenon, so GEX cannot find an entry into this compound. LG on the other side, fighting with New Happy.
Was that a solo push by GEX? That's gonna be an easy kill for Fluky to get. Now Yuri taken down very, very low. Seemingly Savior off on a separate angle. Grenade good. Yuri healed, but only for a split moment. That's another knock in phase. They know this is happening.
Koji, brate, sport imaju. Da neće na puno kilo, baš ovo.
Tie veteran there, Stakers with a good grenade. HS already flushed. New Happy here tried to spread out in these graves, we'll call them for now. And they are not finding much success and potentially being put right into the positions that they're standing. Ming, Zipian trying to hold on. LG just kind of rooting around here, digging along, clawing for anything they can find.
They're also getting shot from multiple high ground levels. SDK, Gen G have small little angles onto the graveyard fight, and of course the center just lying in wait. But now Savior last one up for GEX, blind sending it towards the center to Zemines with an opportunity to get the final kill. 17 as well. Crossfire maybe crossing paths into the opposite sides of the two squads, but this grenade surely is going to find Savior.
Yeah, the Savior here. Oh, lucky so far, but the proning helping reduce the damage. That one only doing 2, one closer will finish it. Trying to throw some smokes out to keep himself covered. Savior, they're just barely able to escape disaster. Twisted Minds grenade, usually very, very good. Not able to.
Gledaj, oni su u šoku da oni su bili.
But 17 is just making so that they cannot focus on that last player, but here LG.
Da li je to tim za kojeg ti Batuli ne zna?
They need to get into the circle themselves. Mika is waiting. They have no clue that he's here.
Oh no. No. The Rat may strike in just a moment. Relo has Nan down and dusted. Ming now underneath the vehicle. Relo's got the angle. He's got nice piece of work there from Relo. But when will Mika strike over to Perfectix here? Purple Mood has crashed. They're doing it really well. Batulin's now under pressure. That grenade is right out of me. Swap seats. Brilliant move here for Batulin.
Everyone's crashing everyone else because the compounds are all being removed from the circle. It's just these dips remaining at 17. Dead center in the compound. They're picking up a couple of kills. They're picking up a couple of steals here and there. New Happy are now eliminated. Luminosity eventually find them.
PLM 13.
Oh god, okay, I think it's center.
Dva igrača.
They must have been taken out. LG are still 4 up, but now FaZe. They're trying to push in.
Correxi on the high ground. The rest of FaZe underneath. EXO trying to work high to low. Some rocks on top, but only a few of those are in, not all of them. Milt gunned down by Heaven and Gumin from Ghibli. And old Gibble Bibbles trying to see if they can finish off AZ here.
Oh, the grenade.
The grenades are up and over. That is a lot of damage coming into AZ's way, and he cannot sustain.
Yeah, it was a good initial hold by Petrichor Road. Handle at the very end there. Pushing on in, the circle did hard shift again southwest. 17 again in the zone, and Gen G, what remains of them, in a good little supplementary spot being defended by the big brothers.
Gen G
anyone else approaches without just getting torn to shreds.
EXO is in a tough spot here, man. They don't have a lot of space to work with that's in the circle in between 17 and Gen G. You can see showing us what kind of the exit paths here for FaZe and EXO are, so it may just be sort of a try to find points where you can. Gumin gonna be knocked from afar by Hikerman. You're gonna have to just claw for these kills on the edges.
That's really the name of the game for EXO, FaZe, Luminosity, even what remains of Purple Mood, and the last few members of Pentagram, because once they go out to the open, if it's not the other members I just named shooting at them, it's going to be 17, it's going to be Gen
A 17 nema bod, jel da? Nema kill.
Ima dva. Više ti, brate. Dole.
EXO now has to load up, has to make a move. Circle will be right on their behinds very soon. Akita empty in their own. two-man and another. Ghibli trying to push this Shaq at her, the only one left. Oh boy, at her. That almost went
Aj,
very
joj, push stisno.
The knock from the fall
A
gets
sto
another, but Heaven able to just barely save Ghibli's lives.
Tu
Barely, but can the
flaffali
revive come in? Because they're getting shot from a number of different angles. EXO can't quite get the final kill, but Akita is already across the road. Again, swinging around the side. The drive-by just does not work. Able to barely get that first knock before dropped by Glaz.
Well, if Glaz
LG
can
će
get
biti
Tosi
prvi
and then
posle ovog
Heaven,
gejma.
Ghibli could potentially stabilize. EXO, though, tries to kind of send a couple players out. It's Heaven's long-range shooting that have gotten one, but Heaven is going to be cleaned up by Shao DD.
LG
Right
money.
now, the only two left for EXO, Tosi and Glaz.
Pa šta ne budeš, začeli pojem na placementu, bit će ovog i prvi su.
Trying to scrape together a few more points for themselves here out in the open.
Ono da puste Krisa da farmaš koji bot.
Around the corner with the M4, seeing if he can scoop this up. A kickstart out in the open is going to bait there for Reload to get the finish.
Prvi su već.
LG knew where Purple Mood moved to. They tracked them, and now they're going to take them out. And they are in the zone,
LG
just
money.
barely. And those vehicles could be the cover that they need to not get torn to shreds by 17. Ghibli have to move bit by bit themselves. However, they don't have nearly that same benefit that Luminosity does. In fact, Tosi is out in the blue, forced to heal up before he can push forward. That's going to be the blue taking him out. It's all on to Glaz. Will Luminosity expect him? That's the big question. It looks to be no.
Pa ovaj
so
je
far,
bilo
but, I mean, again,
pokušao,
this is
brate.
17.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, but Gen G actually
Pa
did
nije imao
steal that
neko
kill on the
opciju.
Glaz, and
Bolje da se bi malo.
for 17, and
it's not a lot.
It's not a ton. It could be better, could be worse. Like, this is like if you're holding this compound in the middle of this circle, it's kind of like it should be maybe a little better, you think?
I would have expected them to have more steals from that position because, I mean, I guess the high ground was a bit isolated from this spot.
Prvi put da sam vidio Gen G u top 4 na ovom
if they want to
turniru.
really make what they are supposed to from this round, but you cannot take Luminosity out of it, especially with this shift put in that little dip position, barely inside the zone. It's Chris has come up with some amazing factors, and again,
Osim Gen G zato što je neće gledat da on negde tronu.
not the stars of Gen G, but these are players that have experience, so perhaps they're also able to pull something out.
Ja bih da sam kriv sad gubio jednog u finišu.
International globals.
Exactly.
So absolutely, yeah, it's definitely not over just yet. 17, you know, if they can play good defense, might just kind of be able to just keep the compound and not really give anybody any space to do any damage. Is the real question for me right now is how well can 17 lock this down? Is anybody even going to try to commit to some kind of send, to some kind of crash?
Eto, što ima LG veću šansu nek jebeni 17 gaming. Mogu ja znam to.
Nije ni meni jasno. Da je krug 8 i da je shiftalo ka LG-u, pa da kažeš, ali trenutno 17 ima najveću šansu.
17 ima svak 50%.
Možda se čovi sad imaju fight, razumeš? A ovi nema ništa.
Give themselves the ability to just try to make a
A
beeline
teško
towards
će ovi
Lugos.
Putin prići.
Surprised Little Ghost is actually playing on the low side of that building, perhaps for easy access between the two separate windows instead of committing to one. Either way, Luminosity.
Mislim da se to gleda po tome koliko terena možeš da zauzmeš, zato što ovi mogu da uzmu mnogo veći deo terena. Ovi samo u kućama i to je sve što imaju, mogu da se rašire po celom koji stranu.
Ola bi ovo LG smanjio će sad jedan od LG umet.
For the rest of the team to play off of.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice little maneuver here for LG. Gives themselves a little bit better starting point for wherever phase 8 goes.
Bilo, ali to je nemoguće.
And that's a better spot for kick to
Gledajte Krisa tamo, ja i zaboravio na njega.
Brati, kažem, ja da sam na njegov mjesto bi probao nokat finisha.
Majo,
čekaš samo
došli do četvrtog. Znaš koji si na tabeli, samo čekaj.
If he gets a knock there, it's very unlikely for him to get the kill.
Tako da sigura
To get some extra space, and then if 17 blow them up, he'll
Ovo ne može ni flashat.
a kill here and there if he can.
Teško, odmah ide free.
Evo, još uvijek ima LG više. A vidi zone.
So that's great for Gen G. I mean, 17, of course,
Jo,
we're still
i da
happy
ne,
with this one.
neće
It's all to
to
Luminosity
raditi.
to make the next move, but it's Chris wants to go loud with the frag.
This may actually end on top of Shao DD's compound. We'll see if we get there. Chris needs to confirm the kills like you mentioned. That's why he's holding fire. That's why he's holding steady. Here comes the grenade. It's out. It's right underneath. Let's go. Let's get a knock. Snakers and Flood down to half health. And all attention now, all eyes of Luminosity looking towards it's Chris who has prone the
Ja
expert
mislim da se ne ide, ne gledaj. Ovo je baš loš play bio.
A šta je on uradio, nisam je obratio pažnju. Bacio ne.
Bacio ne ide.
Joj,
I toga nije polova po samo ga je bacio.
I to ne ide, ono, moraš ga pogodi u glavu da nešto radiš.
Pa da je polova po, da je usto spreo pre nego što ne ide puku doko bi dvojicu.
It might end just outside of it, but he's going to be able to play from that until the bitter end.
DG.
Ja ne znam, baš loša
Expertly
grana
sneaking
vidjeti
underneath
šta
the
je ovo.
noses of 17 here. Just Xiao Bei left in this U shape. Yep, this is a great
Nama na
foothold
turniru
for
onaj doktor
Gen G.
utrču kao.
LG as well beginning to encroach on
Vidim da je
17
i
territory. 17 here gave up a lot
Ma
of
igrali
space
smo
with
ti
trying to
kurvi ili
control the
nešto, brate,
entirety of
znači
this
čovjek
compound.
posred zone trči i utrči nam u kao.
Kind of having to hold
Oni
on
su se
different
postavili
angles.
kao da
This
će da
could
dijele
mean
ovaj
that
kao.
not only have those members of Gen G gotten close to the building, it means that they turn their eye from LG for even a
I
moment.
kao da će da
Suddenly, a
žrtvu
member
cijelo
of
to
that
ide i
team
ovog
could have
Xiao
crossed the
Beia.
road right now. Grenades are coming out, trying to upset these Gen G players, but not going to find the mark just yet.
Yeah, this is a good read here from
Pa
17.
dobro, ovo je jako loš
Knowing that
ne.
Gen G basically has to be nestled right against the side of this house and trying to make those grenades, you know, do a little bit of extra damage, or maybe even if they get real lucky, find the knock, but can't commit too much to it just yet. Taming going to be on that anchor on the edge, watching the angles here to make sure that nobody pushes around these corners to really put danger onto DG and Foxy.
Eto, LG još uvijek ima
Get the
distancu.
vehicle ready. He might just
Pa
go for the
dobro,
center,
sad
the
ima,
initial
realno.
entry for LG to make the rest of the way.
To ovaj
across.
17
17,
game
they're
previše
still unable
čeka.
to do anything towards the Gen G. Xiao DD, you can see the grenade in
Sad
hand. I
oni
wonder where
imaju
that one is
kontrolu,
going
biraju
to go.
timing
And
kad će
Suju
da
is grouped up with
napadnu.
Xiao Bei here in the double compound. They've left the north because the blue closing in.
Sad mi ima nekog smisla. Prije stvarno nije bilo nikako, pogotovo dok je Gen G bio skroz van zone.
Going to have to make their way through. The good news is
Oni imaju ovdje bukvalno free
causing
pull
some disruption. They might be able to get to Xiao DD and Lil Ghost's house and maybe do some damage. Lil Ghost now lining up the grenade through the hole in the door. It just clips the corner and clips the toes of DG.
Oh, that could have been huge. That could have been what they needed. Because now I'm starting to get worried for 17.
Opet će mu sad...
Oh, this looked good. Oh, that was
Nice.
great. Potential revive immediately here. But then Snakers took that opportunity to cross through. LG have crossed the road.
Ovo je bio dobar.
Going to be leading the way for
Vidite zašto
LG.
LG ima
Flood
šans.
hot on his
Zašto
heels,
imaju
trying to see
potencijal
if they can
fight.
take advantage of this.
Jer su
DG
trebali
actually gets res
brže
here, so
završiti.
what a nice knock from 17
Pa nisu smjeli da dozvole da im
to
uđu,
amount
brate.
into a kill.
Da,
Still
bukvalno
trying to
se
lock this angle down. You can see
častili
the
su ih.
there in the hands of one of the 17 players, as well as the side
Taki ne ide, razmišljam, oni sam
up close
pucaju.
and personal the rest of the way.
You saw the smoke out of that window to allow the two pairs to just focus on each team at a time.
Kaži to da navi.
Gen G now trying to push the corner, but Snakers having none of it. He's got Foxy down and out, looking for another. DG goes down to the blue, just taming, stuck behind that rock, and the blue may do the job. Yes, indeed. That is Gen G falling in third place.
And then blink of an eye, Gen G are out 17 can focus on LG, but again,
Ne vidi smoke, oni
they
su
just
unutra.
cannot return and try and focus
Ovo je
on
dobar, ovo je
velocity
LG iskreno.
without taking some damage.
A gdje je centar ovo, je li ovo na ovu kuću ili?
Ne, to ti je di je to ovaj vani kuć. Na rubu
Ja
kuće di se
mislim,
ovaj
ja mislim
izvod.
da je ovaj, da. Gdje je kamera?
Gdje je kamera?
Malo desno od kamera, nije na rubu kuće, nego možda desno od kamera. Na kameru.
Da. A boga mi teško ću LG onda.
On nije to
They have that door
ispod
for entry
kamera,
for
sa
Lil
LG
Ghost, so him playing
strane.
outside is actually a really, really
A
strong
dobra, to je tu
maneuver,
jebote.
especially with Xiao DG on the north side with the shot, on the
Gdje
top
moli
side
tako?
rather, with the shotgun. More flashes come out.
A zašto nisu uzeli ovaj?
Oj,
Able to
joj.
jump inside before getting punished, but Lil Ghost with the kill, with the drop at least on the Snakers.
Oh, Lil Ghost though, really beat up with the shotgun.
Aj
He's
joj,
going to
druže,
side
nećemo
the
sad
things,
tako
and
dobiti.
now LG begins to crumble. There is a
Jump
trade
shot,
here.
jump shot.
Relo and Flood combined to take down Xiao Bei. Lil Ghost continues to watch this angle, has to back up off that stun. They close the
Ovo je
front,
nevidi
try to
push.
protect him, didn't work. Relo's up and over, gets one. Now they're looking for the
Kakav
last player.
flash
LG
jebote.
does it.
Koliko su
They
bolje
are
odigrali.
moving to wipe 17 out of that compound.
14 kills, they
Kakav
were
čast.
able to kill lead, but they take the compound away
A
from
zašto?
17 and make
Jel
sure
bi
that
ti
they
uzeo?
can
Ja bi uzeo
jump
onaj
from
kamen, da se nam je
second to
17-ci.
Moj ja.
Absolutely huge.
Brate,
ovi
daš
ljudi
sebi
su-
još jedan ugao.
Ja ti vidio da su ovi ljudi jedno
Brilliant, methodical
40
play
puta
here
bolji od
from
Sonicsa.
LG. Just making the
Znači,
great
ovo je bolji
moves at
tim
the
od
right
Sonicsa
time,
40
destroying New
puta.
Happy,
Ali
destroying 17,
Kickstart
and putting America on the
igra
map.
i sjeća se na PGC-u isto je igra vrhunca.
Da,
Gen G, Luminosity
ozbiljno pravi.
somehow kept them from being comfortable, but let's go to the desk as we set up for game number 5 of the day.
Lik puca ne prašta. Posljednji ovaj.
Portonovi.
Ne, lavori tu. Lavori proprio. Ma da, posso
Avevo stol sve vreme. Kad sam budu donio sve tu sam došao.
Luminosity here with a brilliant win off the back of what I thought was going to be a very difficult cross, turned out to be not so difficult. Joining me, Avenger, to talk about this game here on Miramar, and yeah, Luminosity looking great on this push.
Another case of Gen.G infiltrating another compound and delaying the defense of the other team. Yeah, unfortunate for 17 Gaming here, but still, well played by LG. They had a fantastic game and a fantastic run throughout this game in general. Able to defend, also didn't get bitten by the snake in the grass. Chris, he tried the nade. They stuck on to 4 guys live, and I felt like it was super important. Although those kind of endings where it's just outside the house and then there's a shotgun in play, you're like, okay, could be happening.
A suppressed S12K as well.
Love the
silence.
Click, click. It's like a big nail gun.
Yeah, really, really big. I like it a lot. But anyway, let's stop being kids. We've got ourselves, of course, Luminosity getting, again, a brilliant win in regards to this. I was very surprised that they were able to make this cross happen. As you say, 17 was kind of distracted for the most part, but I did feel like 17 should have maybe won this game.
Yeah, especially with a bit more utility. You can see, like, it's hard because you're in a case where Xiaowu was defending the southern building and then they tried to reinforce it. Gen.G still delaying them, then they had to commit a lot of utility to try to get them out. You saw 2, 3, 4 nades getting thrown in their direction.
Wasted some.
It's waste, right? Because you're able to stay on the top side of that building and you can bounce it out through the window and it can actually get out and nade the corners of where the Luminosity boys were standing, right? And that could have been a knock-in opening, and then they would have pushed that with the Saiga around the corner rather than taking the fight kind of inside the building and on the corners there.
Yeah, there were definitely 1 or 2 nades from 17, like Little Ghosts, for example, who was able to hit DG98, I think it was. But anyway, let's take a look at the numbers coming in. It's 2,400 damage for Luminosity, 14 kills going their way here. So with the performance they've put up today, I'm sure they're going to be making grand finals here, Avenger.
Yeah, 100%. 17 Gaming, though, distance traveled 10,600 meters across the team. Ascend 45,000. You just know they're an edge-looting team when they have more than 4 times the amount of travel. That's pretty crazy.
They do like the cheeky far drops, and then they like to wide wrap, wide rotate if they like to. But anyway, let's look at the recap from this game and see what's going on. It's Chris, the little sneaky boy down towards the bottom. Eventually was spotted out, but again, it's Chris that's able to survive. If Ascend's looking for a salvage mission, it's usually him trying to sneak his way in.
Yeah, it's often where he's able to get a little more extra points out of it. Of course, both placement, but also some of the kills he's able to close out. But yeah, look at this. This is the kind of angles we were talking about. This was a fantastic by Little Ghost, actually. Well played. Took down both Snakers and Kickstart. All players probably have them. A lot of guys out there watching too maybe has them on the fantasy team. That was unfortunate. But yeah, they managed to close it out. It looked like it was going to end just inside the building. So if they kind of stuck one guy on the top of the stairs, it could have been different. Nice though from Rello to be able to get 6 kills, but only 300 damage. He was out there stealing a little, thieving a little.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Rello, especially, I almost said Flu DT because we've been memeing the name in the back, but it's Flood. But I haven't called him Flood all time. But anyway,
almost 1k damage for him. Nice.
He gets the man of the match. Brilliant. I love seeing it. Yeah, again, it's really been an opportunity for a lot of the Luminosity players to shine. Oftentimes, you know, you really do look at Kickstart at the moment, especially when he pops off at the start of the day with a 9-kill game. But yeah, for Flood to be able to show up here, love it.
Yeah, and there's no stopping them right now. Like the snowball effect that these guys are gonna have after this, I mean, we can see them right from where we're standing. You can hear the positivity. They're jumping around, and the amount of kills they're able to put on damage and everything. That's just gonna completely snowball. So If you're looking to really push yourself forward in terms of the amount of total that they're going to be able to have today, they probably could qualify themselves just by the points they're getting today, considering we have 2 more games.
And you know, in the previous segment, I was a harsh critic of where Gen G was, but what they're needing
They're
to do,
it.
they're doing it, to be honest. They got themselves 9 points in this one. It was 5 placements with 4 kills
in an
going
interesting
their way.
They're putting themselves into top 4 in an interesting way.
Yes, it's not quite the previous kind of South Korea style that we knew, but they're definitely being able to do it so fast. 24 points for Luminosity, though. I mean, they're going to grand finals now, considering what they've already done.
It's 49 now. It's 49 points total. That is, I mean,
after 4 games,
there you're going.
Yeah,
that's GG.
That's crazy. That's crazy stuff. So well done for them. Let's take a look at that total leaderboard. They are at number 1 right now with the 49. We have
kind of like that top. Kind of like the top 3.
Yeah, it's looking all right.
Looking pretty good, to be honest.
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
35 for FaZe. Twisted Minds 33. Gen G with 30 as we have South Korea trying to rally back here. And Pentagram in 6th.
All right, we're one third through the way here, right? So who's on the right-hand side that should be in the top right now? New Happy?
There's a few.
17? Maybe Petrogo Road?
Yes, I mean, especially with Ike's left looking the way he did at the beginning of this day, but you can't just have Ike's left sign popping off and everything like that. You need the full...
Gets like 5 or 6 kills every game, it's fine.
Yeah, well...
Then it might be okay. So in 12 games.
Maybe, but there are still names in this lower bracket here that should be able to put up more, and we know that they're able to put up more on an international stage. Well, thank you very much, Avenger. It is time for a break now here at PGS1. When we return, we have 2 more matches to go. I feel like today has been flying by, so hopefully these 2 extra games are a banger. We'll see you after the break in just a few.
dangerous that can be. The shot does come out, though, and that's going to be a warning to perhaps go out the window. But Spyro, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that he sits in the window, because the shotgun comes through in the chest, but the nade finds the second as well. Joey goes down. With full control of the hillside up above. Shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down.
Yeah, Tiggleton and company. Oh my God!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's gonna push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on Adanawa. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's gonna throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got a first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect. They're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again. But Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Room. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, Halo able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down. Slow HP, no!
Halo as well, so they are not down just yet, but oh, Halo is found.
Exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man, able to stay alive. Penta, though, taking down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Avenger, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a...
It's the losers bracket here at PGS1. It's do or die. There's only 2 games left to go today, but still there is yet another day. And joining me here yet again is Toby. I'm still paper thin, I hope. And we are getting ready.
You are.
Are we sure?
You are.
Oh, okay, all right, good. All right, we got it. We're getting ready for a couple more games here today. Some explosive games, but that one right there, LG, you know, maybe sneaking one away here from 17.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what 17's game plan was. I know that Little Ghost wanted to transition over, but in doing so, he essentially set up the perfect smoke path for Luminosity to cross. Because we saw on the side of the building towards the road, no windows. They had to keep that alleyway closed, and Little Ghost did that for them.
Certainly. No, I mean, it seemed... At the time, I was thinking to myself, well, okay, I guess that kind of makes sense, but it did open up some opportunities for LG.
Exactly.
Gen.G still kind of being a thorn in the side of that whole equation. I mean, Gen.G getting deep into games today, but there isn't much else to speak of behind that.
Gen.G is being the Robin to other teams' Batman right now. Last game it was FaZe, this time around it was Luminosity. Let's see who else they can gift one as we make our way over to Erankles once more.
Absolutely. Take a look at some of the teams that still need some points. GEX definitely needs to step it up here today. They've had a pretty solid tournament so far up until the winner's bracket the last day. They just couldn't quite get enough points.
Nope, sure couldn't. It's been a wild one. One thing that I would say is in their favor, though, in comparison to the GX we have seen in previous tournaments, they get minutes in on the server. Usually we've seen them kind of do that full 4-man set early on, and they're out pretty much before phase 2. At least now in PGS1, we're seeing them make mid-game, make late game as well. They just need to bring it home. They need to make it all the way through, and we haven't really seen a whole lot of that so far.
Just one time. Yeah, that's a good point. Only one time was GEX able to bring home the bacon, so to speak, in Vegas, and SDK certainly need to be pulling their own weight, you know, or SDK as a team, I should say, be pulling in more points.
Yeah.
Absolutely not the best day for them.
Not at all. Let's see Purple Mood, another team who probably has gone under most people's radar, unless if they're diehard APAC fans. It's another team we're expecting to perform so well. They also haven't been too flashy. They came off to a strong start to the day, but since then, things haven't really gone their way. I'm hoping to see them there go more aggressive, honestly. I mean, I can say that about Sun Sister too. Where's the, not necessarily confidence, but where's the eagerness to go out and make a name for yourself? Where's the daringness to take those fights? They're just playing on the back foot.
I agree. Sun Sister quickly becoming Sad Sister for me, as I would like to see them play a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more coordinated. FaZe is at a solid day. I mean, off the back of that monster game that they had, that game alone put them in such a powerful position to potentially qualify for the grand finals.
Sure did. They're a momentum-based team. They had a bit of a quiet period through winners bracket. That game alone set them up for some success. They've got some good games off of it too. They can get even more going here with 2 more matches left in the day.
Now look, Pentagram, a team that I of course have high hopes for, coming from my home region of the PWS. But guys, it is time for our 5th game of the day. Neon Genesis Evangelion brings us to this next one. Let's get in the plane, Shinji. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Erangel is where we're headed. Plane this time around, I can tell you already, it's fair. Issue is paper. Seen this time and time
We've had
again.
a lot of fair plane pass today, other than the one Miramar one.
The issue is, usually if the cursors are right, really fair plane paths usually lead to really brutal circles. And if there's one thing we've had throughout this tournament so far, it's been brutality when it comes to these hot games.
No kidding. That's a nice way of putting it.
You know, we might as well just end on the spawn island in this game. Why not? You know, just send it all the way northeast.
It's been a long time. Why not? You know, that island used to be so popular. Now it's just deserted. I don't know.
I remember when the
Probably good reason for it. But
when the game first came out, people would always land up in Kameshki. At that time, Kameshki didn't even exist, but people would swim out there, try and like get the loot from earlier in the game, and then try and get back to the island. There was like a small achievement within the game to survive a match. Survive a match where you've actually been all the way out to the island initially.
Or like the very early iterations of anything that resembled PUBG eSports, Evermore dropping on that island and then swimming over and trying to make his way of it. We'll see.
We're taking a look here at 17 Gaming, a team that I hardly expected to come out victorious in the previous game. And in the meantime, let's hold that thought for a second as we're seeing Adam and Rillo land close to one another. Rillo going for a vehicle, Adam going for a building. No commotion, no threats.
But they're right on top of each other.
They are very close. I mean, again, it was a plane that didn't really allow for Milton power to be reached by air. So good for LG that they get to the vehicles and get to go to the south side, to their loot spot without having any casualties.
Yeah, looks like that will be the case. Based on the fact, especially that was an M249 that I saw the plane. That takes a long time to load. Dead center will be our circle. And it is right on top of, you know, those two teams, Twisted Minds, Petrichor Road, who aren't big fans of each other, and well, you know, that makes sense. They like the same.
That's totally come to think of it. I mean, this bread and butter circle that we're seeing here, we've had a lot of this first circle throughout this tournament. Usually we always go to the same area on a Erangel, like time and time again. Either we'll have a group stage with like constant north circles or east circles, whatever it may be. This time around, there's been a lot of center circles. It's rare that we get these.
Center and east. Center and southeast. Those have been most of the circles for sure. We had like one quarry,
there was
Millies.
Exactly. But that's been
and both the Millies were absolutely bizarre.
In each their way.
Yes.
In each their way, they both brought entertainment, that is for sure. FaZe, I talked about them just before, a team that rides on their highs, but also kind of sinks with their lows. So far, it's been a pretty good high for them here, sat in second place at 35 points. Of course, a lot of those points coming off of that 19-kill win.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is, it's phase. You know, you literally never count them out. You go even to these losers brackets, semifinals, whatever you want to call it. You know, in the history of PUBG esports, they're even if they fall there, they make the most of it time and time again. No doubt about it. Replay? Oh, this is Adder.
It's just Adder, you know, Adder doing Adder things. It's the Korean style of you should not win this, and they win it anyway. That nade is absolutely insane. Artillery barrage.
It's something that I don't see other regions do nearly as much as the Korean players. Those like straight up and over grenades.
Yeah, it's in lack of mortars in ranked or in competitive, they gotta come up with them themselves. Yeah, they gotta come up with them. I've always thought that if they were to add mortars in competitive, people would practice it. Like you would just sit and you would like see how teams rotate, how teams loot, and you go, I know that at like 3 minutes and 28 seconds, this guy's just about to enter that goal. And then they would sit up somewhere, practice that mortar, and have all 3 people or 4 people on the team just blow up a guy.
But it would be very weird because then like open space positions, like kind of, let's say, I don't know.
It would be a weird
on top of, let's say on top of Everest, right?
Yeah.
Then you just find mortar angles.
But that's what I mean. People would and should practice those things if they came in, because that would change the game drastically. Dips. I mean, dips in the open on Miramar, you could never play them again.
Yeah, no. Miramar would be a nightmare. Like
exactly.
So no mortars, please.
No mortars.
Everything else is, a lot of the other stuff we're putting in, totally fine with. The mortars, no sir.
If you can mortar with nades, fair. If you mortar with mortars, unfair.
Right. Yeah. Mortars can go a long way.
Yep.
It's like 700 meters or something like that, I believe. All right. Batulin's chilling, 17, a little close to him, and of course Petrichor North, but I don't see anybody making the move to the north of the river other than, of course, XO, who drops there, so seems like most teams are kind of assuming this one's going to south now, to be fair.
It's not gonna. We know that now.
Yeah. No, we've already broken that.
That's just not how it works in this tournament. I mean, go where most teams are? Nah, it doesn't happen. And if it does, it goes up on top of Potato and just makes it a living hellhole for everyone trying to stay alive there.
Dude, I expect like everybody in every player's mind right now, if it's me, I'm like, all right, guys, we're just going to totally gambler's fallacy this. Like, there's no way it goes north again. So this is why everybody's going south. They're just like, you know, it's like when you're playing, you know, some card game and you're like, certainly the ace can't come up again. And then it does. And you're like, the chances of that happening are so low. Well, that's, you know, that's why odds sometimes do defy the odds. You know, they do go in that random direction.
And more often than not, they come to show themselves at the kind of the 12th hour in these very, very important stages of very, very important tournaments.
Yeah, no, that's kind of the funny part is sometimes that do be like it is. You know what I mean? Like, it just, that's part of the game. Oh my God.
That is a...
Please no. Oh, they hit the rocket and stopped their momentum spinning. Oh my God. Ooh, the timing on that.
A hard flip to Dark Slide. Fortunately, they got the cow around.
Ne znam, ja učinila ste, pomisli da ne igramo rankeda, možda mi.
Euro would have insta-knocked both his teammates.
But who cares? That was amazing. The timing on that was freaking nuts.
Almost as if it was intentional. I like to think so.
A šta je 19. Nino?
Showing off for us.
I mean, GEX, SSX, pretty close to one another in terms of names. So
Dobro, idete neći.
Maybe they just
idemo na večer,
a little more
ne, nego, pa dobro, to jedan dan neš moći, jel?
I'm still like, that timing is pretty good.
Nećemo leti niti za to.
Sun Sister,
Naučimo se smoriti.
the Badlands. And they are just
A šta je 19.
going to be driving around that area. Nobody really likes to go in there, so they're eventually going to find some houses that are
Belgrade.
With
those open houses come opponents.
19.
Kako zar nije 17. i 18. Nije 19.
Nije ni 18.
Ček, pa šta si mi napisao, ne mogu 19.
Pa ti si meni poslao sliku nekog drugog turnira, ček.
Ja ti poslao...
Finale, a to, druže, mora 18 promeniti. Morat će 18 će morat promeniti.
Jer viš da je 18. u 6 popodne, a onda u ponoć je final, ne mogu, to je nešto kurac.
A pitao sam ih sad, sam otvorio tike, čekam da mi odgovore.
in contention to make
Nismo
those
se
grand
prijavili
finals.
za Adrian.
Also huge that they get that over with fast because we've seen time and time again.
A prijavi su to brže, da ne bude
They get
popunjeno.
stalled out. They
Pa
extend
iskreno ja
now
čekam da vidim
to
hoće li
2 teams
banova
and
to
they
je
have 13
četiri.
comes in to try to
Oče,
do that
već sam
tier 2 and neither of
pisao
those
sam
two
malo.
teams come out alive. So huge.
Čekat, nisi vidio Discord poslije mi nešto.
Kakva su ovo imena, brate, mili?
Čekam
Šta
neko
su ovo
tebe.
imena? Kakva su ovo imena, brate? Koji je ovo kurac?
Pa pola tu igra s drugih akaunta.
Pa to ti govorim, da.
Poslat ću ti jedan highlight, brate, pa da vidim šta misliš o tome. Da uđeš već vidio.
Znaš kakav će sistem biti na platformu što mi izbacujemo sad krajem ljeta?
Mene bano je.
A tu Tito neće moći igrati, a da ne znamo ko je. Tito. Tito ako se kvalifikuje...
Ko je smrčen Belo? Ko je taj lik? Dino je bio na onom akauntu. Ko je lik 9132929174? Koji kurac?
Znači, bit će gore tu Geller, ja sam dobio jednom ban na Gelleru.
Ko su ovi Hazari, Pešku, Disi?
A to su, brate,
Makedonci.
Makedonci.
Igraju BPL stalno.
Ovo je Mosok, što je bot neki kapi isto.
A koji je treći Slovenac? Tu smo 3 Slovenca, ja, Voxes i koji je treći?
Vazo.
A?
Vazo.
Meni su za ovog Tomija rekli da ima radar, ali nikom nije potvrdio šta ja znam. Vovek znam da je koristio i davno sa Gidom i njima svima, ali to sad šta koriste...
Jesi vidio Discord ulič? Tam mi si malo posla sam tebi.
Alminja svi znate.
Amelin. Ne i Alminju, nego ja tu zvali. Amelinjo čituje, Alminjo ne znam koji.
Kakav je nick? Very bad player. Zamara da se zna da je bio kod Cone. A pa stavi, znači, niđe veze, šta...
A evo vidiš da nisu ni Mexija stavili, da ima lik.
Zamara da se zna da je isto kod Cone.
Da, to mu je drugar. Zar nije mu to drugar?
Ne, oni su...
Kako se zvao onaj Cone, to drugar? Što je igrao duo s njim, što su skidali ili...
A ona kad... Da,
pa nije Mare.
Nije Mare, ali...
A kako se zvao?
Ne mogu se sjetiti.
Onda nije Mare.
Pa duže, ja sam igrao jednu sezonu s Sonetom, znaš? Ali lik je bio bot.
Da, sljedeću je razvalio se.
Da. Kaže da uvijek Vazanić stavlja da gledaš chat, nešto ti posla chat.
Gdje na Discord ili na stream?
Ne znam. Chat je rekao.
Jel vi igrate ili gledate?
Ja igram CSGO, ovaj gleda.
Od s Lakijem i Omerom igrat dok vi ne završite, pa ću ako moram posigrat.
Šta je BPS jeboga krug i pol sati?
Balkan pub, to su skrimovi.
A Balkan, ma neću. Ma igram i Partizan, noći tako neću ja neću.
Ništa da ja sa Lakijom i Omerom, tamo sam na Lakijem Discordu, pa...
Ne
budete ga
mogu.
vidjeti.
Šta kažeš?
Ovdje na Lakijom Discord sa Lakijom i Omerom igrat.
Dobro, čuvajte slot, ja ću igram kad se završi.
Ajde.
Taking a little bit of damage from LG, has to prone, but looks like Genji hopefully should be okay. I don't think they're in any real danger unless there's a knock.
I mean, you have Luminosity out towards the east, split 2-2 right now. Don't think they're gonna opt to push. I'm seeing this on the mini-map. I mean, we both, or on the map feed, we have, Genji wrapping east, but on the southern side, Mood doing a similar thing of a hard wrap
Ne znam,
around.
nisam pogledao još.
I'm
Tek treba da
curious to
gledamo,
see
to
where they're
čekam
planning on
listu.
getting in from. Thank you, Observers, for
Čekam
instantly
listu,
jumping
dobijemo
there
sa
as well.
BPL-a.
They're going up on the mountain, they're
Pa
scouting,
ćemo
they
onda
saw
da
the circle
poredimo.
come down south, and
I
with
banujemo
only
ih
so
sve
many
red.
teams looting south, I
Tako.
think they're expecting
Se ko će
that
žali,
they're
nek
very
se
alone
žali.
down here. Once they get to the hilltop, they will realize that that's the case. But
A
curious
koliko je lista na BPL?
how far in
On treba provaliti ko je iza svakog akaunta.
When do the fear kick in of you saying,
A nije to teško.
we shouldn't overextend, or do you actually
A nije teško,
potentially
ali treba ti vremena za to, mene mrzi
Really
iskreno.
curious about how Purple Moon is going to play that. They're using the Pachinki Hills to get some info
I can
around
drop
the
one.
city itself. May be able to get to the southern part of Potato Mountain safely. We'll see. Ruins, I don't know what Akita's throwing nades at. There's nothing there, brother.
A ne znam ja ko je Slaven, ne znam ga ovako, ali ko znam Phoenix?
Slaven. Ma
Znam
to je onaj
Nix.
što igra za Seven Core.
A, 7C je Slaven, da, sjećam se. Ja bi zabranio ovakve prijave kao što je Adria sad napravio. Pino, ime, prezimenik, pa da znamo ko je
A
tačno.
moraš dati ime, prezime.
A onda oni znaju sve, jel?
Da, ima.
A, pa
Onda mi je Nodi pitao da moram dati ime, prezime.
The interesting thing is, you know, I think Third Eye
E
is
pa
saying
onda ima
this
se
might
mat,
be
onda
bait,
evo.
potentially, but Oldest there is just kind of like acting like he's not paying attention, because I could see LG in their cars. You can't see it on your map in the bottom right, but I can see it on the map feed that they're gonna make a move right away to try to cut off these Third Eye reinforcements. Flood trying to find the damage, not gonna happen.
Yeah, not this time around, at least Adam. M249 in
Ali
hand.
dobro
We'll see
pucamo, baš
what he can do with the no reload gun.
Mi baš imamo dobar region što se mehanike tiče. Baš
Only
dobro.
75 bullets to work with.
Dude, that's it. Yeah, it's.
Ja, ima dosta
you
tih
go really
pomaka
faster than you think. though. It's kind of funny
koji
sometimes if you just
ili
lay
su
down.
malo igrali
Reload, though,
turnire
doesn't
i
like what he
nisu
sees,
uopšte igrali,
and is
ali baš
going to
dobro
back off,
pucaju.
get the information
A
from
onda
the
imaš i
other
ovu
side that the
PTD
northern part has
ekipu
been
ili kako
cleared,
se
it's time to
zovu.
rotate in that direction.
It's pretty clear to
Macro
see which
Warriors.
side of the circle LG wants in from. They got forced off of Volcano, now they get forced off of here as well, and they're still sticking to the east. Many other teams would have
Ali oni s
opted
Macrom
rather
nikad ništa ne
away,
urade,
but
tako
LG
da.
wants to get in from the east, and this circle shifting.
Ali uopšte se ne radi o tome, će li vina, neće li vina,
It's gonna
ker
give
bi
them some
zadnji
pretty good real estate should they opt to go for
prvi,
many teams on that
nebitno je.
southwest side.
Bitno je
Having to figure out
da
now,
se
hey,
stane na
how
put
the hell do
svim
we get to apartments? 'Cause we all know that's where everyone's
neljudima
LG
koji
has a little
koriste
bit,
prednost
there's a
u odnosu
little
na
bit of
ostale.
space to play underneath like Ghibli and Gen G and stuff, but you either are in apartments or you're on the other side of the road to the east because it's just dead man's land in between, except for that one weird blue building that's in the middle that Third Eye is taking right now. So this one right here, I think, is going to be where Third Eye has to settle. Yeah, so LG's going to have some work to do. Oh, no, not like
the
this.
timing as well, at least on the side of the building where there ain't that much vision for opponents. But as I say that, here they go,
Sad
and
je
here they
jadan,
fall.
okej.
2 players down for, quite honestly, no good reason whatsoever.
Does LG crash that is my question. Sun Sister trying to
Flush.
cut through EXO, and they will get underneath. They are now dangerously flirting with Petrichor Road.
Daj meni 20 eura, pa neću.
Very beat up
Šta ću ja da dajem 20 eura, pa nije moj turnir. Ja samo da ga igram ako ne bude cheatera, bez obzira. Bio ja zadnji, ne bio, nebitno mi, samo ne želim da igram s cheaterima. Zato ću se zauzeti da im pomognem da se to banuje. Ako će, ako neće, neće. Ja znam kakav sam ja sistem napravio na svojoj platformi. A neće Tito tu moći ući sa drugog akaunta. Tito lično.
Would really have wished he had some better wheels in that vehicle as F now picks on over, finds Chris instantly.
Oh, but the return fire, excuse me, the crossfire from 17 is pretty decent. Grenades now gonna start ripping into Sun Sister. Kilyakai trying to buy some space, make sure nobody's pushing over. Imhak able to get the heal off Femin, still pinned underneath the tire. Purple Mood just getting obliterated by LG. I see
Jesi toliko loš da ne možeš jevati cheatera.
Purple Mood opted to rotate from Everest all the way to the east side. They've literally 180 the circle just to run into the most heavily trafficked area of the map.
It's unfortunate for
Ma ne radi se o
but
tome, nego.
LG playing good defense right now.
Bio dobar ili loš.
Task potentially with FaZe.
Samo bi trebalo svi zajedno da se udružimo da s takvim ljudima zabrani pristup. Ali dok god samo ja cimamo, toga dešavat će se sa svim.
Ja ću pomoći gledat.
Pa će se oni prijavljivati za svaki put. Zadnji put su igrali, kako su igrali onaj turnir, oni su davali pare za najduži kill, pa nisu dali kako se zove.
A ono što smo igrali ja, ti Sko, pa još neko, i Danilo, jel?
Pa ne sjećam se.
Mi da smo to igrali.
Pa je bio onaj lik što je share-ov account Rusima.
Da, to smo mi
Rus
igrali.
cheater, a Rus cheater.
To smo mi igrali.
Dokle god tako se bude prijavljivalo. Znaš šta je problem? Danas je najveći problem što ok, na ovoj našoj sceni nema nešto previše igrača, pa onda organizatori turnira samo gledaju na što veće brojke imaju i onda puštaju sve i svakoga. To je jedini turnir koji imao neki kriterijum bio BPL. I zato je BPL toliko uspješan bio. Ovi naši pekinezeri su to je tačno. Pa to sam sam ja i rekao prije, razumiješ, sad ti sve ove naše da poređaš s jedne strane, oni nikad u top 10 ušli nisu, kamoli što osvoji, sad sve čitam. Ali te nerviraju, znaš, to su oni komarci mali, ovako, klepneš ga, nervirate, tu je on je tu cijelo vrijeme, nervirate, znaš.
No dobro, nijednom nije cheater ništa osvojio.
I think 17 has control of that apartment complex. Now Rain and XO right in Pentagram's territory.
Yeah, trying to make their way over the ridgeline. Not exactly the best direction to go as they almost lost one. Vox and Adam in the meantime taking out Luminosity on their approach to the circle. Rain runs himself optimal when you're getting shot at, buddy.
Sve gazde ljudi. Došao ovaj samog sebe
has had an angle to cover, but there's just too many angles for the other teams. So yeah, that's going to be one lost in there, but at least they get to safety. Petrichor Road now under pressure from Ascend. Mika gone. Mexico down. Kilyakai, and it's Chris trying to see if they can put some damage into Petrichor Road.
And you're seeing Gen G start to try and wrap this way too. Again, Gen G knows that they need some more points. They're already set pretty decently in it, but this is an opportunity for them to get a pretty good third party in if they can rip around that water ridgeline well enough. We'll see. Taman does find one that's elsewhere on the map, as Gen G now, as you can see, is kind of invested in multiple fights here.
That's like 500 meters. Yeah. Jesus. All right, Ming Ming goes down off screen. And Empty trying to finish off ZP on. Well, it's actually going to be Xiao DD. Oh, no, actually, excuse me. That is Perfectix who got that. I thought Xiao DD had gotten that, but no. Perfectix from Twisted Mind finds it. SDK found a knock onto Twisted Minds in the meantime. Back over to this fight, which is going to have to finish in about a minute or so.
Yeah, I mean, around there. Ish. I mean, Petrichor's inside the circle. They can stick around.
True.
But for Ascent, I'm not quite sure what the plan is. Good for them.
Ovi inače sa
is
čita
that
ne
Gen
mogu
G is
čekati.
opted to back off, and for Gen G as well, honestly, it's the
A
right
dobro
decision
ubijaju,
to
ali
make
nije da
to
ne
do that
ubijaju,
Taman in
zato
the
ti
good spot.
nerviraju.
Should this next circle
Zato što te ubiju.
include the garden up towards the door?
Ali toliko ne poznavaju PUBG da ti nisu neka prijetnja u smislu... Mislim, PUBG nije samo pucanje i mehanika, to je jedan ovaj...
Yeah, so Aches left able to get down the stairs. AZ trying to provide cover fire, and it's good. One down. Can he find a second? The repeat there. Nice change of angle from Kilyakai. Forces AZ off. Kilyakai, I think if you'd gone up and over instead of around the corner, AZ might have been able to find that knock instead. It's going to be
bacio bombu.
AZ almost goes down to that grenade.
Has to commit to it instantly now if IXF wants to get
Kako nije ubila bombe?
commit to it, and I think even if it gets up here, it should be alright. And they're inside the circle too, so that is a very, very fortunate rest. Now, circle goes up in their direction, but just exactly won't include the compound. What it does include, though, Paper, is apartments.
And school.
And school, so still plenty of space for teams to maneuver.
It's proper hot drop finish. Let's go. Love to see it. Kui.
Shotgun action.
Kui, can he find another long-range shots onto Chris? The cover fire from Akesup is so good, and they are going to wipe Ascend out.
Joj, da će više ove šotke izbaciti iz mente, pa to bi tako dobro bilo. Evo te više nema close CQB-a, nemate više CQB-a sa puškama, a jebate samo se šotke koristi. Koliko mi je bilo zanimljivije prije. A sad je svaki CQB sa šotkama.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen some offensive smokes here from Pentagram on the way in to cover those angles. Instead, they just drive in and pay the price. Vegas has a Groza, and he puts a COD and Pentagram down.
Yep, and here we were talking about it just before Gen G. They fell back towards the compound, and why? Well, because if this compound is in, it will get pushed. Taman
preko 3 brda I 3 mora.
Teammates in the compound, but they're not really at an angle where they can help. Now Face up towards the compound as well. They go, but just saw Penta get taken out. Let's see if they can take out Face as well.
Yeah, Fex gets Penta though. Penta trying to recreate some magic. Aches left actually gets Fex on the other side. Hikerman as well. Now it's two different teams that are tearing FaZe apart, and none of them are in the school proper. Taming out the window, gets caught by the Molly here, and he will be knocked and finished by Tosi and Gumin.
Kakav pull-up FaZe, ovo da no se vidi. Očekivao sam se da uđu u školu, u ono dvorište. On je jedan desno, jedan lijevo, jedan oko. I prošlo.
Yeah, and now DG and Foxy have a difficult task in front of them. 4 members of Ghibli fanned
Što je najgore ili što je najbolje, ne znam.
It looks like DG's actually going to grab a motorcycle.
Ja kad pucam šutkom isto kada ga gađa igrakom, to ja da kažem. Moja šutka je kineska.
The firing lines of Ghibli, Foxy down, DG on a sliver of Elva, no. He is eliminated, 9th place for Gen G.
Nice 2-man spray, or double spray I should say, from Tosi there. Good thing he had the extended mag to find the last. Now Twisted Minds, well, they've been hot dropping here for quite a while. This time around they don't have to. And now the circle is coming to them.
Jebote kad skontaš da je Virtus loot ovo. To je Twisted Minds, što ne mogu da se navikne da ih zove Twisted Minds. Predugo su bili Virtus Pro. Oni su landali, oni su to loote.
Very, very important coming up in just a few seconds. See how much of the school and apartments are still in this. Next one, Correxy, taken out by Vegas. That grows so darn dangerous up close and personal. Now James left to try to scoop up, to salvage whatever points he can for FaZe Clan. Probably just going to park his butt, especially now.
Yeah.
You know, with this circle shifting in, he is absolutely not going anywhere.
That all Twisted Minds finding more, as well as all these players out in the open do have to make
Kako je moguće da je LG
Twisted
prvi?
Minds, though, they do as well. Circle shifts a bit west, they have to clear out the compounds, or they...
Meni je LG najjači NA game, iskreno. E sad, i oni jedan prvi dan su bili prvi, ako se sjećate. Ona C grupa. LG je bio prvi.
They're looking for James. They know he's in here somewhere, and they want to make sure that they deal with him if they can.
To jest,
and they are working in tandem.
Qualifieri su bili prvi i onda su otišli u winner bracket. Winner bracket su bili posljednji. I sad su opet prvi. Tako da definitivno imaju dane kad razvali, imaju dane kad su loši. Tim što je u winner bracketu. Winner bracket bio dosta teži. S razlogom je ovo loser bracket.
But the Shaq ain't inside the circle, and the next one, as you can see, they're just off the cup, like the top left side of the apartment. If they get to that
dobra
Shaq, they will be
ekipa,
peppered by
to
both
meni su oni
Shaq
bolji
and
od Sonicsa
on
isto.
arrival. I
Bolja
do not
ekipa,
see
kompletnija.
where they can drive here and survive, especially with the two-wheel US. There goes one. Headshot confirmed on the second. Yeah, this should be a ride
New Happy
straight to hell
12.
for Ghibli.
New Happy je ekipa koja već godinu dana igra loš. Ne znam koliko pratite i njihovu scenu i od prošlog PGC-a, kad je bio PGC na ljeto, jel? Tako nešto bilo. Ovo to PGC ili malo poslije na kraj ljeta. Od tog PGC-a oni baš loše igraju. Oni su i PGC loše igrali i evo sad opet. Mislim loše za njihove standarde. Za njihov line-up loš.
I'm safe. You can see Perfectus now make the run. Good thing for him, Xiao Bei looking the opposite direction.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting. You know, so much of this is like, how much longer can James survive?
Da, mislim, gledaj, na papiru je sigurno. Na papiru je sigurno, ali kad dođeš u LAN, to je druga priča. Znaš, pogotovo ovdje gdje ovaj lobby, su poprilično svi izjednačeni. Milijardu faktora utječe na poziciju na tabeli. I onda ko se bolje snađe, trenutno, aj treba se privići na te kompjutere i na sve živo, nije to baš. I onda ko se bolje snađe, to je prilike LAN. Ali i u LANu se najviše pokaže skill ekipe. Ja nijedno online takmičenje ne priznajem. Samo LAN, samo LAN. U LANu dođeš goloruk, što bi se rekao.
Towards Empty's building. He's swapping out his AR for a Uzi, ready for the fight to come, and on with a circle shifting.
Aj vidjeli ste sami šta se dešavalo sa kineskim ekipama. Šta su našli u bootcampove kineskih ekipa. Ako pratite Twitter.
Double fires for the first, able to back off to safety. The held angle there catches him a bit off guard. For the flush, did not get it. Where are the reinforcements here for EXO? Finally, they are starting to try to get in here. Empty, able to get this first aid off, steps around the corner, finds another knock. Can he get another? The gun just didn't quite
prerano ispiklo. Ne, sačko još pola sekunde da se reloada.
That they aggressed so hard but kept Batulins back because they knew that the rest of the EXO players only had one angle to backfill from. They knew that they were going to be running down in that direction. And it's impossible as a player to hear whether it's 3 or 4 footsteps or players' footsteps coming in around. They did not expect the angle from Batulins. They thought they could sweep safely, but Batulins saves their back as they take out XM as well. So great play. Issue now. Circle shifted away. Twisted Minds, how are you playing this one?
Brilliant stuff from Batulins. As always, the guy is constantly impressing.
Yeah.
And now nothing but a UAS for protection and a fence on the other end for Petrichor Road. Hikerman gone. EXO with him. 7th place for them. Can you believe it? There's 6 teams left here.
Yeah.
phase 7. And it still has enough of 17's compound that
Gle, ako 17 wipa Virtus, oni su 100%.
It sure is. Twisted Minds 12 kills in this match, and they ain't done yet. Well, they might be, depending on what happens here. The good thing for 17 is they don't really have anything to worry about on the other side, so they can fully focus this fight with Twisted Minds. And if they're lucky, this DK is going to try and help them out a bit too.
Yeah. Anytime that 17's heads are crossing through those windows, be assured that other teams are going to take the opportunity to do some damage. Yeah. Even Twisted Minds, when their heads peek out through smokes, Birdie Curdy found a knock, some grenades splashing around Lou. He is beaten up. Spyro trying to do what he can to keep Perfectix alive. I think Lou is just turn around and do that right. Oh my god, that was so close.
Exactly inside the circle of the corner of that building too. Now they find Shy Bay, but that's going to be such a difficult building to push, especially with STK over towards the school area. In the meantime, though, Ike's left. It's taken down as Ghibli now, taking the fight to them.
Yeah, Ghibli trying to do what they can to get into this game again. Suju just locking it down with the pump. Taking Twisted Mind players with him. The blue is coming. Is he going to be able to get Xiao Bei up the stairs? Just kind of scooching him up there.
Yeah.
And Xiao DD holding the other angle. Perfectix able to be seen through the smoke. Xiao DD tries to go to the ledge. Cannot find anything off of it. Going to use the stun instead. Wow. He's able to find the head. Batulin's alive, but just barely.
Amazing hip fire spray there, working fully off of audio cues as they take down one more Spiro Folds. That is STK grabbing that one, and that is going to be the end of Twisted Minds. So 17 gets to live with a scare. That's an 8, sure, but go for the risk. They get to live with a scare. Now they have their problems of their own, though. How do they cross?
I
think the answer is they don't.
There needs to be an absolute just crap ton of smokes for them to get.
Jebote, ovaj third eye nije ništa uradio. Aj sad su uzeli 5 poena. Oni su vinali prvi meč i onda 4 nisu ništa uradili.
Dobro game za face. Dobar game za face.
That can be tricky to play out of is one of the best spots in the circle.
We call the position suicidal. Somehow Ghibli has actually managed to make a stand. There's the smoke wall you were just talking of. How do 17 manage
Ovdje se dosta razlika napravi između prvih 4 i onda. Tako bi dosta razlika. Što se tiče vinati, bit će velika razlika. Između 4. i 5.
They take a whole bunch of damage. Yeah, brilliantly thought out here by 17. Penton out trying to maneuver Vegas with the Groza. Absolutely slaughtering players this game. Beautiful work with this gun. Penta covering an angle out in the open is Suju, and down and out. He should be momentarily.
Koliko je to šanse da može James finat?
17 on that play across. Unluckily for them.
Nikad.
SDK were ready for it, and while they got one knock, they instantly reset. Xiao Bei
Ovisja ko je 17 čuno
inside this circle. I think for him right now, it's good that he's playing outside.
Ali James gleda pogrešan, on ne bi trebao ništa raditi bukvalno.
Is he planning on continuing his trip further forward?
Oh, this is James' home territory. I feel like just being an absolute.
Ako se vidi kad map otvori, gledaj ljude, kad map otvori, kako zaplave.
Tosi have established control of the edge, and the inside of the circle though is actually on the other side of this fence, so it's going to take a little bit of work for Ghibli.
When Ghibli started rotating on through, I had counted them out completely. Seeing where they are, seeing where this game is going to end, depending on how it unfolds inside the city. Oh, okay, as I say, that Tosi falls, but I was just going to say they might actually have a chance of bringing this one home. Tosi, though, going down, that is going to...
Ghibli stvarno ima dobru poziciju.
He's going surprisingly aggressive. I think this is the point.
Ghibli
is already somewhat quiet. I think this is the point at which I'd say Ghibli, prone, chill, let's go kill each other, and then take it from there.
Xiao Bei, potentially a role to play in this, going to maneuver, going to the edge of the encroaching blue James, going to go for a grenade up. Might have caught some damage, but that's about it. No knocks to be found with that. Working his way up the stairs, Xiao Bei along the side of the building, quietly, diligently.
A vidite, teško je 4-2 vinat, ali stvarno me dobro.
Ali ima je James unutra ovdje. Ima je 17 tamo.
Ma James je
ja bih se bojim sa krova. Otiši dole na krov.
Znam, ali krov nije baš dobra pozicija. Dok god je Ghibli ovdje.
A može i nisi jebak. Ali ti pametan. Ali ne znam da će drugi tu.
lands on top of Heaven. A grenade just
Zašto
comes
ne
up short from
smokaš
getting
opet,
through the crack in the wall. Not going to be able to find that knock, so Heaven going to readjust to the other side. Tozy gets knocked by
Ali ovaj Tozi prodaje meč svako malo.
Now you've got Xiaobei prone down below. The push out here. Team strikes from the back. That's one. Can he find any more? No.
Have to adjust
Nisu
to
dano
it.
isto.
To find teams. They take him down fast. Here comes Xiaobei, the solo player on the side. He's been alive for a while. He's still outside the walls.
Stiže, ne može
Take him out. All the blue will take him out.
Ne može, mora da volta.
Issue is the
Ne
time
mora
they
volta.
spend on that is time allowed for Tozy to get back on his feet.
Oh, Xiaobei, I thought he was going to get through, but
3 na 2, može riba.
Going to watch the player,
Ne
but
može
he's sat
riba.
down by the Groza of Vegas. Up and over is Tozy. He can find 2 big knocks. Can he find a third? No.
Ojoj.
Barely. Just barely.
Sam da nije dobio nok prije. I binali bi.
Ma ovaj Tosi je prodao meč. Mada je teško 4 na 2, jebi ga našao. Isto je iz najbolje namjere.
Pikli kad je moro.
A?
A pikat je moro, rekao sam tako. Nemoj samo čekat. Ne da li ga bi...
Ovo su jedini fragovi koje sam ja vidio od ovog Sun Sistera. Su oni dalje postigli? Jesu, ali ne znam šta je bilo s ovim gameom.
Rade ne previše, jer kad sam ja počeo gledat 100% nisi.
Ali još nije loadout game, tek je počet meč.
A nije vratno su uzeli 4 kila i Clayton možda 1 max. Kad sam ja počeo gledat bilo je top 8 i koliko je bilo top 6, nisam niti vidio ni. Već su mrtvi ovdje negdje.
Viš, ovdje da je... A ma šta, mislim u ovoj gužbi je moguće da on i nije čuo Batulina da je ušao.
A nije Batulina?
Ba dobro, ko je Lu, jel?
Ali na timing, baš dobar timing imao kad ispiko, ne? Sigurno nije čuo, jer je pala bomba, ali...
Dobar pik. Ovdje je James uradio maksimum što je mogu. I meni se sviđa ta odluka shoot to kill ide dolje prizemlja, a ne crow. Zašto ti s crowa ti moraš da voltaš onu ogradu ili da preskočiš ogradu, znači bukvalno nemaš nikakvu opciju da preživiš.
A da, ali...
A oni su otišli dolje mogu da igraju sa smokovima ili fragali se. Eventualno da je Ghibli bolje odigrao, da onaj Tosi nije dobio 2 noka glupa. Ajde, onaj prvi nok je bio, nije imao tolikog impakta osim što mu je skinuo helmet, ja vjerujem. I onda ovaj drugi nok je ga lik bez helmeta, ali...
It's always interesting to have a team that's able to stay 4 guys alive and actually come out
sa strane da je izgubio helmet, toga je vjerojatno koštalo drugog noka, tako da ti nokovi tako i ušliš, tako bezprijatno. Jer oni da je noko nekoga gore na krovu, na prvom noku, ništa se ne mijenja, se dobio Rezića.
If I kind of slow the game, and then all of a sudden everyone realized, okay, now we really need to start crashing into these priority locations, and all hell breaks loose.
Zašto misliš? Ne znam, nisam nekontantan. Zašto misliš?
It's likely going to be around the school or the apartment area, and we've had some
Ne vidim, ali
apartment endings,
loadout,
so
jest.
it'll be lovely to see like an actual full apartment ending where it ends on top of one of the apartments, but this one here, it feels like once you still have the school in play, it feels like it's going to end somewhere outside the school, like on some of the walls on the eastern side.
Twisted Minds, treći. Pero, 6. Dvije
Evo sam ti
ekipe
rekao
koje su
da
se
će biti
pokušali.
razlika između četvrtog i petog dosta velika.
Being able to get into kind of close from that side is always hard to kind of
Oni su i Virtus i Pero su se kontestali cijeli winner bracket, ispali su jedni i drugi loser bracket. Sad se ne kontestuju, jedan i drugi prolaze. Da su ovako ovo radili u winner bracket, igrali bi grand finale. I što je najgore od svega, Petrihor se povukao. Petrihor je otišao da luta Haciendu, a Twisted Minds je ostao Power Grid, što znači da je Pero odlučio da se ne kontesta. Iako je juče Pero svaki kontest pobjedio.
Pobjedio je, ali nisu svaki put svi preživjeli.
Kome?
as time went on.
Da
But let's take a
Pero.
look at things here.
A kad je Virtus vajpao njih, nije nijedno.
A nije ih vajpao, ali nije nikad da su svi ostali. Jednom je ostali svi Pero.
Dobro, okej, ali razumiješ, finali su taj fight tu, bez obzira na post. Znači, pobjednici tog podropa je bio Pero, jel tako? I bilo je logično da će Pero da ostane tu, a da se Virtus povuče. Međutim, Virtus je ostao, a Pero je odustao, što znači da se Pero povuče. E sad, to je ono što sam ja pričao juče, da su bespotrebni ti kontesti. Jer ti, kontestaš se jednom, izgubiš. Kontestaš se još jednom, izgubiš, treći se povučeš. Da je to neko nepisano pravilo, pa da kažeš da kontest ima nekog smisla. Ali, znaš, to ne postoji, nego se oni, sada im daš 40 mečeva, oni će se 40 mečeva kontestati. I ako Pero 39 puta vina, oni će i dalje da se kontestuju 41. meč. Bolesno. Meni je to bolesno, nema smisla nikako. Zato su jedni i drugi u loser bracket. Ja ti garantujem da se Pero nije povukao, da smo i danas imali kontest i jedna i druga epika bila tu. S tim što je danas lakši lobby, pa ajde, možda bi jedna prošla.
Oh, and also they're like, okay, we're not going to take a fight with him. We're just going to go out. If he's in our way, we're going to take it on. 8 knocks though for Vegas. They were obviously, when you're not able to go out and push and make sure you clear up the knocks, then you're going to get a lot of those. Also, the push on the wall where Penta was able to get 2 of the opening knocks was obviously fantastic here. But man of the match for Vegas. Let's see with the teams. Twisted Minds now, 37. Getting very top heavy now here.
Which team got 3,000?
7,000 exact damage though. That's that's kind of nice.
It's cathartic. It's nice. It's peaceful. It's calming. Which team though got 3,000 some damage in it?
Ali brate, ludo je, Genji ima 5.000 damage, znači 5 kill po učinkovitosti po damage, jel?
Wow, it shows the Twisted Minds.
A Genji je dobra je 7, okej, to je okej. Ja sam mislio da nisu ni u top 8 iz nekog razloga, ne znaš.
And 5 teams on double digits. 17 also got 11 and 12 and 12. That's super top heavy here. Of course, that's going to be putting the teams in a fantastic situation in terms of one more game to go. If you're looking at like 35, 40 points coming into day 2, you're going to be having quite an easier time getting that top 8 and locking it down early on.
Lovely jubbly for these teams here as they're able to boost themselves up just a little bit. And again, I mean, when you look at teams like 17, for example, at the beginning of the day, really didn't have the easiest of times. In the last couple of games, they've been able to squeak towards those final situations, but not really round things down too easily. It will bump them up to 9th place now. They're on the cusp of being able to qualify into that top 8.
I mean, one more good game and you're literally looking at top 4. They're super close. It's still all the way down to Pentagram even. They're going to have one good game and they're looking pretty deep into the top 8 still.
One slight disappointment here, I think, is New Happy. I do feel like them in 12th place, considering what we've seen from in the past. I would like to see them at least get to the grand final, but it's looking difficult at the moment.
Yeah, they, I mean, same at PGC as well last year. They had a rough showing as well in the group stage.
Correct.
Didn't make the grand final, and here they are again. Still, one good game, a win with double digits, and they're looking completely fine here. It's always, it's going to make it interesting. When it's a BO12, it's always going to be super
Ma ja
close.
mislim da će New Happy da prođe na tu. To je 18.
Things are getting close here as we continue it on. We've got one more game for you today.
Ma mislim da će proći, šta je to? Jedan dobar meč i oni su već tu u igri za dalje. Plus ima još 6 mečeva sutra, tako da mislim da nema problema.
A team like Pentagram, they've been able to find themselves in the middle of circles, but
also in the middle of some rough fights.
Yeah. True. Got Third Eye as well, who started the day off with a win. Still looking in high spirits, it seems, Avenger.
Yeah, but even with a win, they need some more. They need to put in 4 or 5 points per game after the win there to stay consistent and stay inside. Otherwise, if they have like a 1 or 2 point game here, they're gonna end outside the top 8, obviously, and that's not one. If you have a win from the get-go, like you have to be able to build momentum with that. Ascend here too, James, looking good. It's Chris on your team for your fantasy. You're happy for that. He's been clutching up many times.
Yes, they're on the edge of a knife though at the moment here. They're currently in 8th place, really kind of teetering between that qualification and absolute defeat. But anyway, thank you very much, Avenger. Time to get to it here. We have got one more game for today, and it is going to be Miramar to get it going for PGS1 lower bracket. This event co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO.
Thank you very much, Kalaris, and soon we'll be saying goodbye to you, which, you know, don't let the door hit you on the way out. And we are on to Miramar for the final game of the day. Of course, there's still 6 more of the losers bracket, so your favorite team is maybe not where you would like them to be, not in a position to move on to that grand final.
Jebote znaš šta mi je ludo, jebote da... Ludo mi je da, gledam sad ko streamuje sve, znate koliko ovdje ima PUBG partnera, evo ga 1, evo ga, njega nećemo računati, znači 1, 2, znači ja što pratim 2 PUBG partnera, oni zajedno imaju 1300, 1400 gledalca. Da si ti PUBG partner, da ide PUBG Major i da ti streamaš solo. Razumiješ, da oni nemaju deal sa tim partnerima u krajnju liniju da svi streamaju turnir. Znači 1100 ljudi gleda Danu CD, a 7000 ljudi gleda ovo. Ja ne znam, gdje je mozak, gdje je logika.
Pretty good as long as you don't have to accept them on your browser. Yeah, but then, yeah, that's true. That's not as ideal. Then they took the cookies away from the Cookie Monster, and I'm real sad too. That's always hurt my heart a little bit. So, fan of cookies.
I'll just let you have this one and see where you're taking it.
No, that's it. That's the end of it.
Fair enough.
It's the end of that weird conversation.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Teams and parachutes we get to see and enjoy because none of them are landing next to opponents where they would be fighting them. It's all good. I'm seeing Lou shoot at Thunders in the air, but I think he stopped shooting at him now. So thank you for that. Thunders now has himself a buggy. Should be able to drive off the
ovu zonu obožavam da gledam.
Again, we've been up here.
Ovo će vas da bude krkljanac prvi 10 minuta.
The fact that we haven't had a whole lot of variety on the military circles, or the Miramar circles, we have been up towards that north.
Znači sad gledamo 17, daj neke od ovih ekipica. Nije više zanimljivo za 5 mečeva isti ljudi. Da ima, da li ima šans. Evo, sad se opalio da ja isti.
Very well because I drop up there a lot in my own personal games. Boxy and Yuri right next to each other. Yuri took a headshot. Yuri's going to try to drive away. Boxy just needs one more bullet to connect. But Iron Sight there, it isn't going to try to push over the edge to finish the job.
Don't hit a tree, don't hit a tree, don't hit a tree.
He's fine.
He actually hit a rock. He actually hit a rock and survived. He took damage.
Yeah, he was probably only going like 21 kilometers an hour.
He went from 5 HP to 2 or something like that.
So I'm a little bit shocked that Foxy didn't try to finish that.
I'm a little bit surprised he didn't. I mean, to begin with. He should have. But sometimes we've seen it before. Who was it? We saw it earlier today when into a position and he got away alive from that position. I believe it was against one of the Pentagram players down in the southwest side of Las Leones.
Adam njega nije čuo sad sa ovim autom. Da li je to 100? To je nevica od 200 metara, možda ga nije mogo čuti.
All right, it's Grizz is gonna sit Adam down with the scar and then move on in for the
Ascend je, sad bi Ascendu baš fino došao jedan win. Da zabetoniraju Evropu gore na topos.
That should be another point there for Petrichor Road as they are having themselves a solid losers bracket so far.
And quite interesting that we're seeing this commotion now. This is the third player we see I mean, we did only lose 2 of them, but the third player we see run into a position. It's a plane path we've seen a lot of times before. It's a circle we've seen a lot of times before. And throughout the day, as we were just saying before, we haven't had hot drops. There hasn't been a whole lot of early commotion. So interesting that it's starting to happen now. But I think, as you were saying, with teams having this much on the line, they're eager to scout earlier. They want to get the play started, safety earlier because they know
imaš masu unplayable. Masa je unplayable na ovoj zoni. Masa unplayable. I onda se svi trude da zauzmu što bolje kampove. To je normalno. I još na ovaj playing part normalno je da se neki rizici preuzimaju. Zato sam ja rekao na startu da mi je ovo najzanimljivije jer u prvi 10 minuta bude dosta fightova.
Mikado is, we know who's here. We only know that there's 2 teams here and one of them is looking to get into challenge that spot again.
I was just going to say, but who is going to be here in the grand finals if 17 makes it through?
It's a good question.
That is a good question. Question we won't be able to answer until 2.5 days from now.
That's correct.
2.5 days from now.
It'll be really interesting. I mean, of course, I still wish more people called this the pachinko fight.
The pachinko fight.
Yeah.
It will.
Pachinki picado. Pachinko.
Picati?
Nah, I don't like that as much. Pachinko sounds better because it's already a real thing. And it's kind of like the randomness of it. You know, have you ever played pachinko? It's
I
like,
don't even know what it is.
It's like those. So in Japan, it's like this game where there's a bunch of steel balls that come
I've seen
out.
videos of that on YouTube. Yeah. Yep.
That's pachinko.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, all day. I'll tell you all about pachinko, the strategy.
Yep. I've seen random YouTube. You know how sometimes your YouTube recommendation feed just does weird things to you? That's come up a couple of times.
Yes. It's bizarre, but it's fun. It's really loud, though.
I've heard. With that said, it's rotations galore, really. I mean, not a whole lot of commotion, but the kills that we were due has already come through. The teams that dared to aggress early towards the center have already taken casualties or found kills. And therefore, we are now only really missing the edge teams, the ones that are in no hurry to take center positions. The only thing we could potentially see turn into fights within the next 5 minutes, or 4 minutes, I should say, would be teams like Gen.G that are currently sending GX potentially as well, who get greedy, who say, oh, could we get just one more compound? And that's when either they get shot in transition, or they run up to a compound that already has a player in it.
Exactly. Ghibli took a little bit of damage in transition. I saw the red pings on the map from damage, but looks like they're just going to stop up and watch LG continue to rotate on, and I don't see anyone else behind them, so this should be kind of Ghibli deciding how do they want to approach this. Well, it looks like they're just going to try to wrap around LG or try to swing north of them potentially.
Not in a hurry whatsoever. And if you're able to wrap around LG,
A bi volio da vidim New Happy na dobrom spotu, znači kako će oni da vinaju game od ozdo? Šta oni planiraju, gdje oni planiraju ući? Ok, jasno mi je da idu u full late, iće na ivicu, pa će onda ići lijevo ili desno. Jasno mi je, ali mislim da bi oni morali da preuzmu malo veći rizik.
Their initial rotations, their initial read on first circles tend to be good. They tend to come in from the circle regardless of where they loot and regardless of the circle from what I would consider the better angle. It's just from there on, similar to what we saw with Purple Mood in the previous game, they don't dare to then claim what they actually should have access to off of the first circle. They don't dare to claim that center position that they are rewarded off of having made such a smart rotation. Because whether it be them being nervous, whether it be land jitters, or whether just not being part of their game plan to be anywhere near opponents early on, I'm not sure. It's just interesting to me that you play a playstyle that gives you so much in return of what you do, but then you option not take it.
Exo Kempa Ace.
Fully agree with you. I think that's well said.
Pa ovo zapravo i može dobro
I
ovdje.
think there's potential in that team for sure. We've seen, again, if you think about that Feven, you know, triple kill, brilliant stuff. There is potential there, no doubt about it. And I mean, I think about other players in Japan that are still really good, particularly like Kane, who I think is nuts. And they almost got here, Rascal Jester, and like the other teams. But, you know, there's still a lot of really good players out there.
Oh my god, 3 kills.
Need confidence, and frankly, I think need coaching. I think that's one of the biggest things for that region that needs to step up and needs to get their players, you know, on the same page as the rest of the world.
Sure thing. Speaking of the rest of the world, that is exactly what Batulans can see from up there, but he can also hear vehicles right down below him. Full speed forward and
they got him. Easy. Oh, good shooting.
Dobra, ajde sad trebalo bi joj ostalo da su...
That should work, right?
It should work. I'm loving that EXO is doing
Ali
this. Not
EXO bi
because
trebao
they're
iste
racing
sekunde
against
da
the
krene.
just because FaZe tends to do the exact same thing to ascent.
Jer ne bi valjalo da zarad ovog jednog boda njih Ace preskoči rotaciju. Ali mislim da EXO je već krenuo. Sad su zamirali, sad se ne vidi. Joj, ali bitno je da mi gledamo FaZe Gustava koji luta kam sam. Jebo majku svoju.
Haha, I bet Ascend will never expect us to do it too.
Honestly, I am rather convinced that would be it, and well, there you go. Reaping the rewards. That is the freest point you're going to get in a global tournament of this caliber.
Smart stuff from EXO.
To si očekivalo od New Happy.
A pleasant surprise throughout this event so far. I know they're struggling a bit here today, only 14 points overall, but
Baš me zanima u kom krugu, znači okej. Sljedeći shift, krcato će biti, ali si dalje ne znači sezona. Već treći na četvrti shift, oni moraju da ga sendaju. Mislim, ako nastave da igraju ko što igraju do sada, 18 pojena. Neće proći dalje. Bez obzira što sutra ima još 6 bodova. Znači oni moraju da promijene playstyle, da se prilagode lobiju. Da bi prošli dalje, to je očigledno. Ni u winner ni u loser bracketu ne mogu staviti.
Brutal. I can hear Kalaris in the back yelling, like he's just
always there, always aware.
Yeah, it's just, it hurts me inside.
And we both have him as captain.
The only reason it hurts me is because it's James, no other reason.
You know what? We might not get the blessing of keeping Lil Ghost alive, but you might get the
sad,
blessing
Exo treba zauzme brutalnu poziciju.
Again, not an area we've really journeyed that much in this tournament so far. So curious to see now how many teams are looking to commit to that far northern side, and how many teams might not even be able to get there.
Ka gore, oni će ima gdje ući. Ali zanima me New Cap, mene New Cap zanima. Da li će ići? Znači, ja da sam mjesto Ace-a i New Happy-a, gađao bi ovaj dio tu. Fontana će Exo ovo da uzme.
Good for the follow-up, and now Petrichor Rhodes, Aches left down, Kui flushed. This is all but over for Pero.
What am I watching? This is the ugliest engage in the world, but of course it wasn't intended. All of these teams wanted to make their way much further away from this position, but they're forced to stop here. They're forced to take the fights off of the small vehicle mishaps that happened earlier on. In the meantime, now, here comes Luminosity, sending it through the entire engagement, and now able to make the way further north towards Oasis.
Love the timing here from LG. They find the perfect moment to sneak through the chaos and get through relatively unscathed. I don't even think finally a headshot does hit Flood right as he crests that hill, but still beautifully timed, beautifully planned out there by Relo and LG.
Very smart, waiting for the commotion.
Ja mislim da treba idu skroz.
It was really off of the knock and flush onto like Lil Ghost. Many teams in and around that area said, great, now there's commotion, now they're occupied elsewhere, let's send it. Smart play, and again, I mean, good plays do tend to give awards, and when you reap them, you're in a good position.
Yeah, and
free kills.
Once LG seems to find that final form, they seem near unbeatable. They seem like they always make great decisions. Orboat's done. Taemin going to be the one to claim that point. FaZe not able to scoop it up for themselves, but still, nice piece of work here by FaZe to make sure that was not ever going to be a threat or problem. New Happy outside of the circle, looking for an entry, looking for. Again, what I like to call pivot points. Usually what I see New Happy do on Miramar is try to find spots that they could find third parties from, that they can swing from safely, that they can observe multiple different teams from multiple different angles when they're still relatively close together as well. They don't like fan out huge like some teams.
I've been trying to do the math.
Exo može imati dobar game.
Off of what we were talking about with Luminosity before and how when they find their final form, what happens since they played so poorly?
Genji, LG, Third Eye, Fex, svi su oni FaZe, svi su oni već tu u top 8. A malo i ovi što nisu. I ovi imaju dobar split. Odličan zapravo.
Navi came out victorious. The times they did.
Ali za posljednji, jel da? Evo i Kesa Steveni su posljednji.
LG wanted to sweep, Navi had kind of already been there. So it would be very interesting to see them in grand finals with this in mind now, see how are they actually going to go up against a fair going up against one another.
I don't think anybody wants to fight Navi straight up, like in a fair fight.
Might.
I mean, well, okay, well, there are teams certainly who have the confidence to do it, but I mean, just from what we saw in that winners bracket, like I mean, they're so talented, top to bottom. That team is so disgusting. Pentagram towards the northwest of water treatment in this dippage, and just gonna be hiding for a bit. Suju out in Narnia, no idea where that is. It's
there was a mountain there. You can't even recognize that. Come on, man.
I didn't look at it close enough. I was looking at the map. I was trying to find him on the map. I was like, where are you?
Ali šta će SST da uradi sad?
Sitting pretty.
Znači,
This circle has them on the southwest corner. This shifts up.
On je najjači spot, ali ja bi igrao 2-2. Možda. Ili bi čak ostao split. Mislim, riski, ali ja bi možda ostao split ovdje. Jer Exo neće pušati. Ja mi za najbolje da se ostane splitu. Rizično je, ali ne vidim da i bilo ko može krešati.
Yo, Foxy, DG trying to get something done, but Purdy is better than DG98 right now. Vegas coming in to support his IGL. It's a 2v2 if this fight remains fair, but I can see FaZe off in the distance potentially thinking about getting involved. And pretty far away from Foxy across the road. Meanwhile, Flood gone here from Pentagram. They drove up the road and just came and started kicking the door in.
Full speed forward, catching LG in a 3-1 split. Finds Flood left alone. And oh my lord, one good nade here. That would be bye-bye Pentagram.
Bye Pentagram.
Swapping back and forth.
2-2, okej. Poslušali su. 2-2 i split. Ja stvarno mislim da ih nema ko kreši. Koji molotov, ali ovo je trebao i da bude nok realno prije. Jedan health je lik ostao.
Low on health, trying to retreat a bit in case there's potentially any more utility that's going to be flying, any more frags, any more mollies. Particularly Richie B's compound is very susceptible to getting some good grenades in there.
Exo mora da vidi ovaj fight. Jer Richie B, Third Eye ekipa je 8. 10, ali tu je na 2-3 boda do 8. A oni su 14. Skoro 15 pojena razlike između njih. Exo baš treba dobar meč. I to bi bilo idealno da na račun ovih se to desi.
LG now beginning to make their way towards this fight, backing off of the Pentagram situation. They can get the grenades in there, or really deal with them effectively, maybe without getting shot by other teams. My suspicion, Rain, thinking about another grenade, thinking about making it rain, but no, just gonna hold the
make it rain, Rain.
Lean peek, my friend, lean peek.
What do you mean full body is much more of an authority figure?
That's a chat move right there. Yeah.
I'll stand here. I'm not afraid of you. It's the Aussie way. I like it.
I'm gonna go. I can see Rain behind me. I'm gonna go throw something in his window.
Leo, in the meantime, finds AC. That is Petrichor down and out. 14th place for them as they fall in the final match of day number 1 of losers.
Hey, they're gonna get empty. Very nice. Very nice. That's a good res there for EXO.
Sad treba da spoji SST kako znaju.
For Hikerman, level 3 gear takes a splash of damage. And the circle, oh my god, Toby. It's so close to Oasis. It's close enough. We'll call this good enough. I am so excited about this. There's so many interesting hills over here. Over here. The west side is pretty high compared to the other side of it. Should be a lot of fun. Empty's got Vox. Meanwhile, it is going to be 17 wrapping into the Oasis proper.
Yep. See if with that knock, if they're going to make the aggressive play forward, they sure as hell are. Currently, all the utilities been thrown towards the left side building, but with the footsteps now being made by Richie, you'd imagine that they must have heard him. As I say that, though, not quite there just yet. Solo push coming forward. Empty pushes all on his own. I am not sure what the idea is. There finds a second as well. You are 4v1. Do not do this to me. Now Akita falls too. EXO had all the chances in the world to take him out, but too greedy. They fall 1 by 1.
No shotguns in hand either. They don't even see him. Richie B wipes out EXO by himself. Unbelievable. Just lack of coordination there from EXO. There's one of those moments where you can see their potential lack of LAN experience. So heartbreak for EXO, but what a hold there from Richie B. Some valuable, valuable points for him and Third Eye to keep them in contention for one of those top 8 spots.
At least they don't have to go too far back in the WOT to figure out what went wrong in that game. Because I hope they know already now.
They had Third Eye dead rights.
That was just not pretty.
Tough to watch. Tough to watch for sure. FaZe, though, sees GEX on their eastern flank, mostly letting them go by. I think it's Pentagram up on top as well. Going to be watching GEX try to sneak underneath this hillside and probably have to stop there, but FaZe is going to try to get involved. Emok spraying down onto members of Ascend. Love to see Sun Sister crunch on top of Ascend here. Look at this split. Look at this 2-2 split.
It's a very dangerous one at that because they're out in the open. You can see Emok wanting to make a run for it. Tanan is caught on his own. There's no way for them right now to get back up towards the compound. And that compound is prime real estate. Why are they not fortifying that? And especially now that Ascend is suppressed, why are they not trying to get back into that compound?
I mean, that's just it. Tegu and Emok have to get back to the rest of them. I don't know either. Now they're cut off. They're going to have to fight through some players and teams potentially. I didn't see a vehicle by them. I don't know. GEX able to find some level of safety. FaZe never really able. I saw FaZe kind of aggressing towards that angle. Good shots from Kickstart. Going to get the knock onto Perfectix and the flush.
Yep. He sees that. Rel does fall, though, in the meantime, as Runex is able to find one from afar. And as Kick peeks over, he spots all of Pentagram with nades in hand. You naded us, you didn't find us. Now we are coming for you.
Uh-oh, time to leave. Yep, certainly. not a place you want to be anymore. Kickstart. And he's
Jebote,
going
ovi
to
jeste
be
ste
retreating back towards the rest of his
mogu
team,
vi na
who's
meču da...
solidly placed just outside of the southeastern corner of the
To je moj baš
Oasis.
dobar split.
Team's finally able to find a knock on the GX, and I think this is going to be go time for FaZe. Yeah, absolutely. Grenades are in hand here. Yuri going to try to respond, and that grenade finds the side of Yuri's head. Return grenade not good enough from Yuri, and this is looking interesting. Ghibli might get involved in this potentially as well.
I like Corex's flank down below. The question is going to be how much of an effect he's going to have on this fight. Ghibli is trying to flank around, potentially do some damage. Corexy has to be ready for that. I think he heard the shots from afar. That's why he's continuing to peek that direction. He has to make sure that regardless of what happens here with the fight up above, no one is able to wrap down below.
Kako je ovo besmisleno, jebote, na ovako uskom prostoru da ovaj nade nije no.
But the second one just a bit too long.
That's a lot of utility.
Yeah, they're everything in the kitchen sink here. I mean, FaZe knows FaZe knows they're in trouble.
Yeah.
Once this fight is over, so they just want to make sure they get this point if possible.
Yep. One more flash thrown. No peeks to follow. As I say that, there's the peek instantly. Overcorrects, it takes him down. Hikari does get the bleed out on Senan, so that is GEX out in the 11th.
FaZe with 2 members left, trying to find some more space to work with. Batulins from Twisted Minds overwatching the left-hand side of Fex. Lou crossing over to the road, though, with the information from Batulins that it's relatively safe. Going to be able to get there no problem. So now FaZe has to readjust and rethink how they're going to approach this next, likely phase 6 circle that moves away from them.
Issue is, where do they kind of sit down and take a breather? I don't think they can, because as soon as they're trying to get off the angle for Twisted Minds, Ghibli is holding them from the southeast, and as soon as they're trying to peek them, they're getting shot at the back by
Like
so it's a really tricky position. In the meantime, Chris, well, we say PO doing PO things. This is European PO. This is Chris. He's doing Chris things.
He's a different version of it. It's a later game sort of thing for Chris.
It's PO, but PO that survives longer.
It's like Bizarro PO.
Can we call him German PO?
No, Bizarro PO. We're going Bizarro PO. Glaz, though, might be able to get out of this in time before Chris does any damage. I think he's okay. Yes.
Keep crawling. Keep crawling.
He's just so good at this. He's unnaturally gifted at being an absolute jerk.
Yeah,
I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean that in the most positive way possible.
And the greatest thing is, as serious as everyone are, you can just tell that he's sitting with this big smile on his face as he's doing this as well.
Oh, he's just the nicest guy. He's so funny. I love Chris a lot. I mean, I don't, I hope nobody takes me too seriously when I say he's a jerk, because he's not.
He's a good jerk.
He's exactly. He's a fun jerk.
Great jerk.
Yeah, exactly. Well, FaZe has to prone their way ahead in towards the center of the next circle. Pentagram fanned out. Akkad sort of on his own there in that shack. 3 on the other side to try to barricade Batulins, Lou, and the 2 survivors. Well, Batulins just up and over quick, gets a knock, and then they're like, there's a lot of other players here. We need to back off from this incoming grenades.
And the thing is, if you're a team with less players, going up and getting that first knock and falling back can actually be huge. You might not get the kill, but that's an invite for other teams to third party, and that's when you then swing back and potentially make a third-party opportunity off of your initial first engagement. So smart from Twisted Minds to go up, aggress, fall back. Now, they don't get a kill off of it, but they do manage to suppress.
And right as you were saying that, Pentagram got third-party by Ghibli.
There you go.
Yeah, Mika trying to hold on. Oh, grenades there. Trade from Tegu, but a nice nade from Lou. Batulins found the flush. Wicked here trying to hold the angle behind the rock. And he's going to spring to action. Lou's not ready. Now Batulins knows where he is. Wicked wisely going for the point, able to confirm it.
Yep.
But it's just him left for Pentagram, a 1v1 unless somebody else gets involved.
I love the off angle by Wicked here, but he was simply too late to the trigger. I think he could have, but I was never going to save both. But Ada right now, not the best position for him to crawl around in the open there. Somehow, though, still alive. We'll see if he'll stay that way. As HS lops a nade on over, finds Mika. Kilyakai still prone behind the rocks and on the edge of the circle.
Chris.
I mean, Chris is still chilling. He's going to pan Glass in a second.
I would love it if he just walked up behind him and just cracked him in the back of the head with the pan.
Wouldn't be surprised. He's been walking behind Glass for the last 10 minutes.
He
Glass
might
has
as well.
No clue.
Honest to God, Chris shouldn't even shoot at Glass for a long time.
No.
Just keep holding the trigger. Out in the open after the res are the 2 survivors from Pentagram, but Wicked gets taken down this time. Adder got a headshot, and that's going to give Batulins the opportunity to finish that kill. I'm not sure what Pentagram's doing there. They've got to know that Batulins is still relatively close.
Yeah. Ghibli in the meantime wrapping further south. They knew that phase
Bila bi
would
dobra
few
FaZe.
players as they took out Fex as well, finding Correxa here too. It's going to force phase out in 10th. And here comes the snail, the German snail, who can only walk 1 kilometer an hour.
He might,
but he's stealthy.
He's so stealthy. Glaz just literally has no idea. I love it. And there's so much terrain for Chris to work with here. I mean, just look at all these dips and dives, all these hills, nooks and crannies that he can work with. Can't wait to see what he can get done. Adder barricades himself in the shack. And here comes the utility from Ghibli. The opener does some damage. Adder's been phenomenal today. Can he continue with that streak? He's got all of Ghibli, except for Glaz, bearing down on him. That grenade hits him in the back, able to find enough space at the top of the stairwell that doesn't have grenade. Oh, but that grenade is so good from Human.
Another thing you can do to dodge that one, smart play from them, and here comes Chris. We should have a theme. That is, whenever we go to Chris's camera, it plays.
Bum, bum. Bum, bum.
Is that it?
The Jaws theme.
Are we going Jaws on this one?
Jaws one? That's the easiest.
That's going to be a long
the
bum,
minor
bum,
first,
though.
it's easy.
Yep.
Those are the two keys next to each other on the piano, folks. Bum, bum. Go test it out if you have a piano right now. Anyway, random stuff I know from being attempting to be a music major briefly.
Yeah.
Sun Sister, north side and the back side of Suju, but Fevin just barely able to find that. RunAX had to run away, and that's another point here. Struggles continue, 4-17. Yes, they are going to get placement points, but the kills are not super great in this one. In fact, it's 0.
Yeah, suboptimal, but again, inside the circle this time, making late game. That's something. We'll see now if Kilyakai could be as sneaky, as stealthy as Chris has managed to be, because don't forget, Chris is still alive.
Dude, Fevin is popping people. He gets Nan. I don't know if the flush will be available. Kilyakai in there. Oh, the grenade from Glaz, though, gets Ming Ming. Glaz gets Fevin on the ground. So now all of a sudden, this fight here for New Happy is for their lives. Kilyakai springing into action. The stuns are in. Can he push through? Can he finish the job? Ghibli wants a piece of the pie as well. Kilyakai gonna go down to HS, and he gets the flush. Now turning his attention to Ghibli.
Chris still chilling. I thought he was going to maybe peek up over the top off of that engagement with Kilyakai on the other side, but not quite the case. He's waiting to spring the trap at least for a little while longer. In the meantime, nades now be lobbed on forward as Ming does get confirmed. So a New Happy down to 3. Only one kill in this game, and again, New Happy. The aggression. I mean, it's essentially what I'm talking about when I'm talking about Sun Sister. We've seen the most aggressive sweeping New Happy ever. This tournament, though, a shell, nothing in comparison.
To sam ja isto primijetio. Previše su pasivni, ne preuzimaju rizik, ne krašaju.
RunAX not able to do anything about it, and that's going to be the flush as well.
Kao da igraju s
At
kočicom.
least 4-17 gaming alongside the placement point. Reload though, swinging into action, and the grenade is perfect. Xiaobei gone. 17 out early.
Yep. LG might only be 3 up, but they now have full center control in this circle. Let's see. New Happy with 3 still on their feet can make something happen. You have
it's a beautiful circle.
Chris is right next to Glass again.
I love this spot on the map. Just love it.
It is.
Look how much there is to a new.
Welcome to a new area of the map, Paper.
I'm thrilled. Well, I drive around here a lot. I don't get to fight up here much. Usually I'm rotating in and out of this area. But yeah, this is such a cool part of the map. It's Chris.
I feel he deserves at least 1 kill.
Oh, I agree.
Of the commitment to not walking faster than that.
Might have to happen, maybe. New Happy, yeah, here it comes. Got it. He has to take it now. Tosi right away is like, yo, bro. Whoa, he gets another. Okay, we've seen this kind of thing before, but yeah, the blue is going to finish the job there. I was maybe hoping that he had enough time.
He got 2 kills and he got 2 placement points. Congrats, Chris. Your 15 minutes of being stealthy gave you 4 points.
I sad je on pomogao JBL. New Happy. JBL je došao New Happy.
Yeah, it's true, it's true.
It wasn't like the most expensive dish on the menu, but it was pretty good. It was an appetizer.
Strong appetizer,
yeah. I like it. Richie now, Organ Hand somehow still alive, finds the first one. Snaker's helmet popped off, but down to 1 HP, can't connect with the blue, and kickstart easy for him to take out Richie. Again, Richie getting top 5 in this game, despite being pushed by 4 EXO players earlier.
Bukvalno JBL izgubio meč sad zbog ovog što je Chris uradio.
Yeah, so huge for Third Eye that he's able to pull that off. That keeps them right in the thick of things. Relo now watching Batulins, or potentially going to be watching Batulins on the edge. Just can't quite see him yet.
Htio sam pitan zašto je Batulin između ove dvije ekipe da se skonta da je deep da ne mogu da ga vide.
Sandwich they were in. There were so many players and teams shooting at them, grenading them, and they come out with 3.
Yeah, issue now is, though, look at that field in front of them. I know you said it's amazing, great to play in. I think New Happy overlooking this right now. Aren't as thrilled as you are for this area, because they would want some mountains, they want some hills, they want some rocks, because they are fighting downhill and into the open. The good thing for them is this battle is about to commence, and for LG it couldn't be any better. They get the knock, now they know they can't look on over, and now they can aggress on the southern side.
Yeah, Relo and Kickstart here trying to find the backside of Batulins. They've got him. Heaven now, the last one on his feet for Ghibli.
trying
to
sneak his
way around the side of the rock. Another molly there, and a stun is going to back him off. Heaven just going to have to rethink this fight, rethink this angle. Meanwhile, New Happy is starting to push in. They are sensing a win. They are sensing a grand finals.
Look at the amount of circle control they've got. Pretty much the entire circle has got them written on it. Crucial at HS, both hears and sees Heaven down below. He was about to flank around. He was about to maybe go undetected. And for LG, so unlucky that they can't
Samo Svino mu ulazi u top 8.
Kickstart is right down below. I'm not sure if HS has maybe heard him. Yes, this flash is coming forward. They know that Kickstart is down below.
I love that New Happy doesn't push onto Heaven, knowing that if they get a knock, they're going to cede the game to LG. But still, LG has HS very beat up. Are they going to be able to push him? No. Bravo. Finds kick on the cross. Snaker's now trying to come over to help his teammate, but HS is aware and trying to do something about it.
Where's Xiao Pian in all of this? He's the overhead protector. He is the kind of the eye in the sky, set further towards the north side, having to protect this angle. Here comes the double swing, though, instantly. HS finds one more. Snakers fall down. That should be flush. Is confirmed in just a moment, depending on this nade from Relo. Where does it go? Does it find one? Yes.
Nice
first one to fall. By the way, Tosi got res.
This
was going on. Has two up again. They're right back in this thing. Oh no, the blue just touches his back. He wasn't aware. He was trying to go for the heal, and instead he's going to pay the price. A crucial mistake for Ghibli, and they may be able to try to go for the res again. Relo though.
Tosi je direktno kriv što je GBL prošli meč nije vidio. I sad opet pravi sranje jebote.
He knows he can go and finish it. Zepion trying to finish him before he gets in there, but this should be the end of Ghibli. They get the res once again. Oh, the stuns are out. I can see the sawed off in the smoke, but now out in the open, Zepion finds Relo. Tosi gets taken down by a grenade. Just haven't left. No, sir. It's going to be New Happy taking our final game of the day.
What a bounce back and forth. Initially, Ghibli looking great. Then they get to run off. All of a sudden, it's a Luminosity game to win when the knock comes through onto Xiao Pian. But because of the resets there, the rest come through onto New Happy. So many bounces back and forth, and in the end, New Happy out victorious. A much needed win for them.
Now, Kilar said he wanted to see them get a win, and they do. It is time for some highlights, and then we'll wrap up the day with the desk. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back here at PGS1.
Halo.
Halo.
Ima li mjesta? Nema.
Ima. Izaću ja.
Ma nema izlazi ovako, tamo ako ide neko.
Mi smo tebe rezervisali mjesto, to jest Nino ti je rezervisao.
Jo.
Može pick-up, ostao sam bez goriva.
Sviđali ste New Happy vino, jebate, bit će zanimljivo.
Da maka se ja prozvao da su četvrčine.
Jo. 6 su.
Da ne mogu bez profile inspektora igrat. Oni iz 17 Gaming.
I Petrihor, Pero je osnivač.
Nino čeka da udre na first.
Jedino koga bi još volio da vidim u finalu. Zapravo to su ekipe koje volio da ih vidi, da igraju u finalu. Realno 100 ekipe koje su pokazale da zaslužuju finala. Nadam se da će sutra zadržati ovo i onda gledamo grand finale brutalno. Znači bukvalno je onda 16 naših ekipa prošlo. Prije turnira bi rekao Genji isto da zaslužuje, međutim ništa nisu pokazali. Ovo bi volio da bude ekipa, da budu timovi za finale. Ništa, gledamo sutra loser bracket day 2. Ja se idem do WC-a I kad se vratim idemo igrati malo ranked.
The win rolling in for New Happy. We said just before this segment, damn, we wish New Happy was able to pop off a little bit more, popping off. But unfortunately for them, they hadn't done up until really this game where they were able to seize victory.
Yeah, and with this one, they're able to jump into the top 8 from that, so that's obviously fantastic, but it was a hard-fought one. It's a rough terrain, you had so many teams third-partying, and also, unfortunately for Luminosity Gaming, they're not able to close another one down. It was close though, they had a little bit of an angle, kick went down, and then both HSM and now they were able to swing around and get that closed in, so really well fought by New Happy there to clutch that one up.
I'm sure Luminosity on the other side, though, is probably not kicking themselves too much, considering...
probably qualified already.
Yeah, they've got a lot of points.
Yeah, had a good day.
A lot of points indeed here. But let's talk about New Happy a little bit more, since they actually did get the win here. And again, for New Happy, when we kind of looked back at them in terms of historically, it seemed like kind of a 1 or 2 man show. It's anything but now. I feel like it's every single member contributing when they actually do step up here. And I like to see that. I like to see the kind of team camaraderie being able to carry through as opposed to 1 or 2 names.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like though today has been the only one we've been kind of not seeing too much from has been Ming Ming, which is usually the guy that comes out and frags, outputs on, 5, 6, 7 kills in a single match. But he's had a rough day. The other guys able to step up, as you say here. They're flexible. Like, depending on who's out in front, who's able to get the opening kills, they're all able to contribute there for New Happy.
Difficult terrain for all these teams to play towards the end. We saw quite a few solos trying to sneak on in there here to get themselves a decent spot. But let's talk about the top 4 here. It will be New Happy, Ghibli. We have Luminosity and Twisted Minds to round things out, Avenger.
Yeah, it's a good one here. We can see 20 smokes on New Happy. They really had to use a lot of utility to make sure they're closing this one out, kind of their pathway through to the later stages of the game. Also 39,000 meters distance travel, of course, a little bit of a northern circle. Always makes a lot of teams having to kind of rotate in there and get into a better spot.
Yeah, I'm trying to think exactly where they came from. And I do remember them wide wrapping on the east side and then eventually dipping in towards the north of the circle. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Miramar is kind of synonymous with that kind of play. As we take a look at the recap from this game, as everything's coming on down, it's Chris once again trying to clutch things out, clutch a few points for Ascend. I do feel like those kinds of plays, though, will only sit them on the very edge of being able to qualify for the top 8. They need a big power game.
They need another big game here. Even if they already won one, they need another one to manifest their spot inside the top 8. Otherwise, it's going to be rough. There's a lot of good teams here. Even though it is the losers bracket, there's a lot of teams that are expected to go through to the grand finals, and we're going to have to miss out a few of them. This one, I was like, whoa, but yeah, obviously the smoke played out. I've been very happily surprised with Heaven from Ghibli again. He also was pretty impressive once we were playing the group stage here.
Kind of instrumental in how they're able to earn some points. Of course, Tossi in the last 2 games has been able to help out quite considerably, but yeah, Heaven, we all look at him as one of the guys on Ghibli that is excellent. Let's take a look at his HSS. We have Zipian and we have Nan, and then, as you say, Ming not really being able to contribute too much in this game, but the others were able to hold their head above the parapet, look out and say, we can take this.
Yeah, and of course here, HSM is going to be able to be the MVP. Good for him, but yeah, Ming really not had the best of his kind of total day so far. I think he's going to end on 2 total kills for the day for Ming.
He was expensive.
He was, if not the most expensive, then at least top 3.
He was a 34,000.
34,000. Yeah. So it's been a rough one for him here. But yeah, it's good to see the other guys be able to step up here and be able to jump into this. Twisted Minds, though, with 44 kills, is going to be able to jump into the top 8,400. Perfect amount of damage here again.
Yeah, they actually, again, I have to reiterate, considering FaZe actually did a 3.6k game, the fact that Twisted Minds is still #1 here across the day does show that they're back to play. And I did pose the question yesterday to some of the guys. I'm like, what do we think about Twisted Minds? Because I didn't think that they looked really that impressive through a lot of phases of this tournament. They didn't look that impressive in PEC. Now they're trying to bounce back here in this lower bracket.
It's obviously a rough one. If you're putting yourself into, you should be going straight into grand finals. You could be going through the winners bracket quite easily. So a lot of pressure on yourself, a lot of your own expectations is coming kind of short-handed.
Yeah.
Had a few chats with Batulins, and they're just laser focused on the goal, which is, of course, to go straight through to the grand final here and show what they are. Though all those 62 points for LG, that's a qualification for them.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. And they're looking at Twisted Minds as well. 58 points is going to get them through, if not extremely close already here, all things considered. And yesterday when I also talked to Batulins, I asked him how things are going. He says he's tired. And I'm like, tired? Okay. And then he says, tired of the hot drops. And seemingly kind of that has been quelled here for the moment, and they're able to find their groove just a little bit more. Tomorrow, of course, we've got 6 more games coming at you for the lower bracket, and it will be MMMM to start things. So it's going to be me. So it will be Miramar and then little Arengels interlaced.
And I gotta say, I think the top 5 is looking fantastic for tomorrow. They are 10 points ahead here. FaZe Clan on 45, and then it's New Happy on 35 now. They just won a game. So Shoot to Kill, Ghibli and FaZe Clan there in the 3rd to 5th place. I think that's gonna be pretty sure for them to be able to go through to the grand finals.
I do feel like that was a super important win for New Happy. I feel like that will be an absolute boost, a shot to the arm to be able to just make them rise back up tomorrow, because honestly, I was concerned for New Happy after the previous phases now coming into this one.
Yeah, and of course tomorrow we're finding our last teams. And it looks like it's only going to be 3, maybe 4 more teams that's going to have a chance to take those last spots.
If you think about the names that you think might jump into the top 8, looking at where they're at right now, who are you looking at?
Multiple. I think you know, 17 Gaming should be a team. I think if we could have a team like maybe GEX could have like a fantastic pop-up.
They do sneak
like
in
a little bit of a dark horse. Sometimes they are doing really well, but yeah, Leo had some rough games today, died early and in general. But we'll see. Yeah, 17 Gaming should be, they're uncontested Picado Pachinki, so they should be going.
They should be. We've seen what Sonics is able to do when they're uncontested in these locations. There's no reason a world-class team like 17 Gaming can't do that as well. Thank you very much, Avenger. Time now to head on to the interviews here for our first day of the lower bracket to get some keen thoughts from our players.
Hello and welcome back to the main stage daily interviews with your host Bella. That was it for day one of the losers bracket. The matches today definitely kept me at the edge of my seat. So enough from me today. Let's hear it from the players themselves. First runner-up is Relo from Luminosity Gamings. Please welcome Relo. Okay, hi. Coming in number one on day one. Congrats to you. Good game today. So how confident are you about keeping your ranking on the leaderboard throughout tomorrow?
As long as we keep playing how we're playing right now, I'm confident we'll stay on top right now.
Ooh, that's good. That's bold. Yeah, okay. Who would you say is your biggest competition within the losers bracket?
If I had to choose a team, I would choose Twisted Minds probably, or any of the Chinese teams. But I usually answer this question with the same answer. I would say ourselves. We're usually our own worst enemy, so.
Oh, that is deep.
Yeah.
Okay, you're fighting against yourself tomorrow because you're number one on the leaderboard anyway.
We're always fighting against ourselves.
Ooh, okay. Hey, your teammate Kick got his cute little moment on screen like a couple of days back. Were you jealous of his, 5 minutes of fame? He loved, Kick's little cheat card. So I'm sure the fans at home will be dying to get like a cute Relo moment on screen too. So, wanna give it a go?
If you insist. Will you do it with me?
Okay, let's do it for the fans out there.
Okay.
On three.
Three?
1, 2, 3. Yeah! You gotta wink. It's the Korean way.
Wink. I can do it.
And good luck to you for tomorrow too.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, you will.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was Relo from Luminosity Gaming. I like how they're excited. Like, it's after day one, so they must have had a long day. But like, they're so confident and so hyped. Let's meet our second player of the day, Batulins from Twisted Minds. Please welcome Batulins. Привет, Sasha.
Привет.
On the first day, good game today. So do you have any games, like any of the matches from today that you want to talk about?
Okay, so first I will answer in Russian to my Russian viewers, and then in English to you, okay?
Okay, I'm sure the fans would love that.
Okay. Собственно, насчет, в принципе, игр, которые впечатлили сегодня, это была первая игра, когда мы, в принципе, сыграли супер успешно, и это дало энергичный заряд на весь день, и вообще, в принципе, понимание, что мы будем фармить. Okay, so the first game was special for us because we played really nice, and we get this super important confidence in the whole day, so that we gonna crush everyone, like crush.
Yeah. It's always have like that good start, the good kick to your first game, yeah. And from what I know, like it must not have been easy to play like 5 days in a row so far. Like the intense gaming, is it catching up to you? Focused, top of your game.
Окей, тут говорят, что сложно играть 5 дней подряд, на самом деле легко. Вот, мы просто хотели побольше игр на турнире против лучших команд. В общем, да, все легко, просто играем в игру и отлично. Yeah, so in English, it's actually easy for us to play 5 days in a row. We're just playing the game, we have fun, and that's all.
Oh, it's not even trouble for you.
Yeah.
Just breathing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And, since it's our first interview since the tournament started, let's, have a thank you to the fans watching you from home. in Russian and English.
Окей, to the fans. В общем, ребята, продолжайте в нас верить. Мы, как вы видите, даже такие непростые ситуации игровые делают нас только сильнее. И просто продолжайте болеть, и мы всех разнесем. And so, to the English speaking fans, still support us because we are super good team and we're gonna destroy everyone anyway. Thank you.
Okay, we'll see more of you tomorrow. Good game today and good luck to you for tomorrow too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Пока-пока.
Oh, пока. Пока, Patulins.
Kad igra Partizan, koliko sati?
U 9.
That was Patulins from Twisted Minds. That is a wrap for day 1 of the losers bracket. And I know the question on everyone's mind is, who will be the top 8 team that make it into the grand finals? We'll find out tomorrow, so stay tuned, and I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye-bye. Пока.
Šta smo, Milton?
Milton.
Huckleberry Finn, Berry Finn. Huckleberry.
Hello!
Gdje, brate moj?
Gdje si, bole? Evo.
Gdje ti je Tom Sawyer?
Pički materinoj.
Ja niko, a? Jel ovo opet Lucky Pinovo?
Ne, Nino.
Sad ćemo da vidimo. Vidi se ko je na Discordu nam najviše.
Ja mislim da Nino isto ne bi trebao igrati Adriju.
Ne bi trebao.
I on je tu na Discord.
Čekaj, nisam čuo šta se priča, uopće nisam čuo.
Ne bi ni ja slušao.
Nema.
I ja
gledam
nisam čuo.
highlights NBA.
Jesi dobar taj engleski, Nino.
Evo ga Vovix. Tamo ste ga dozvali.
Jokić je izdominirao, brat, čovjek.
Si vidio? Zvijer.
Baš sač. To samo govori da bi on Ilani dobio njih, a ne, da su bili zdravi svi. Ouch.
Cozy.
Treba nekome kompez AR.
Da.
Imam 2 viška.
Imaš i 2 D.
Dobio si 2, da. Pošteno? Pošteno. Eno Voveksa.
Pazam s tim ljudima što ti znaš da oni su čitovali na njim. On sad može biti najčistiji igrač na svijetu, to je toliko nebitno. Razumiješ? Znači jednom, to ti je ko kad ubiješ čovjeka. Ti kad ubiješ čovjeka jednom ti si ubica za vas da. Bez obzira što ti 40 godina narednih nisi ubio nikoga.
Da.
Jebo majku svoju.
krivični dosje uvijek postoji.
Pa, nego kako?
Koga kamene Dulić. Dođi uzmi ovaj kompis.
Ima li šta u garaži? Je li prazna garaža?
Ima garaži trojac motor.
Ja našao komplet s trabalikom 6-ca.
Nope. Treba meni 6-ca.
Dobro.
Ne znam kad sam zadnji put nešto odbio, pravo da vam kažem.
To je Lakije vaš kuvala, on kaže da, onda ako mi ne treba, poslije kaže evo našao sam bac.
Laki reaguje na to treba, ali on reaguje.
Ode je Laki na Lakija.
Di si ga vidio i jebo?
A tu je bio negdje iza farme. Sad di tačno, nemam pojma.
Jesse, Đorđe!
Jesi ti otišao sa trojicom motorom ili sa eSportsom?
Ne, eSports. Mislim, pored eSportsa motor bio.
Gdje smo parašut našli, a?
Nismo.
A traži. Ali nismo našli.
Nisam ni ja Lakija našao.
Od 6-ca.
Nisi našao Lakije?
Nisam.
80 na sat, udarim u ogradu i ne razbijem je. Vrh.
Ja si izgubio helte. To je po pesu. Sivi tić. A svašta moj Laki. Ovaj sad moj Laki. Laki se sve miješa, on ti je ko začince.
Našao drop Laki, nisi?
Nope. Evo idu ljudi helikopterom.
Cenera onome koga skine iz aviona.
Auta na mene, vodim na vas.
Ajde.
Odustali.
Usio.
Kako si ti živ, ostao ne znam.
Još jedan drop pada ovdje negdje.
Zelo nije.
Tamo, ajmo.
Da, tako, tu da negdje.
I see. On my way.
Moj MG3.
Važi. Auto dolazi, Nino.
Da vidim. Jedan lik je samo. Bra, ostavi ga, ostavi.
Još jedan. Jo, Nino, fake infa, ide na flash.
Boga mi je jedan bio samo u autu, ja ne znam odakle ovog drugog.
100%.
Ne znam, brate,
Iskoči iz auta nazad, sjedio. Ne treba, iskočio nije iz auta nazad, sjedio u autu.
Jo, kad sam gledao jednog video, boga mi. Talago stari on. Šta je bilo na dropu?
MK.
Puši ga.
Od ove dvojice niko nema ni sedmica, ni čikpeda, ničeg. Čovjek mi uništio helmet cijeli.
Šta vama treba, momci, da vam ponesemo?
Ništa.
Ništa, imate sve, ajde dobro. A uzet ću. A neće ga shotgunovat, nema zone da shotgunovat. Sad kad završi u zgradama, ubiću nekoga.
Hop, gledaj ovdje.
To auto ima. Na žutom su ljudi.
Daš mi fajtat?
Ne. U kampu.
Zašto ne?
A što je ovdje bolje?
Ma nije.
Pa ti fajtaj.
Nisam ono stolika pička da okej.
Jevi ga. Mora i to nekom.
To ti dođe sa godinama, Laki. Ti si još mlad, zelen, pa lako odraš.
Vrate, mogu se jednom probi gubu na ovu. A ne da se fajta
Izvojte sam tu.
Moj Laki.
I ovo dođe s godinama, a?
Pa ne, to je mlad, zelen, neiskusan.
Mlad, zelen, ode helmet 3, vesta 3, sve otišlo, druže.
Krašaju, idu u auto.
I sljedeća na auto nije dolazi.
Ja ću pula pa zeleni.
Bolje.
Auto vam ide ovako.
Stavo je na šek, na šeku je, pasite.
Povuku je nazad, hitao sam ga 2 puta. Nokan.
Bravo jebot.
Di je nokan?
Manje slušao. Jebot.
Ništa ono.
Poći popet će nam se leđa. A možete li idete vazvice?
Da, možemo.
Ajde uzmemo zeleni.
Come on, lucky boy.
Ni helmeta ni vosti.
Idite ovako.
To sam kroz šumu pucao od ulikba.
Vidio si.
Dobar.
Kroz.
Mi ćemo otići lutat vakiju, vestu i kacigu, ovdje na plavoj.
Vest ima na meni.
Znam da ima. Shit. Nisam znao da je oliko visok. Jer znam da ima tamo i vesta i kaciga, bio sam tamo.
Jel?
Da.
Ajmo donji.
Čekaj da igram sa onim defanim zvukom. Koji ti vesta gore na kartu. Kacku ne znam da se vidi.
Što drugo? Da nije u šeku luta. Ne. Evo keca.
Ne.
Sve ima dvica mora biti. Ljubav, aj možeš da ne usisavaš sada sobu. Samo ćeš malo, ajde dobro. Evo ti kada si već.
Gotovo.
Da, to je divno, ovo te gotovo.
Kakav je uvaz na pininu?
To je onaj lik što smo ga pucali što je stao, sam ne znam di je on otišao.
Sada ćemo.
Nije vruće, savršeno je. Samo ti zatvori vrata. Mora ti bi vruće kada radiš, cijeli dan čistiš. Da igraš igrice, ne ti bilo vruće, jel da? Jel da? Pa je rekao sam da ne čuješ. A jebi se tamo. Šta je imao?
Poslije sruši tika, druže. Sve omera provokatora.
Bravo ljubav moja. Bravo ljubav.
Evo ljudi.
Aj. Di su ljudi, nisam bio tu. Bio sam Afrika.
Leti. I drop leti na nas. Eto dropa. Moj pin. Sam jedan lik. Gdje omere?
Namo markeru. Na vrhu gore.
Mal kakav supresor, ne? A gdje je Dulki, šta Dulki radi?
Pa je tražio. Mislim da nam je cijela strana frisove.
Nadrop mi.
Mislim da su svi ovako.
A ne znam, iskreno mi ne treba mi drop, treba mi treba supresor.
Jel? AMG.
A jebi mu mater sam. O, doći do tebe dolu.
Da, pa doći dolu.
Laki ja branimo taj push.
Lijeko su bili gore samo, znate.
Ja ću se kaverat to stonje, Laki ti ako još priđi na drop. Ja sam u auto kaže player already in seat.
Moraš mi 2 puta također uzim drop.
Ako si izgubio onu trojičicu kacigu i to, moraš se navuzi.
Da.
Ali on nekog bio gledao na žutom prema tamo Vizardu.
Dobro.
Još nisu došli nigdje. Vidim ti sve oko dropa, još niko. Evo lika ovdje sada na plavo.
Dobro.
Traži drop, ali ne zna gdje je frajer.
Je smutao, pa dimi se.
Dobio ga.
Šta je skroz lijevo?
Na šeku je skroz sad.
Koliko je?
Dobio glavu bio. Jednog sam vidio za sad.
Ako neko bude htio kasnije.
Na dropu je jedan za sad.
Čujem, 2 su. Mislim da je 2.
Dobio ga opet. U ovom je smjeru plavog sada. Na šeku ponovo.
Isto. To je taj iz kampana, da li?
Da.
P90 na drop ako neko hoće.
To će ja uzeti 100%.
Gdje ovaj puca? 8x ovo na pod.
Puca me supresor od nekog, ne pojmo dakle.
Ovdje ova mala kućica. Plava kućica mala. Šumica sva se trese. Evo lika ovdje plavi marker, desno vas flanka.
Dobro.
Ovako ide Dulči, ispred tebe Dulke. Plavi marker.
Ja vidim drugog. Na mom pinu je drugi.
Ne, pade.
Da, kod drvenog šeka je tvoj drugi. Dvojica su na drvenom šeku, na crvenom dvojica, jedan na plavom.
Ovo je mene kroz krošnje pucao.
A gdje je lik plavog?
Čitav tim je gore. Mene krešali?
Neću pravi meni.
Tamo on vrti.
Šta meni sad solo na plavom što je bio? Ovi su jedni sjeli u auto na plavom, sada novom. Idu prema negdje.
Gdje su ljudi?
Na garažnom gdje je Omer bio. Tamo su se krešali na kuće. Samo stan tu, nemoj davati dalje im. Evo ga tu. Nokan ovdje.
On neki molotov boss.
Ne, noka me bolti, mamu mu jebe.
Može pas dolje.
Mogu ja pa.
Odakle te nokost? Vidim ga.
Odale.
Da fuck, druže.
Ta imena.
Ma masteri, da.
Drugi tim s leđa na u meš.
Ma ovo je četvrčin.
Dobro.
Eto Boveksa, bježi sad Duke dok znaš.
Rafidi ti je taj četvrčina.
Kako se sad Rafidi?
Roza desni sad.
A kako neće ga ubije?
Ma nećete niko.
Neće, zato što zna da ćemo ga reporta sva četvorica. Rafidi. To damage, 7 KD, 21 vinuš, 60 damage.
Ne hak sad, kaže Dulik. Ne hak sad, ne hak sad.
800 damage. Gledaj, sezona 21, KD 260, 320 damage. Sezona 22, 700 damage, KD 8,5. A sezona 20, 0.
Trudi se.
Prije toga 149, 156, 179. Ako se teški Rafidi.
Čovjek odredio prioritete u životu.
Ma bježi.
Ajmo redi.
Četvrčina.
Ćemo APM, jel to?
Može. Lik skoči na bootcamp na Sahoku, prvi od sviju, nađe na krovu Panzer Faust i Panzerom noka lika koji padobrano spada dolje iz zraka skine. Jevo te le. Zamisli to ovog dana. Ti lagano how dropaš i Panzer te skine, nisi ni palac. Imamo dva lika s nama.
Ili tri.
Ti je treći bol. ne vidim trećeg uopće.
Iznad ulika dvojica s lijevo od tebe. Mala zelena je pao lik, pored tebe Lakija. Ajde ne na babinu, ovo je na krovu, odmah iza.
Sa flat zeleni ovaj, na zelenom pinu.
Da.
Da.
Vani je?
Nešto ga ispušavam. Gdje je Vani?
Moj ping ga čujem. Ide iza i bježi nazad.
Vidim ga.
Ušao u bakinu.
Već jedan bio u bakinu i tam, pazi.
On ušao u bakinu, jel?
Onda smo dvojica možda u bakinu.
Dvojica mora biti u bakinu onda sad. Nije to taj bio. Vidjeli ovaj upučić pred nas. Kako je majmun krenuo kroz smog da finiša i stavu. Nakon neš baca.
Nema ništa bombi.
Tu smokoma.
Mater ti jebem. Je u smoke ovdje.
Nograd je Laki.
Mora biti još jedan novi ringov.
Jel smo imali još jednu ekipu?
Ne, to je to. Ja sam vidio samo ovu trojicu.
Ja isto sam ovu trojicu.
Moramo tražiti pick-up onaj jebeni. Da mi se vozi toliko.
Kak se odmah čovjek brzo navikne.
A ja sad lika nokano pogodim, stari moj. U 2 navrata lik ne pada iz krvari, na kraju nisam ni ja sis dobio.
To mi neš najgore.
Bože, sačuvaj. Ja ono prvi put prestao puca kontam, dead je frajera.
Baš o čemu?
Ko je?
Alo?
Groza, braj.
Šta lupaš koji kurac?
Uđi otvorene.
Da.
Odličano je.
Treba li kom
Kako sam brz? Što ovo?
Kako sam brz?
Treba li kom šestica?
Ne. Treba mi se preso. Ponovno.
Who is gay?
You is gay.
Ja kompar viš.
Može.
Treba mi half,
Put your
mogu da
hands up,
vertikal ako
Detroit.
neko hoće.
Šta kaže dolke?
Treba mi half ako ima neko da ću mu vertikal.
Znaš šta treba sastaviti? Treba staviti ovako dok parašutaš da možeš pucat s pištoljem.
Ejoj.
To je nova meta.
Ali ne znam zašto ne mogu.
Skočiš Skačeš, pa dobro, ne pucaš pištolje.
A dobro, ne može, moraš držati obijene ručice, evo ili?
Pa eto, da ne moraš motati, isto kao s autom, ne moraš motati lijevo desno ako ćeš pucati. No, ne moraš reloadat. Znaš kako s autom kad voziš ne moraš reloadat ako ideš lijevo desno, možeš ići raditi.
Ne može.
Tap, 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 tap. Možemo se vodat u mafioz.
Ajde.
Omer, imaš auto.
Evo da po vas.
Imate dva auta ovdje na nama. Na zeleno imate auto. Ali što si ti bolje slušalice, to ovaj nok uvjerljiviji.
Daješ. Ja izlazio od ulik vani, vidim ono, pored prozora glava, inače ima neko običajno ono, pogleda prozora kad neko dođe, jel znam. Ja izlazio vani, gledam kom je kuca.
Mene, kad je prvi put pustio, ono s desne strane kad mi je, znaš, ja sam mislio stvarno da ne kuća, gledam koji kura, ali kad vidi druge strane vidi na drugom juhu, gledam, ne može s oba dvije strane udara, da ga jebiš.
Pa mene je prvi put, mi je bilo u fajtu, ja sam čuo prvi put, znaš Nino. Drugi put nisam ni čuo. Nije završio fajt, ja izlazim vani, govorim mamku, jesi ti kucala na prozor, kaže nisam.
Koji bug je ovdje ostao, tva?
Nino, meni je jebeno, meni s desne strane je vrata ocu, bez lijeve vrata od balkona.
Da, konta šokle iz balkona naviru. Evo, tu se fajtaju. Nemoj sad, Laki, nemoj Laki.
Nisam ja.
A Dulić. Tu se fajtaju Dulke na markeru. Auto ide, prišao most, desnu stranu. Evo ga, vozi se paralelno, kako mi idemo, tako se on vozi plavi marker. Možemo i presjeći, znači samo vozi ravno, možemo i presjeći brži smo, možemo i na plavom presjeći.
Pa vozi, BMW ili Audi?
Da, puno smo brži, oni idu uzbrdo. Oni sada idu ovako, plavi. Znači vozi skroz na plavi, na cestu gore. Vozi na plavi marker, oni idu plavi line.
Dobar, ovaj mafiozo, ali je spor.
Tu se širi se malo navdo tu, ući on dole.
Ja mislio sam stal negdje gore.
Nemo mi
ovo. Viška petica možda. Da baciš malo.
140 ima, mogu ti baci.
Bad 23 komada sam ima. Ima 2, 3, 70 je broj ko baci.
Pa ti zabuj kjeli. Ajmo ovako bolje. I onda uzmemo nešto tu.
Da.
Gdje ćemo?
Trace.
Znate to je Dulke.
O, ja već prošao ovamo.
Davaj, doći.
Pa ne veze, idite vi odozgo, mi ćemo odavde.
Ma ne možeš, pa šta ćemo, ako se neko pobije, gotovo. Mi nemamo goriva, jao maj. Ja nisam gledao.
A ja nisam ponio goriva, jebi ga.
Auto ispred mene.
Možda imamo eSports ovdje.
Da.
A da ja po njih.
Ne moraš, možda sačekaj.
Imamo auto, mi ne trebaš. Čak ćeš ti prije mene doći, jevijem ti. Dobar, sad lijevo, sad nizbrduca.
Da.
Evo, sjeo sam. Uhvatio sam te. They see me rolling.
Stali ovdje, namo marker full team.
Možete li se vratiti da idemo okolo, da uzmemo zeleni?
Oni su već, ja mislim...
Što nam fali ovdje?
Movali se ovi. Možemo se mi vratiti.
They see me rolling.
Why are you gay?
Fajtuju se na zeleno. I to baš ovaj H2.
Ti se fajtaju na žutom, jel?
Na zeleno, na zeleno. U Đorđu.
Sangara.
Zavali mi Dulić plesku kroz prozor, Rajko.
No?
Gdje je Dulka, hoće mijenjat?
Me Dulić udario autom za 10 HP-a da možete ti kako ja ne znam.
Imam našao sam.
Pick-up, jel?
Da.
Vaj, zovi ga odmah, idemo na hospital.
Okej.
Evo ti komp.
Ne trebam, prešao da ga diže.
Kome treba komp od vas, zato nikom.
Vratio se, ne diže ga, what?
A ima i tamo dva već.
A tu sad pick-up?
Zovi pick-up, ako moraš zovi.
Ajmo tamo lako. Sad tu sam. Šta je s ovim kućama ispred nas, ja ne vidim tu niko.
Freeze, movali su. Pa bili su stali.
Iza nas ljudi.
Ne, niko za ovo.
Nemoj sad da te nokaj dok zvali smo pick-up ovaj.
Za koliko je tu?
30 sekundi.
Gdje ćemo?
Možemo, vidit ćemo sad. Možemo vjerovatno na East skočiti East George.
Da.
Je trebalo povući zona od vode dolje, treća na četvrto, sigurno.
Možemo
na East George na krovove. Ili na hospital, vidit ćemo da ima manje ljudi.
Ćemo treba da shifta ka vamo.
Plavo, a?
Neka još, samo leti do kraja. Jel možemo hospital, a?
Pa možemo, ja mislim,
Ajde.
Ovi su rotirali s hangara.
Desno, compound.
Oh shit, nisam vas ja čuo.
Dobro, šta imamo split.
Auto?
Nina, treba li ti kompenzator?
Ne.
Are you gay?
Kako ovo nije nok? 2 glave.
Odakle te puca, ja sam oko jednoga.
Ima još negdje, možda krov gore vrati.
Ovdje me nok, plavog me pogodio lik. Ne mi, ja pucam na drugu stranu.
Gdje je plavi kuća na spratu?
Da, dobio glavu bio. Man samo supresor treba. Mislim ne treba.
Kako je glup lik? Pazi, ljudi skaču. Skočili?
Gdje idu?
Ne znam. Solo lik. U gradu.
Dvojica.
Meni helmet treba.
I meni isto, upravo mi ga li iskinuo. He! Malo je takvi, a?
Ima nas dosta.
Ovako me iz daleka puca, supresan, vidim ga odakle me puca. De, nokaj me kad sam već legu, de. To najviše volim. Kad smo unutra.
Imate kod mene nove kacige i već.
Na mom pinu su u riđu. Nokaj, no još mene nokaj.
Jel vi igrate krov, niste li jeste?
Više ne.
Ja krov helmen, ima li tu helmenin?
Ima desna strana, ima na krovu isto.
Imaš još jedan na krovu ovdje,
Dobro, imam kjeta za sad.
Nažuto se ga noko.
Jesi ti pucao, ali?
Sam je u kući. Nokal su jednog tamo iza. Oba sam stepencama. Neko je sletio, padobrano?
Ja.
Aha. Četiri lika sto u kući. Neće vrata da se razbiju, mrtva vrata. Nice hit.
Ima li u garažnoj?
Ima, svi su sad u garažnoj.
Hitanje u garažnoj.
A šta je s desno, ima u smoku, me su pali ili?
Ne znam, on su bil nakal jednog tamo.
Nemaš mnogo desno, Nino, ja sam bio tamo.
Došli gore ubrdo već.
Odakle te pucaju, ne vidim.
Moj pin, čoša garaže.
Dobro, padala.
Ajde ti umere na nas, a ne mreš neš auto. Vraća se jedan u vilu tamo.
Ne znam odakle sad puca.
Omere, treba li kompenzator?
Može.
Ne znam gdje ovaj jedan puca.
Crvenog.
Crvena kuća.
Na drop tu upao, joj.
Da. T90 na drop.
Bravo.
Šveca kompenzuje. Neko je prišao s desan silencer ovdje, je neko prišao na plavi. Neko je prišao tu na plavi marker.
Dobro.
Mene najviše plaši zeleni. Dodgeball da nam nestane tu.
Nije na dropu šestica.
Je na dropu.
Bro snoku jednog desno. A ja se ovog H22 bojim, vi kako hoćete.
Defender timing, ono nevjerovatno. Ne pucaš me 2 minute i onda kad lika vidim koji trče potvorno, kad njega počnem pucati, onda me počnem pucati.
Crveni mora vanka sad.
Tri lika, to su ovi jebači. H22, onaj, kako zove.
Crveni mora vanka, nemaju ovdje. Možda imaju nešto u garažu, duž.
Nemaju, ja sam garaž nešto jedno između da nemaju. Smoka crvena kuća. Nakao su jednog. Leđa. Hangar se digu, ja sam dead. Amerej, trč. Amerej. Na zelenom su gore.
Jel dobar smoke? A te niste probali?
Ne, unutra.
Dobro sam ja, dobro.
Thank you, Amere, moj prijatelj. To je taj.
Insta.
Naplavan imaju dvojica, nisu isti tim. Tu imamo trojicu na ovoj kući bilo.
Priđem je dok je moj pin smoka. Dobio je hit. Jedan stepen se tek si dođe.
Je dosadan ovaj frajer.
Možda imaju auto, a? Mislim da ne imaju trčka radara.
Imaju. Samo nisko to igra.
Nisu svi u auto, ja mislim. Pa da nije neko ostao.
Pušali su plavo, prošli su.
Ostao neko.
Plavo su prošla trojica, pazi
ispred mene. Mrtvi ispred mene. Ima drugi tim, plavom još.
Trojica na plavom ima.
Bravo,
imamo trojicu na plavom, trojicu na žutnom, to je to.
Da, pa ima ljudi ispred nas ovdje, na crvenom pucaju nas.
Pa onda nisu trojica na žutnom. Trojica su na plavom.
Kako je ovo mis? Kako ovo nije nok?
Gdje Dulke?
Ja vidim
da
solo.
su dvojica minimalno.
Da, i vam trojica su na plavom. To je 5 od 6.
Pitanje na free story, daj mi booster.
Moj pin na skid.
Volim.
Malo od luta, Dulke.
Ne, ovo je full team vamo, Nino. Zeleni ne bi mogu igra ovaj heal.
Žuti moram uvati.
Žuti je sa zelenim. Jel ti ubio zeleno ovog?
Iskrvario je.
Iskrvario, ništa onda nije.
3 story, drugi sprat. Jedan sa pina pretečao prema njima, Dulke.
Svi moraju muva na nas, plava i trojica, Momere dođe vam sa mnom, Moramo hoda plavi.
A žuti ima krešat zeleni, mi nemamo šta da žuti. Jel ima auta žuti?
Zadnji sprat, nema auto.
Ide na zadnji sprat gore.
Ko će? Volto, Will. Koliko ih je tamo?
Plavi muva sa autom.
Crveni muva.
2 ili 3 su na žutom.
Jedan holda dok plavi.
Na kamenu.
Jedan trči, jedan biciklom ide.
Vidim kamen. Drži desnu stranu kamenu.
U smokama su da znate.
Hoću... Ma oni imaju šta krša, bro. Treba da izgledaju tamo plavi. Žuti je prošao pa je prošao.
Plavi.
Gledajte plavi, alo, pričam vam hospital.
Da. Ne, oni su oči s autom dole, gdje su.
Jedan je ostao na plavo.
Da. Ali on neće vamo pješke, nema šanse, nije lud.
Jesu krasali svi sa luto?
Da. Jedan je mrtava. Jedan je krosu.
No, koji pika ovaj.
To je to, ostali su ti dole na zelenom. Evo ga vodi.
Neđe oko auta.
Dobio glavu.
Šta je iza autobusa, jel?
Počeo na kuću.
Jedan pika na prozor, ovaj desni. Tu pika na taj prozor.
Dobro. Ja sam ga idem uzeti kao minut.
Lijevi prozor pika.
Isti smo prozor molotovali.
Da me ne pika.
Ne znam.
Ne pušaj to, ej.
Bravo. Možda iza to ozbiljno. To je zadnji ostao, 4-1.
Gdje je zadnji, natili?
Iza.
Bravo. Digo ga, jel? Čekao, laki broj od 9.
Ne digo ga.
Ne napni vode, radicu.
A nije ga digo, nije on, ja sam ga flashao.
Treba ti završio ga prvo.
Možu isto vrijeme da bude aplauz. Teški. Aj. Crowd goes wild. Čekaj, pa imam ključ, pa jo. What is this? Šta su ovo sliko? Šta je ovo Space Strike?
To je to, Brownie, to je taj.
I uroko si se kažeš, a?
Joj, gali. Imam još pola nina. Čekam buraza da dođe pa da skupa.
Koga, Zorka? Jel?
Šta?
Zorka burazi.
Ma jok tog.
I ovamo stari jebeno u Škotskoj, mislim, njima je to sasvim normalno. Ženska rodila, treći dan već van, sve živo, sve okej, sve... Uopće ne leži se u bolnici, nima. Ova kad je rodila drugo dite, prvi dan, znači rodila ujutru, najveće već kući pusti. To te ne kužim luku.
Omer je pitao sam onog malog za karte.
I?
A kaže, eto, ako budemo dobijali, daću ti kao, ali ono, imaš uvijek na ulaz da kupiš. Ja mu mislim napisat ma mrš.
Može ja nabavim karte?
O sve jedno kako hoš, ali ono ima i na ulaz da skupi. Ali da ne čekamo u redovima. Ako hoš nabavi.
Može, sad ću ja nabaviti.
Zašto karte?
Bosanski derbi. Sarajevo, željezničar.
Misliš da neće biti karata?
Ma hoće biti, ali ono, dolazim taj dan u Sarajevo da ja stojim u redovima, tam čekam ovo ono.
A da, realno, ja mislim da treba Lakija na VIP ulaz predsjednik ostaviti.
Da.
Treba, da.
A ja sam za, iskreno.
VIP loža za Tatu Hanise.
Da.
Imamo 2 tima, ali?
Išao sam gledat protiv radničkog, ga si igrao radnik Bijeljina, nije radnik Bijeljina.
Ja sam Sameroma isto kući.
U redu.
Kako Umer ulijeće na balkon, jevo te. Sad pokucaj Duliću. Eno ga.
Neko mi kuca na vrata.
Eno i na balkonu, Omer. Pravi kak kut puške, ne, ja trče sa shotgunom. Mislim sa ovim kucom, sa flashbankom. Prati vidi, what the fuck?
Evo ti kala, Asbar.
Upgrade sam na nade, dobro smo, ne skiraj se.
A di su ljudi?
2 tima imamo, 6 likova je bio.
Jel?
Evo ti SKS ovdje. Kacka dvojka.
O, to mi treba. Znate, ovdje je choke.
DBS.
Evo lika ovdje iz auta. Ajde u kurac da ti zatvoriš vrata ako metak leti prema tebi, to je nevjerovatno.
Mogu dati 6x.
Evo ga ovdje. Noka.
I ja te ubija.
Dva ne ide.
Namam pin, tagan, bolticom.
Noka je na plavu, on je bio solo u toj zgradi.
A, vjerojatno njegov na crvenom tam.
Ali moraju doći do njega, gledajte lijevu stranu.
Gledam.
Šta na plavi je nokan, jel?
Na plavi je nokan, da.
Možemo li pušamo plavi?
Možeš ti jedini, mi ne možemo, nas hodaju iz desna.
Koji, aj gledaj me, prva ova lijeva do mene ili žuta ova?
Odmah tu.
Tu je sušao, tu ti je nokan.
Ne mogu ga naći.
Jedan u šeku, jedan ispred tebe dok je sljedeća kuća.
Noka nova žuta. Ja pušam sad.
Nokan u šeku.
Ne mogu ga naći, on je vjerojatno na ovom balkonu gdje sam vrata sad zatvorio.
Vjerojatno je došao prema njima tamo možda.
Ma 100%.
Ja sam rako na pinu lika iza šeka je ispuzao.
Već sam ne, jer ga nisam vidio u kući.
I dalje puže iza šeka, crveni pin, nokan.
Kaća, šta se dešava?
Da fuck se desilo?
Dobra, gdje je druga ekipa?
Pitanje, ubili smo trojicu samo. Njihov četvrti je vjerojatno Bejlo, ali nam fale još ona dvojica.
Bejlo ili Sušteko?
Ili su svi ut. Ili ko zna, možda su random skočili, ovi nismo nešto djelovali.
Nismo bilo kodali zajedno.
Da. Jer su odmah svi su prestali igrat, ono su livali me čini smo i nokali, samo su livali. On off. A eSports auto je tu. Nijesam pametan.
Ma jeste i pametan, nego on su toliko glupi da ne možeš pofatati.
Hoće se znati šta je ovo. Šta je trebalo biti tu cilj igrice. Šta si ti taj supresor, evo ti flash hider, daj vam do ulici, nemoj da ba. Ma daj taj supresor, evo ti flash hider, šta si ti supresor?
Nisam našao ništa drugo. 6x trebali ti ima vidiš.
Može 6, da.
Drži. I ovo.
To mi ne treba.
Treba vama komp DMR.
No. Dobar su.
They see me rolling.
Trebam boostera.
Također, 0.
Isto.
Imam 5 mogu dati, ja.
Evo ovdje, znači 2 paina, 2 energy, 1 adrenalina.
Ja 2.
Kratak sedet.
Ja sam full, ja mogu ići.
I ja. Ne guraj se.
Omere, ajmo sad s motorom negdje skočiti i otvoriti padobrane.
Ajde.
Neka. Ali di možemo? Možemo, ja mislim, realno, jedino ovako se zalet ovdje i da skočiti ovako.
Možemo i ovdje gore. I na water pass.
Gdje idete? Idete na ljude.
Neću vozi.
Ajmo zajedno ovaj brži.
Još Duka da iskinem s motora.
Nema potrebe.
Li si bio?
Pa kak je Duka rekao da nema potrebe, ja pomakao malo.
Kako Duke dobar čovjek. Kako ti brzo reagiraš. Šta je s ovim motorom, brate, ovo ne vozi više nikad. 50 na sat, je.
Ne.
Kad se nokamo nije.
Kad upremo, iskačemo, onog nema F brajko nigdje, ja. Za mojim padnemo pred nego on nas ladno finišaju, ono. Pogube nas, brate, ko teroristi oni tamo.
Duka je dobio partnera.
Ne.
Jesi dobio mail da nisi dobio partnera?
Nisu.
Pola i nije dobio mailu.
Ja sam toliko loš, brate, da meni ni ne odgovore.
Isuse, vidio, Isuse.
Ni Nermina je dobar, ni odgovor, ništa.
A vidio sam svi živi dobili, brate, dobio i ljudi koji imaju 2 viewera, ono jednog viewera, po 200-300 sabova.
To gospodin Filex dobiva.
Ja imam na svojim akauntima neki 6-7 milijada followera, imam klipove po 40, po 50.000 pregleda i ne mogu da dobijem. I ne kažem da mi ne treba, znaš, ali onda dođeš i vidiš da ti ljudi koji imaju 200 sabova i 2 viewera na streamu dobiju partnera, ti ne i onda ti je bez veze, razumiješ ono.
Ma hašto ti nisi dobio, što nisi ni mail dobio odgovor da nisi dobio.
Evo padaju na planinu.
Neki sam vidim dobili mail, haj nisi dobio i to je to.
Oni su vam pali gore.
Da.
Mi smo stali.
Kako smo skočili motor ovdje?
Gdje si mas?
Koje masa bre?
Masoni.
What?
Da si prestao pikat, frende, ne kužim, pikaj. Na jebenoj si planini, ne može se niko ništa. Ko puca s leđa, iz auta neko. Ma lik ovdje stao na sredi otvorenog, ej. Na plavo marker.
Yes, sir.
2 lika su tu, bok.
Kako ti nisi nokan glava, tviri, samo dobio shit. Pušaju. Neko je dobio ban.
Jedan od ovih. Gdje je to pull-upu?
Gore desno. 260 pull-upu li.
Tina, ne može.
Evo ga ovdje.
Hitanje ovaj na
1 HP.
Hajde ti prijatelj sa... Sad zelenog špikat.
Kako ga ovi iz planine ne ubiju sad ovoga naplavom? Šta oni radi?
Nemam pojma.
Imamo ovako 3 lika, 3 marka, 3 lika. Jedan... Bitno da sad on s planine mene isprati dok se ja zahilam i markam po mapi jeboti. Isus mater!
Ne, ispod mene.
Evo ga tu, pušao na ogradu. Na plavi pušao frajer. I on zna di sam ja, jeboti, Isus čitarsku moju. Jebi ga da učinu.
Ja ne mogu malo to.
Ma znam, nego...
Ne, helmeta. Dvojica su.
Dvojica su.
Jedan gore, ja mu somber gore. Vant jedan. Ulaziti.
I ovaj Karlo na onom Discordu, mater.
A Karlo će trči na malo već.
Je li jedan od njih dobio ban sad?
Nije.
Ja ne znam ko su ti ljudi. Nisu mi ni poznati niko.
Švabe retardirani.
Ja bitno da mene lik s brda noka i ovaj dolazi i odmah zna di sam ja nokan, friend, razumiješ?
Pa vidio kako je za mene, znao da sam u duhodniku.
Zanimljivo.
Nismo skočili u pozu. Joooo, koja greška. Ponovo Impalu, a?
Mam pecado.
Ajde.
Mam pecado.
Aj?
Pičkado. Jel masa prijavija firula? A što nije mene za IGRAO sa njih jeboga.
Kojem?
A prid.
Burum.
Vidi kako sam brz.
Kakva ekipa
Nisam brz.
kampira, druže. E ovako, pošto sam ja sad bolji od vas sa četvorce u odmoru, dvojice izaći da bi ja ušao igrat. Što ovo?
Daj za ponovno šta si rekao?
Nisi bolji, no brži.
Rekao sam da sam brži. Da sam bolji od vas u četvorce i da moraju dvojice izaći da bi ja ušao igrat, logično.
Aj ti arkad malo zagriši tam za skrimove.
De, druže, koliko ste neozbiljni, ja moram tam tražiti šta ćemo lute, druže, lutamo šekove, da znate.
Top. Šta si svađaš tamo?
Nino,
pravi se pametan.
Stavim šta ću lutat i onda mi se javi brat sa mnu i kaže ili to kontestam. Šta sam sad stavio u bog?
Po što on lutaju?
Pa ja stavio power. Ante još 28. aprila bog te napisao power, ja moram Još mjesec dana sam vraća da im ko šta napisao šta će loot.
Sam ti ostao paver.
Pa promijenio sam u Puerto Pariz.
Ti si lud. Ko je tebe rekao da ti bio, šta ćemo lutati?
Gdje ćeš u
Ne,
Puerto?
druže, pa što ti niste? Čitav dan tu drkaš kurac, nisi mogao napisat šta da lutam. Ja na poslu i pišem šta ću lutat.
U Lakijev obranu drkanje kurca je puno lipše nego pisanje po Discordu.
Realno.
Realno.
To ostaju tekst.
Ko streama od vas?
Ja streamam.
Svi streamaju.
Ma svi streamaju, bože.
Ja nisam.
Ja na Kiku streamam.
A mislim da smo svi zajedno trebali spojiti streamove da bi imali više od 15 ljudi.
Da moramo partnera dobiti.
Moramo dobiti partnera. Zapravo da partnera ti dosta i dva.
Imam ja rješenje za partnera, sam čekam sljedeće aplikacije.
Jel?
Pa, bit ću Rafa style, imat ću 300 ljudi na streamu.
A kupit ćeš botove.
I
onda kad mi kažu ljudi, ne čita Rafa, ne čita. Pa lik je kupio botove, znači to je taj karakter ljudi, to je taj tip, znaš. On ako čituje dok streama, čito i u PUBG.
Čita u svemu životu, da.
Normalno.
Isto ko Macandar, gospodin. Ja dođem ja njega često gledam ono kad navečer, kad nema nikoga, kad radim cash-up u uredu. I gledam ko igra PUBG i Macan igra. Ja to u 20-30 ljudi, razumiješ? Ali niko u chatu nema nego ja, samo ja pišem. Niko ništa. Znači samo ja, ovo su ostalo botovi. Ali on je malo skromniji, on uzme 20-30 viewera.
To je početak uzmeš. Brafu 250 ljudi gleda lagano. Što je najveći lik i sad našao i sponzore i sve.
Rafa ima više ljudi na stream nego followera.
Da. Nino.
Ej,
Vox je zvazo Mostfox.
Šta treba mi jedan, jel?
Pa prva 2 gema.
Kad se igra?
U 7.
To je u 6, jel? Po mom.
Ne. Evropski 7. Moje 8. Tvoje 6 onda, jel?
Bog te mazo, šta se ovdje dešava? Brate, pa nemamo 3 vremenske zone, gdje živiš ti?
Finsko.
Pa eto, tebi je Evropska centralna, jel?
Nije, kod mene
Koliko je sad u tebe sati?
Kod mene je sad 18:38.
What the fuck, ti na ruskom vremenu, jebo.
Ti nisi znao da ti je Finska na +1?
Nisam, brate.
A ti su minus, jel?
Nino je -1.
Ja sam, u mene 16:38. 2 sata razlika mene
gleda. Ti si -1 u odnosu na ove naše normalne ljude.
Kad ti je normalan sad.
Pa ti, Dulik, imate normalnu vremensku zonu.
Jebo, majke, et kad smo ja umri Dulik normalno, možeš misliti.
Niko tebe nije sad spomenuo, nemoj se podsjevati.
Kako se Rika uvaljio, brate, jao. Ko sponzorša u se pare, jao.
Moram ti neće nikada malo, ja sam sve malo poguram.
Moram se malo dizati, da. Jesmo našli pick-up?
Da, u areni, ja na to sletio, druže.
Imam ga ja, puđao sam.
Ova ga ima, ajme, meni, pa šta ćemo?
Pa ćemo ući u zonu, malo pa da imamo
ne, Brajko, idemo milijun pick-upa, par shieldova i idemo se gore na plavi.
Koliko imamo pick-upa?
Oba pick-upa, jedan pick-up uzmemo da odemo, jedan pick-up kad treba bježat.
Jeste i drugi iz arene pick-up, jeste iz arene.
A o tome pričam, to je taj,
jedan imamo, da, jedan imamo.
Jel imaš shieldove?
Dobro, dosta, jedan, šta? Imam ja jedan shield za sad.
Ima 0.
Ja onda ćemo ovaj lakije prvo staviti.
Što vi onda igrate, da ću vam shield do toga?
Igramo turnir.
Nisi čuo?
Imam ja jedan shield.
Pa dosta je to je. Mislim, nije dosta, treba 4.
Ja sam prošao jedan shield, ali ne znam li to bilo ovaj game ili prošli game.
To je već golema bolest.
Ja sam čuo da je on ubio lika isto, sam ne znam je li prošle godine ili ove.
Ove.
Prošle.
Mora u hotelu sad ovom da bude jedan.
Evo još jedan pick-up ovdje na meni, top. Šta izbaci?
United sad izjehao.
Bombe.
I United.
Ja nosim pick-up.
LG.
Da, LG. Ja ih izježdim United.
Eto imamo sad 2 pick-upa, momci. Zovnite taj jedan i idemo na njega, idemo na plavi i onda poslije splavka nas zona izbaci, zovem pick-up i odemo dalje. Boli nas kit.
Jesu ovi prestali Batulinci i Pero contestat kad su.
Jesu, i jedni i drugi su top 8 sad.
To logično.
Hajde, pozovi ga.
Ko odustao? To nisam pratio ništa.
Evo, odustao Pero, hvala Bogu. A Pero vinuo svaki kontest. Da je po nekom pravilu trebao bi Twisted da odusta.
Zato što je Battle Nice prozivao na Twitteru.
Što?
Mala debela djevica.
Ljudi poslali da neće više lootat Belgrade, da će lootat negdje drugo i opet skoči Belgrade.
Ajde, trči vamo, Bog te mazo, Huckleberry.
Ujebot.
Neće on stići.
Taman će stići na vrijeme. A vidi ovo, di ste sad mačići, atletik. Kad je ovaj imao tek izašao. Sjeća se Omer kod dan danas. Mi na Sanhoku stari, kod Querija pucamo lik, a lik trče cestom po otvorenom. Znaš, četvorca ga pucao.
Ne! Tamo to su obijaju!
Ko ima pick-up?
Ne, doća s autom.
Aj.
Taman!
Omer jesi spor.
I još nam on shield imao jebo. I pazi, mi ti pucamo lika, nikoga ne može pogoditi sa četvorca nas. Lik na otvorenu, možda na 200 metara. Lik stade na sred ceste, napravi salto i otrča dalje. Stari, mi su gotovo.
Serio za to uradio.
Ozbiljno, ja sam okrenuo na drugu stranu, nisam uopće gledao na njegu. Puši kurac. Naša tvorca ga nismo mogli pogoditi.
A Riha, ko luta El Pozo?
Je ono lik na planeti?
Čak da vidim, neko pozna. Upravo sve zavci. Da, igra sa Teo, gotovo.
Znam, vidio sam.
Pa ko je ja skrim se onda igram laki, šta ja igram?
Pa iste koji mi protiv nas igraš. Balkanski
jebote.
Protiv cheatera igraš.
Jedine ekipe.
Da.
Bolje igramo ranke da nije.
Ja sam da igram europske skrimse, ja.
Napiš tamo, mostu se da igramo ranke. Došao ovdje dosta samo dva.
Čekaj, neko nas puca. Spin. Čes.
Da li on zna da će dobiti Degenek sada? Degenek. Evo, od Milte, od Impale je shield, imaju dva auta, idu u Impalu sada, sad će crashat.
Aha, ovdje na drop. O! Wow!
Pa ja ne znam, dižem proširno.
Naprave sa ja njima salto, nek se jebu.
Ovi su jebeni neki, ljudi moji. Ide auto prema nama open fieldom.
Gdje?
Evo ga, pin.
Odšla zona, hoćete da zonimo pika da odemo na plavi.
Ajde dobijemo ovu dvojicu iz auta.
Ajde, nek nas ovdje još. Ti, Omere, samo drito ide na nas.
Moj pin. Opet pucat.
Da, prvo mene u glavu pogodi, a ja ne idem proširno.
Auto ispred mene ide po Danova.
Dabil se. Izašli.
Jebi ga. Nokant, jedan ga diže na...
Miro.
Pin.
Ovi nemaše, braću.
Da.
Ja ne znam ko je ovdje, ali nemaše ljudi.
Da, oni znaju odmah di ću ja pikat, ovo su hakseri 100%.
Onda provjerim ko je. Daća nok.
Imamo lika ovdje. Imamo lika na plavo. A na zelenom su hakseri 100%.
Ovi na stepencama pikaju ovdje. A jedan na mom pin. Evo, je neko dobio ban.
U compoundu u ovoj vili.
Na crow ti je vile bio. Dvojica, jedan te baca nade. Trojica su na vili. Jedan ti je tu na dvokatnici. Desna vila low. Na katu gore. Jedan ti je na dvokatnicu ispušao. Dvojica su na vili.
Lijeva strana vili.
Sad će pikat. Low. Da vi cheatera, gleda.
Pa to sam s tim džemi ovi.
Low HP crveni.
Izgleda sleti dol na njih, ha? Neki
Jedan na
drugi
plavom.
player vrati. Izašao na balkon.
Izašao na krov. Ne.
Bravo, Mere.
Bravo. Treći je na vili ostao, moraš pušat sada to, Omere. Pušaj to ovako, plavi.
Hello.
Editno, si idem ja na Omera. Morate da padnete dolje, da bismo više pick-upom.
Diže ga već u advokat, došao mi.
Prema Nino.
Jedan pobjegao na vilu nazad.
Pušala se iz vile na ridge.
Evo ti ga ovdje, crveni ridge.
Nemoj mene.
Ma daj.
Je u kući?
Ma je, ne znam kako nisam ubio. Dissing. Jedan ti je piko dolje desna vrata, Laki, ovo vidio sam te desna vrata.
Znam.
Bomba ti beži.
Jedan je nograd i zeleni.
Vrata.
A znam, ime se trojica s namen.
Ne znam kako nije pao shotgun, sam ga s metra pogodio. Nisam ga pogodio biti.
Čekaj. Reci mi ako te pušaju.
Ma neće. Kemper.
Lijevo trči Duke. Na tebe.
Ja ispod tebe.
Ne pušajte, niko samo ne ideju. Su dva, jel?
Da, dva još.
Ne znam kako njeg nisam ubio sa shotgunom.
Slušaj.
Lijevi gornji prozor, kod si gledao ti taj...
Slušaj me. Prođi ovako i popi se na krov vile.
Dvojica ga pikaju, sad dvojica su u kući. Jedan dolje, jedan gore.
Dok je čovjek koji ispred tebe, da znaš.
Ma, pucaju njega, brat.
Na meni imate pick-up onaj. Možete ga zovnuti još jednu zonu. Unlucky, yeah.
Van kuće jedan bio.
Treba će vam pick-up. Prva prostorija desno, do uliću low. Izašao vanka se healat.
I drugi će lijevo isto.
Da vanka.
Lijevi zid Dulka, kod auta. Kod auta, to je to.
Bravo.
Glavac se vidi.
Idi
Glavac se
Nina.
vidi.
Ma ne vidi.
Lutaj mene za emergency pick-up. Brže za pick-up.
Gdje si ti, Nino?
Unutra, desno, unutra.
Samo ga lutaj,
Unutra.
uspalit ćemo ga neđe drugo.
Tu, lijevo, tu. Odmah zovi, moraš odmah zvat
Nemoj
face
zvat,
forward.
ne možeš stići, samo idi sjedi sa mnom.
Evo.
Nema šanse, baš minut treba bog. Samo sjedi sa mnom, imamo mi šta igrati. Ajde.
Ne izađe,
Njemu izašlo je sa ping. Nam on se ekran bio u autu i znači samo iskočio poslije tek. Zovite ga ovdje. To je on, drive-by. Zovi flare, zovi emergency pick-up. I to će vam, taman će vam doći kad zona zatvor, ne može bolje.
Ja trebamo ga lutat za metaka.
Na meni lik.
Dao sam ga. Desno na kamenu. Nije lijevi kamen, tu, dvojicu. Bravo. Niješ njega moći da face forward, uzmi avion. Bravo.
Mislim da ti je najbolji ići zeleni. Ali začekaj shift.
Začekaj shift, ne vidi do kraja skroz. Desno ti je shift očišao je.
Ali ne može desno igrati.
Samo full, možeš tako.
Možda na kamp skroz lijevo.
Na kamp ti je možda najbolje, da.
I da ih iskušaš leđa. Ne moraš čak ni kamp, nego taj ridge, tačno na zeleni pin.
Vidiš toga lika ispred sebe kod bagija.
Lik ti je na zelenom pinu, viš ga.
Najbliže ga ovdje.
Dvojica. 2 na 2 i fajtaju se momci. Fajtaju se, trojica, da.
Trojica, da.
I fajtaju se s ovim likom. Skoči na krov ti je lijeve tu zgrade. Sa cilindrom, da. Eto vidiš toga desnog, možeš ga ubiti odmah. Desnog. Eto ga. Zapronaj.
Pikaju te.
Oh shit!
Ejo.
Unio si nemir. Pa samo znam da ti je bio lik desno na dropu. Luto je drop ovdje na plavom markeru. Taj da. Promaja. Zatvaraj vrat.
Reload.
U garaži lijevo.
Izaći on lijevo tu. To. Ne, ovaj se dropa frajer.
Riha. Ajde upadaj. Moram ići jest. Večera im gotova, boga. Eto mene za pola sata. Šteta što dovlika onda nokesi.
Da, 0 damage-a sa shotgun, nije metka uopće pikao. GG.
Tu se ljudi vidimo s kasi.
Ko je?
Dobar, vidimo se.
Ajde.
Bro! Bro!
Moram se to smanjiti kako je.
Ako laki je mutiraš. Gdje je Dulik? Ne di Dulik.
A daj, da uvijek zajebava, sjedi tam gledaš kompjuter, neće ready.
Pa pa na pa na pa na pa pa. A može, soundboard volume se može smanjiti skroz. Dobro. Aj sad pokucaj laki koju glasnoću ima. Da, sad je to. Šta je, skače se po činki, a? Kražio se laki.
Pa rekao da im očitel.
Nakon 2-0 okoražio se.
Ode Dulik, pa ne, Dulik je neozbiljan. Ja ne znam kako ti imao sa njim igrat turnir.
Ko? Dulke je igrač.
Gledaj, uvijek kasno skoči, nije ready. Ne znam stvar.
Ko igra? Nije na Dulika?
Imamo 3 tima.
A gdje ćemo biti?
A dobro, rasuli se nešto.
Mid je clear, jel? Jel? Nije. Jebate, uđe lik moju. Još namjerno došao ovdje. Lakimo nas s tobom.
Dođi, možeš gore vektora.
Znači, jedan je pao desno od prilika napraviti.
Čujem.
Možeš gore vektora.
Malo helmet može.
Ne, ne, gledaj ja.
Ja ni Vesta ni...
Ma ja na crvenom.
Tagan, taj riha između tebe. Možda njega da iskušamo svi zajedno.
Ima jedan na crvenom, jedan ovdje.
Molim, izbagoval... Ja, nije izbagoval icene. No mi ode...
Ma da. Ja sirca retardirana, druže. Velika kuća, ne možeš mi dat helmeta i veste i paketice, druže.
Ja nemam heal, ali ima lik na crvenom.
Ovo više tam na plavu ne pika, druže.
On je odšao, ti to da nije više tu.
Da mi povučemo na pin, pošto mi nemamo ništa od...
Na zelenom markeru jedan i dvojica zeleni trace.
Ja im bio crveni.
Ja se povuku vam na žuti. Dođi si Dulke, pa nemamo niš za fight. Evo tu ovdje helmet kjec. 2 nakana.
M4 vam na meni.
Velik i dalje South. Ja mislim da je South teammate od druge ekipe.
Ovo je flash samo. Ja sad mogu i vratiti.
Ja nemam i dalje. Ovo su flashe.
Da. Pin.
Tu jedan ima.
Ali te South nemaš nikoga, jel? Laki.
Alik na pin. Mene onako kapi, on je tu zadnji solo.
Gdje je zadnji solo?
Ispred njine na pin. Ja ću dok je dol past.
Nemo, ostajem tu.
Ne dođeš vamo kapi, nije mjesto.
Pa znao si, da si tu.
Kako tebe noko s tog pina?
Skočio je negdje van.
Dobio dosta, ide 3 story.
3 story odšao.
Maš forsir možda? Da ne koristim bandaže.
Protiv mi još trojica, ko nije se dva.
Ovo je drugi tim.
Gledam krov, Nino.
Ne možem to biti.
Lašo.
Širi.
Ispada si.
A vidi bombe, tako je ubio bombom.
Stout lik ima.
Na 3 storije. Iza 3 storije. Između kuća.
Kako ne pada? Boga ti ništa damage-a. Isuse, ovi jebeni Kinezi, you fucking Asian piece of rice eating shit. Stari, DBS-om ga pogodim sad 5 metara, 0 damage-a, stari, 0. Jebote, Isus. 0 damage-a, gledaj, 0 damage-a. Pa zašto mi krv pokazivaš, majku ti jebem, usta igra. Ovo nervira. Govna desinkerska. Ne bi dopustio nikome sa priko 100 pinga da igra, stari. Čini 100 ping, sorry, you've been kicked out. Puši kurac. Kako je mekano, a Nikola Jokić, bož sačuvaj.
Sam igru noćas. Drugo, 90 nešto pena, koliko onda? 4, jel? Nije frajer dobar s glavom.
Studiju, a?
Može brajko, ja sam tu, ja pratim.
A Riha, jel nam studio free?
Od njega sam pinu.
Ozbiljno.
Ne znam, od kim.
Studio vamo, ona je opet Fair Pierre.
Čemu Ferry Pierre?
To će jednog slobodno. A izvolite smo prošli. Mislim, bila i Gatka i to je tako da slobodno. Znači,
Malko s nama već.
Ođe sa nama. Nema ni.
Dobro, nije on loš kad grohne zonu military. Realno, brzo sveći.
A čekaj, ti scrims što se igraju sad za sat vremena, jel to se igra na ovim settingsima sa parašutima i svime, jel?
Da.
Da.
Da. Ja prvi game našao player gun. Moram pitati, to se smije koristiti u slučajnom stavu. Kaže koristi slobodno. Ovo je dobro.
A ne znaš. Kad se zna.
Da sam ga drugi ljudi lutali, što najveće. Largan.
Šta, nisu prvi game.
Možda otvoreno.
Ja ga nisam iskoristio, nisam ga htio da koristim. Trebalo sam x nekome.
Ja, dobro.
Treba meni.
Riha 6.
Može.
Ja sam našao spis, možda njemu da. Ste čuli?
Da.
Ja imam 6 svaki, ne treba mogu baciti.
Dobro, sjeti. Da i vi sam sebi nešto
nađete. Full smo onda, umća.
Hoćemo emergency.
Jel imaš, a?
Da.
Bolje čuvati emergency sljedeći shift. Šta nam znači sad, onako nam pobjegne zona.
Evo onda Dort ponezga.
Čekaj, imamo li gdje uvaz, trpaćemo ga uvaz.
To nije loša ideja, da?
Ja imam ovaj...
Ovdje da, čenac.
Brzi samo. Ja Riku.
Čekaj da vidim šta u garaž. Ništa, brzi.
Mislim da vidim, imam ja i uvaz. Imam ja uvaz tam. Vidim ga na cesti vam.
Imamo li auk?
Šta?
Bio je negdje.
Ovdje imamo hangar.
Imamo još ovaj moj na cesti.
Ja još nosim helmet jedan, what?
Gdje je?
Na žutom markeru, crvenom.
Hajde, sam tu.
Tu, sad ga u rikvercu traje. Moraš, ajde, naprijed. Dobar! Šta stavljaš ove kurce? Smo granate, jel?
Ponesto.
Sve što zatreba.
Rih imaš auto?
Imam.
Sve ste narod pozlatit. Izbite im gume, ovdje ima makar dvije ekipe.
Nema niko tu.
Ne niko?
Da.
Sorry.
Okej. Dođeš mi 10 eura.
Što?
Dobio si slot za finale, Adrije.
Ja dobio slot.
Da. Dođeš mi 10 eura.
10 eura je dođe.
Ali morate igrat kao Tatu Hanis 2.
Tatu Hanis 2, what the fuck?
Pa da, mi smo Tatu Hanis 1 i vi dobijate od Tatu Hanisa spot, to je Tatu Hanis 2.
A ne kužiš zašto ti ne bi uzeo spot?
Pa ja imam već final spot. Od M Prona ja imam.
Od?
M Pron.
Ko je to?
Fičo i Semado. Fičo, Semado, Svidiš, double igrao.
Ostam da ne igramo 10, samo 11, jel?
Pa igraš na 3 dana finale, 11, 17 i 18. Pa šalim se, možete kako ćete se zvat.
Tamo nam je fino dobro došlo, ovdje ljudi spremaju.
Ljudi slijeću.
Gdje?
Ima ljudi na plavom.
A da, ali ovi slijeću vam preko. Žuti.
Ček. Pucajte dva različita.
Ajde, trčite, ja gledaram, aj.
Šta si to nokao?
Gdje si ga nokao?
Crveni. Drugi tim me gađa.
Na žuti...
Znam kill dolazim.
Van kuće.
Samo silence od Riha, bro.
Ovi nemaju pojma za nas. Sad imaju pojma, ali nisi imao pojma.
Mene su gađali, kako nemaju pojma?
Vrati, lik, trčiš u mene, ništa.
Pa možda nije znao da ste prišli, ali znao su gdje sam ja bio.
Ja sam nokan s leđa.
Pika Riha, ovdje.
Kako si ti znao da sam nokan?
Leđa, frajere! Oga ti, isapa.
Van kuće, dok jedan u kući, ide na mene tu.
Novi tim s leđa.
Vot, različit imao tu ispod mene.
A novi lik s leđa došao, brat. Komplet. Sve tvorice.
Ovo 4 tima bile, šta?
Sve za teaming reportat sada.
On je dao sa žutom i sabiše 2 heada.
Ovi nam došlo s leđa i polapa, ali točno kad ja imam ubit lika, on dođe i polapa mi s leđa. Puši kurac. Nevjerojatan timing.
Laki ipak šaljem 10 eura vazu.
Jel? Ništa da ja kažem, se mora dadne sljedećima spot.
Na kraju mi se više isplati igra kvalifikacije koliko ste me zadužili.
To vaz.
Unbelievable. Tu?
Da.
Brzi, jesi tu?
SMS.
Tu sam.
Riha nije. Riha kaže tu sam i da nije tu.
Pa druže, neka budala piše na Steam, pa dok vidim šta piše, jebim.
Molim ove fanove da ne pišu Rihi. Stream.
Top, jedan tim. Oni će da pušaju Brajko Express.
Već gdje sam stotio?
Ovo to kad su vidjeli ove naše pro jumpove, reći koji je ovo kurac. Šta ovi likovi rade? I još smo dobili zonu.
Hoće opet Nino Goran u moju poziciju.
Kako go želiš.
A da je gore.
Neka nova.
Jel imamo koga u militari?
Ti moraš pust da prođu prema nama, imam full team ima,
Da.
oni će pušat. Ti moraš pust da prođu pa onda sleđe. Da.
Ja zalegnem gore na vrh i čekam. Zakoslav.
Halo.
Uđite slobodno.
Uđi slobodno, vidi više.
Ja sam u poziciji.
Ja sam isto na poziciji.
Ne treba ništa, doneće oni sebe.
Da kad je na tam lakše.
Duke, dođi na poziciju.
Znači ti moraš sve laki pustiti.
Ja zadnji pucam.
Da kad sam i počeo pucati, onda ti lagano siđi, deri s leđa.
Gdje ću ja, ću vam lijevo.
Aj tamo na drugu stranu. Čekaj, ko još igra? Ja, Mosfox.
Vazo, Voxes.
Voxes.
Vara team.
A meni je glupo na ovu prvu stojati.
Ne moraš na prvu, možda iskoči na drugu.
Ja znam da onda on ima šansu da prođe.
Ja znam da vi neće nikad pušat.
Ja mislim.
Nisi valjda zovno ovaj kurac, nisi.
Vidi me kod mene mogu vidjeti od gore
Let's game out, guys!
Dobro, stigli su dobri ovi ovdje C blokova na krovu luta. Pišite kapiju, nek dođe vam dole u factory. Da se računamo ponovi.
To je tvoj friend.
To sam pucati, nek znaju da se tu idali.
Eto i džema.
Džema voli džem.
Dođe li ti, Dulke, dođe li tebi onaj... žena i da samo digne jednu slušalicu.
Da.
Kad igraš. Tako to, meni sad slušalice popustile zbog toga, nismo dovoljno jake, ono... Odvaje. Pa kupit ćeš mi novu, jevim ti sunce, kupit ćeš mi nove. Kupit ćeš mi nove, našla sam dobre in-ear, znači
Koje?
Moćeš iskidat. 200 i nešto eura koštaju.
Koje?
Idu.
Evo idu. Aj bjež sada. Gledaj sad kako ubijamo četvoricu,
A koje nije na slušalce?
Kupit ćemo na Inir.
Šu, dolazi. Pa i ja trebam sebi.
Tiho, dej, ajde. Pusti ih, Loki.
Pužno, ja ležim gore, brate. Onako mene skontaju svaka im čast.
Kao tu PUBG, guys. Vaš fuzi.
Ja prvog doći neću pucat. Isto Rika, ako bude išao prema tebi, ja ga neću pucat. Ne znam da tu staneš, Rika treba stati na ovu stranu.
Idu vam unutra. Jedan ide ispred mene. Dva sam prošla. Da, dva prošla, jedan ispred mene i zadnji dolazi isto.
Znači svi su s te strane, jel?
Ovo auto će nas sad sjebat, oni idu vam sad na ovu stranu. Skontal me. What the fuck, ti mene skontal, ja gor ležim.
Ništa čekamo. Ja opet prvo puštam dok je.
What the fuck? Ma daj.
Penjaju se gore kod njim.
Odi vjerojatno gore mene da lutam.
Prezident, majko ti jebe.
Ovo je Riha, što to bi?
Ne znam, brate.
Da, objasnim kako se ovo mogu skontat mene gore da ležim. Pa okrenuo se, druže.
Mene lik ispika dok sam bacam ne idi jebe od tele.
Brat, kog se ja prodao. Baš sam loša stava.
Ma ovo je trebalo biti top samo...
Ma ja sam prodao.
Ja te bez mene.
Ajde sad smo jači, možemo probati opet.
Da.
Na mene lik izvadi, ja bacam ne id, lik me ispika, imao sam ga ubiti.
Ja sam pušao lika, ima se sama puška prvina, bez išta da sam stisnuo. Kako to je bilo moguće?
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Nino.
Ej, brako. Reci.
Pecado.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Kati! Ajde, nes mi soka!
Ja mi se pitan će why are you gay.
Treba naći kada je svež govorio safe res. To ostaviti.
Počujem, bro.
Hacienda.
Safe res i stavi tamo ovu.
A meni znači kada je vikao lik da uđe u motor, lik nokam pored njega. Se to gledali u Milu?
To nisam vidio.
Još mu jebe sve po spisku, imamo lika. Ja jednog lika vidim.
Da. I njegov iza.
Iza njegov. Njegov sam malo izjebao, ha?
Pada
On je
plavi.
skočio od niče.
Al mene će
Neće.
A on pleše, frajer.
Kobra, brate moj, malo si zaluto.
Čovjek pleše, voli ga kurac.
A sjebo si kad je vidio nas trojicu, sjebo si lik.
Me, imamo fight na plavi.
Već.
Gospodin kobra. Kako ih kurac. Ali nisam doživio do sad. Čovjek doslovno pleše, stari ide prema nama. Ja gledam što se dešava, ako tamo ubiće me ispušao mene.
Ja mislim da on gleda prema tebi puškom, ono.
Da. On pleše, frajer.
Ne kontam.
A brate, pa di su torbe?
Jel idete?
Da. Nije ne
Gdje si
ideš.
ide?
Na plavi, ali nemam auto. Pola ima tu auto. Ne, kurac. Trče.
Ali bio lik i na crvenom.
Pa dobro, prvo ćemo ovo pa ćemo crveni. Easy.
Jel ih vidiš tu?
Ja sam u rupi, ne vidim ništa.
Tamo je auto na plavom. Na krovu je. Iza kutije na krovu, tačno plavi pen.
Lijevo ga neko puca.
Da. Pao je
to
s
njegov,
krova,
to je.
ide ka hangar, nije njegov, ili?
Je, njegov puca drugu stranu.
Ide prema auto, on ti bježi prema auto na crveni mark, ide na auto.
Nokan je njegov.
Ima ovdje na vrhu brda da uluči na crvenom.
Ovaj je uzeo auto.
Mačim, dva ova, najlakša hit.
Iza kamena.
To, hajde ti ideš.
Ide ga rezat.
Dva puta ga iza.
Noka, ovdje hitan.
Na plavi.
Opa! Spustio je kamen niže.
Da, plavi bin.
Da. Jel ide li tu, jel?
Ispušao je half HP ti je.
Gdje?
Crveni mark. Healac oko šeka tu.
Oko šeka, brate, moj skroz prošao.
Pa ne znam da je bio da ne vidim ga poslije jebi ga. Ima auto, bilo išlo do ulici na crveni marker, mi rado išao.
Nemoj nije više fake infa, molim te.
Da.
Kad je bio mali, zvali ga Nino informacije.
Da.
A on su pucali tog tamo na crvenom, Nino.
Dvojica sad tamo, ja mislim lik je očeo s autom da ga pokupi.
Dobro tebi je lutanja. Emergency.
Mogu ti reći, ne znam kada sam
Ej, gledaj mjesto, crveni marker. Zovite emergency, mislim i sad ću vam pokazati to, znači ne može niko ništa staviti, još ja imam shield. Zona ode na lost honest, znači easy win, mislim. Niko ti ništa ne može.
Ništa, ja ponesim često metaka, onda...
Tribat će, da.
Idu iz hangara autom, sjedi u autu i da je... A, povuče nazad.
I drugo auto prolazi, vidim.
Ej,
10 sekundi, ej. Znači moramo bar dvojica skočiti na jednu ili sva trojica na jednu.
Dobro, skočit ću ja.
Najbolje je bilo sva trojica na jednu.
Zašto? Zbog rezanja. Jel ima prostora za trojicu?
Pa kažeš nisam čuo da.
Jel ima prostora za trojicu?
Ima.
Da, kad se poguramo, druže.
Vidiš ona dva velika crvena tora. Sad ćemo na bliži, na dalji i moramo samo govor na kući.
Vota, 1-0-1 da ja mašam to.
Ma bez problema, samo otvoreni, pa dobro. Ima, ne moraš, samo pogodi u sredinu, ne moraš pasti, ne moraš ono drola dolje jer ima zid ima oko.
Evo. Na prvi ili na drugi?
Na prvi možemo.
Ja drugi onaj tamo.
Neš valjda. Ja sam ti neš i na jedan.
Ja.
Da.
Moj drugi. Ja ovo vježbao na trening mod.
Tamo na sredinu skoči i zid imaš, ne skiraš se ništa.
Ma dobar si.
Ima mjesta za trojicu.
Pa svi kod
možemo
ulka
dizati
onda.
ako nas nokaju. Ma ja svi kod ulti, ako nas budu nokali da se možemo dizati.
Ko će nas noka ovdje?
Pa ako pikaš jebi ga, šta ja znam.
Prvo sam na ovo mjesto.
I vidiš, sad, znači,
Imamo
samo si
Foki
ovako
iznad nas
staviš.
gore. Vidite ih, na Northwest ide avion s njima.
Max od mene, Max od mene.
Kako niko nije kod tebe?
Pa Max se smetaš, ne mogu dignuti shield. Vidiš, znači, ovo na kompetitivu. Znači, prvo, znaš koliko puta ono završi Lost Lawrence? Niko ti ne mre ubiti, niko ti ne mre baciti bombu, niko ti ne mre ništa.
Da, ekstra.
A čim čuješ fight, čim čuješ nokve, samo pikate svi.
Jesi probao na plavi da se penješ? Na crane tamo, ne?
Nisam, ali možeš, ali te vide svi jebi, ali ne znam, možeš se shield gore napraviti.
Da, ovo je...
Znam da se može, skočiti se može ovdje na ovaj, na crveni, na ove kurse.
Tačno iza nas, jedan lik duž.
Modan u Lost Lawrence.
Jedno ga pada, north, ide na veliku ogradu.
Puska, nema ga puca, puca ga padne. Imat ćemo ga kad padne. Aj sad.
Eto, aj sad.
To je njegov.
Mora nas avion udar tako prođe kraj nas.
Brate, znaš šta ga je.
I sad zamisli ovo na kompetitivu da imaš ono 40-50 alive. Isto. On je ovdje po brdima stari, gledaj. Nemoj pojma da vidiš.
Vidi lika na prozoru moj pin.
Da, ajde.
Pitanje.
Daleko, brate, što to.
Makri pin. Ili ga stavi na ljuster.
Neću.
Još jedne foke lete.
Šta ti imaš?
Bjegejte.
I vas, ovdje možemo četvorica komodno slet i staviš 4 shielda.
A ja mislim da je
i
bolje 2.
samo pikaš između shieldova.
Mislim da je bolje 2-2, ne?
Pa bolje je 2-2, definitivno.
Evo još ljudi. 1, 2, 3.
Ali eto kažem, samo zamisli scene ti ovo na 40-50 alive ono gdje napraviš.
Hoće li?
Evo jednom dropa ovdje.
Ide u planinu, pinovu.
Nestade mi lik je god.
Ovo to lete. Neće planinu, produžavaju, možda će ispod nazva compound. Ili... Gdje ćeš prijatelju? Gdje u grad?
Eno ga lijevo, na 55.
2.
Dvojica. A zona nam se izbacila. Idu na drop, možda ide na drop.
Bravo.
Na drop, frajer. Crveni mark.
Op, panika odakle puca, op. Još ispod zone, hajme.
Bio je jedan drop vamo pao, evo ga ovdje na crow. Se može popeti kako, on može preko shielda.
Imamo li eSports mi dalje?
Ćao momci!
Imamo eSports ovdje.
Možeš i doglajdat, bog te mas. Jebote led!
Dokle glajdaš?
Pa možeš gledaj, no koliko gledam. 400 metara.
Pick me up, Dulki.
Pick me up. Imamo foke lete s Northwest.
Ovo je sick as fuck.
Mani inače vratno ima dole auto.
Neću famasije, mater. Ja čujem neko auto, ja imam bagija ovdje.
Ne dole Dulki, ne. Vrati nazad.
Ja imam bagija ovdje.
A Dulić ne sluša.
Dobro, vraćamo.
Dulki, on ima auto.
Imamo mi ljudi za nas.
Ajde ih ubijemo. Tamo lijevo fajti se negdje.
Znate li di su?
Ovamo negdje lijevo.
Tu negdje oko nas. Ispod nas u hangaru, ja mislim.
Kako spinje ovdje?
Ajma sad ni strane.
Ako ćemo dalje.
Mora biti ispod nas, stojiš auto gori tu na sred puta. Da, u hangaru je. Dvojica su. Ujuj. Leđa. Vidio Igor na planini, druže.
Nino, aj plavi pin.
Da idemo na plavi, jel ti možeš ići?
Da, pa poleću pa dobro.
Ajde. Uzeći auto.
Kad slika.
Će kurac uzeti.
Bra, Duke.
A molim, potvori mi se padobran! Dobar sam, Nino. Ne vide me ovdje.
Eto me, Brajko, stani. Proces je ovo.
Pa ja, znači meni se padobran otvorio, brat.
I trojica trču u zonu iza nas, ovi se voze ispred nas.
Koliko imaš first, a ja dva još.
I jedan, Brajko.
Gdje ti je moto?
A, bol, ne jer. Imaju vision.
Ja bolje imaju prednost.
Evo, lik nas ne ide.
Mali, brate, bače nam je usta ne ide.
Ma.
Trebali smo odmah bježat, jebot. A ne, a mislim, znači meni se otvorio padobran, lendam s padobranom i piše mi nokan. Znači bukvalno, znači ja letim padobranom, lendam i piše mi nokan.
Ja sam otišao.
Dobro.
Gdje si otišao?
A sad će skrivaju za 15. Odeš ovo pojest.
Odeš mu ja i Dulić skočiti još jednu, Brajko, onda 15 minuta, easy.
Čekaj, sad ću fuzi.
Joj, što sam spognuo su 14. Nikad čuo za njih, brate, 500 damage. Ovaj lik ima 90 damage.
Koji ima?
Metka nisu promašao.
Gdje vam je brzi?
Nemam pojma gdje očeo brzi.
Gdje vam je Laki?
Otišao.
Puko.
Umro.
Eto, Laki, riješene su karte, ne boj se.
Jel?
Da.
Ja riješio.
Jesu stvarno Duke. Svaka ti čast.
10 eura na PayPal.
Taman, ja tebi 10, ti ime 10 na 0 smo.
Da. Ja bi to tebi uradio, eto, iz dobrote radi. Ne bi ti naplatio. Gdje je fuzija, boga? Evo, piše minut, ajde. Ne, ja tamo do WC. A Nino, ne možeš ti, brate, nemoj forsirati.
Ovdje ću ja. Daj.
Dočuča.
Gdje, šta je bilo? Gdje, ko šta ode?
Pa mi igramo skrimove sad. Mislim, Nino isto igra skrimove sa pro igračima.
Au, to dosta, kako možete to igrat, majke?
Natjeral me moj ti. Omere.
To je toliko dosadno.
A Nino dobio dopun, pa nije mogu odbiti.
A dobro, jebi ga. Ništa, da odo i ja.
Omere, čujemo se kasnije.
Halo, dobar dan. Zovem u vezi aktivacije evo paketa Evo. Halo.
O, ti naši si prijatelji, bato.
Ma namještaj on tamo, jebik.
Što kažeš?
Morao sam da kupim Eon da bi gledao utakmicu.
I mi smo kupili za kafić.
1600 dinara, majku im jebe. Skuplji od Netflixa.
Ne brini, imaš za 400 dinara samu utakmicu.
Šta, samo kupiš za utakmicu jednu?
Da,
Kako
samo
to?
za Euroligu.
Kako se to
450.
kupuje? Kako se to kupuje?
Pa je on samo na demand.
Ne znam, ja nisam znao vidjeti. Ma ne vezi šta. I šta, za jednu utakmicu? Dobro, evo mi je mjesec dana, tamo ću... A kad je play-off? Možda neće ima za play-off.
Možda nećeš, možda hoćeš. Maja isto, do kraja maja. Či imaš?
Da, imat će za play-off tamo.
Sve se završava kraj maja. Onaj tvoj retardirani drugar otiđe mu Laki, brate, i on si izađe, baš sam gledao stream.
Šta?
Znači kakvi retardi. Pa onaj tvoj drugar što je igrao s vama.
Koji igra?
Ne znam ko je tačno bio. Igrali ste sad s njima i ode Laki i on si otiđe.
Pa on igra iz Crimsa, brate.
Ne, nego ovaj drugar na Lakija nije.
Riha?
Ne znam ko je bio na Discord s vama.
Pa brate, njih 4 igra s Crimsa, samo 2 različite ekipe.
Ma znam, ali ovaj što ne igra, bio tu u tim s tobom i izađe.
Ne, vjerujem da se ne sjećam s kim se igrati.
A ne znam ni ja. Omer neki.
A Omer? A nije Omer igrao svakako, ja mislim. Igrao ja,
Ma
Laki
bio-
i Nin. A bio je na
Da,
Discord,
bio
ali
ti
nije
u
igrao.
tim.
A bio je u tim?
Da, i Laki mu reče igramo s Krimove i ode si. Retardković.
Imaš ti ko?
Sneš me zvao, reći će da je za pola sata, ali ja mu rekao, brate, gledaj brže jer će moće Partizan.
Koliko? 15-9, jel?
Ne, pola 9.
Koliko je SBB zaradio samo danas je.
Pa jebi ga, ba to. Oni su kupili to. Idemo li u fishing ili u nešto drugo ćeš?
Ajde, može piši.
Pa idemo da ubijemo Vija Retardkovića. Gledali si šta su sve tražili iz Real Madrid da imaju u Belgrade?
Šta ne?
Obruč oko aerodroma, obezbeđenje na gate, eskort od aerodroma do hotela, 24/7 ispred hotela. Ne, to tražili od Partizana.
A jel?
24/7 dok su u Beogradu oko hotela, u arenu oko klupe obruč, obezbeđenje i oko terena. I još jednu stvar, ne sjećam se šta se tražimo sve.
Kakva govna španska.
A vidjeli si šta su grobari napisali? Imamo 4 lika levo. Ono na... iznad autokomandu, da.
Ma jedni se retardirali, njih sve treba kupiti. Samo još fali još kazni da dobijem.
Ne, pa za to ne možemo imamo kaznu.
Ne znam, brate, ali večera će ti bude 23.000, zvanično, nezvanično 25. U arenu, razumiješ, i aj ti iskontroliš 25.000 ljudi.
Pa, teško ba to, baš teško. I baš će bude problem.
Dosta jedna budaletina da uradi nešto.
Pa, samo je fora što ako navijači kažu da ne sme ništa da se radi, onda neće, inače ako vođe ništa ne kažu, onda će bude stvarno problem.
Moramo ići.
Da, na ovo je gore. Nemam skop, da nisi vidio neki skop.
Da. Četriks.
Može, i hajmo odmah gore.
Ne ti izbi auto.
Imamo i auto. Samo pazimo što izašli gore već.
4 sam ti izbacio.
Jel ih vidiš, mogu li da stanemo preko puta ovom? Na orange?
Kuća, ali nisu, možeš. Kuća, ali nisu, jesu li otišli, ne znam, ne vidim ih.
Nije, jesu, evo ih, nisu otišli na orange. Pitan jako.
Jebote, koliko se ja loš.
Mogu li da priđem ili idem prvo? I puci ih od ozgo. Gdje su otišli? Tu je, on stao za mene. U hangaru. Imam bolt.
Koji hangar, koji hangar? Ovo nam...
Najbolji meni.
Ovo hoće, žuti pin.
Orange, orange. Ne, puca me, lolo će me na koje...
Pa šta ti radiš tu, jebem ti majku, retardiranu, glupu.
Odakle te naš?
A u hangar lik stoji, znači mi smo ovdje fajtamo, druže, on stoji žuti pin, pa koji su ovo retardi, jebo, pa i čudio sam se čime ispušao, ali nisu nari znao sam o čemu se radi. Oj, brate moj, dragi, kakav lik, jebo majku svoju, eto.
I sam on pucao i njegovi ne. Ovaj se trese, znaš kad hoda? Što te ubio? Bukvalno se trese.
Eto splotina, jebem ti. Možda sam se ući. Jesi ti vidio možeš li igrat Adriju?
Što?
Jesi li vidio možeš li igrat Adriju?
Mogu, napisao sam ti na stream, nisi vidio.
Ne, 11, 17 i 18. Čuješ je?
11, 17, 18, mogu be, pa to su radni dani.
Dobro, dobro. Gledam to, tu imamo taj invite finala, a poslije u one kvalifikacije nećemo igrati.
To je ekstrić. 11, 17, 18, 3 dana se igra.
3 po 6, ja mislim.
Ekstrić. Hoćeš im palu?
Ajde.
A Mosok se je za mene rekao da su propodice ili za tebe?
Da, vjerojatno za mene.
Jeben li mu dete u oko?
U okić.
U okce. Ima li kafana nacionalna klasa ili nacionalna
Ima.
nešto? Koliko je dobro?
Onak. Nije
Da,
loš.
koliko je velika?
Koliko je velika?
Koliko ljudi stane?
Ma ne otko ja znam, velika, nije mala.
Treba da snimamo, nisi gledao kafansko veče, možda nekad na YouTube.
Mislim da jesam, nisam presiguran.
Pa ali to je fake, znaš, kao ima gosti i onda se veseli i pevaju ljudi u ima samo ovdje, u koji deo idemo?
Ma mnogo
Će padnu
ekipa.
pre mene. Ovdje će idemo, ovdje desno će idemo, viš orange.
Da, vidim. Ima jedan lik s nama.
Jedan pada, da, ali ja ću okra nas.
Nije, Lendo je. Lendo je. 10 od nas je Lendo. Trajmen puš. Ajde, pušamo ga. Imaš ti čini, jesam, aj.
Imamo ovo na 3. Ovo ima šotka ovdje, be. Aj. Ima i on šot. Dole. Evo ga ovdje. Jebote. Treba mi taj heal.
Bacio sam ti.
Uzeo sam ga. A Rafalnu imao li je neko, ne?
4x, ili ne? Imao je šotku i... M16.
Hoćeš 6x za taj kar?
Ma, ne treba, je. Ne znam gdje da pušamo, iskreno.
Čekaj, ovdje je mala... Video sam u MP, će se vratim po njegu.
Mislim da nije niko na crkvu skočio, jel da?
Nije, ja nisam vidio niko.
Mene pucaju.
Po tebi.
Da.
Ej, crvena me pucala. O me vidi, be. Kada pređem s te strane kod tebe.
Te vidi naniže desnom cestom.
Oni se fajtaju, be.
Da.
Ja sam prešao.
Imaš helmet na meni i vestu dvoju. I ace.
Pušuju me!
Izaći s moje strane.
1 HP. Nokan i drugi. Dobio sam kill.
Nokan još jedan.
Čekaj. Mora healam, ne? Mislim da ću da imam tog. Nemam. Krov nokan tu. Ne idemo.
Ovdje neđe lijevo lik, brat.
I ovdje pored mene. Gore ti je na crku. Ja, rasipao. Nemam healova. Čekam udara se na heal.
Slušaj, penjem se na stijenu iz...
Dobro, jedan ti u crku. Dođe. Pa pušaju. Ne, pored mene. Noka jedan tu.
Gdje na žutom, jel?
Pušaju me dva lika. U moju kuću. Mrtav su. I vatao.
Ne jebemo.
A dobio sam kill za ovog njihovog. Haha. U moje su dva. Easy. Easy. Haha. Sakri se da imaš ovo. Da ti sačuva kill.
Ko da mi sačuva kill?
Pa ono, 3 sekunde.
Ma nemam ja tu pojma.
Ništa.
Čuješ?
Da. Ban dobio neki što su bili teammate. Vidite tu. Kako to ne vidi? Unlucky. Ali dobro, pokazali smo im ko je glavni ovdje. Če mi padne Eiffelova kula, vate.
Santa Silver 3. Silver 1. Santa Silver 1.
Pa može igra sad s nama, zato što si ti plati ja.
Ne može.
Može me.
Ma ne može, ide u bioskop, na to mislim. Ide gleda John Wick. A možda je najgori film koji si ikad vidio.
Samo što da kažem najgori film. Samo što sam teo da kažem da je najgori film nikad i da će baci pare.
Da, a vidi, film je dobro snimljen, ali brate, kako smeće.
A normalno, dobro snimljeno je tu 2022. godinu.
Treću. Drugu zapravo, da.
U treću izašao, u drugu je snimljeno.
lik ima kretnju zida. Pa. Ja nisam gledao.
Gdje ćemo? Što radiš, Čerko?
Čekaj, nešto radim.
A gdje ćemo? U Rožuk. Čuješ?
Kažem.
Da ne letimo, a?
Eto si. Ajmo šelt.
Ma šta ćemo šelt? Idemo se boriti.
Borit ćeš se, bosi. Ne da mi se opet ići u lobby. Imamo tim tamo.
Ali u koje da uđem ja sad?
Koji sad će među Jani ulaziti. Sa mnom uđi. Ja idem kao on će me žuti. Ajde niko s nama, gdje je da lik?
Jedan ide na muzeja, jedan dole na ovo.
Belgrade. Aj ti uđi tu žuti, ja ću desno vamo.
Pa ja odole.
Dobro, može i levo. Levo još bolje, to ti je trojka odmah. Lutaš njega, izađeš, odmah si u četvoru. Odmah si kad gledaš tamo kad prizmu.
Tu su pored nas ovo stranje.
Ja čekam da će odmah da nas pušaju.
Neće, bilo su neki red.
Sve što ti bude viš poduma. Popove.
Na koju stranu se treba idem?
Samo izađu gdje si ušao.
Da ne lutam više?
Ne,
pušaj. Ali ne meni treba, ja imam sve.
Meni skop fali, ali imam redot.
Poneo sam ti četvorku.
Super. A što bi mogu prići ispod tebe dolje, ima ovdje ispod mene, ima moj.
Ba, prišao mi. Prišao mi, vratio sam se.
Što si vratio?
Pa, ne znam gdje je. Iznad mene, ne?
Iznad tebe?
Da. Dva su. Jedan ispred mene. Mišo, bojim se. Pao dole desno. Hitan jedan taj na žuti, drugi iznad mene. Kako da izađem na drugu stranu?
Čani, jedan ispod mene već. Slušaj, nokat ću jednog.
Čekaj. Boksi.
Noko sam na meni, dva si dalje iznad tebe. To je jedan iznad tebe, jedan će puša mene sad tebe.
On me gleda, what?
Jel na ridžu?
Ne, puša.
Hitan ti je. Health ima.
Flašam taj, flašam.
Ispod mene, kad se tu na pinu, žuti pin. Tačno tu na drvetu.
Pa izađi na ridge, ti ćeš gore, 100%.
Nemam health.
I drugi je dalje, nema veze, jedno.
Smoka se.
Nije to, na ridge je.
Desno. Ispod mene negdje. Ispod tačno.
Kad se okrenuli leđima. Koliko imaš
Pa
kilo?
posljednji mu je. 2. Jebi bre. Koliko su loši braća, au. Zlo. Bravo.
Loš si bio dao kog.
Za šta?
Da su
Da
dva
su
ispod.
2 iznad mene?
Da.
Ne, pa 2 iznad.
Imaš M4, ajde otiš. Ja ću barely gledati.
Neću.
A bio je jedan, znaš. I onda kad ja vidim još jednog ispred sebe, kontam, znaš, vidim jednog trči iz poljane. Ti kažeš 2 na tebi, ja pogledam, vidim jednog s poljane, jednog ispred mene, razumiješ? To je 4. A zapravo su 2 bila na žutom, jedan je bio na tebi i jedan na kućama.
Ima li neko mini od njih ili nešto slično?
Onaj posljednji imao snajper. Ne znam šta imao taj što je prvi izginuo.
On je imao SLR-ković. Imamo li auto? Imamo.
Što ti nići u BG došao?
Pa odložili nam ovo snimanje. Za sljedeću nedelju. Jebi ga.
Prejak.
Aj se, tu se popim na krv.
Ovo je bolji kamp.
Skoro ti stižu poruku je work. 57 leva, nema nikog nigde.
Jesno je, jel to snajper?
Čekaj auto. Auto. Direktno na
Pusti,
tim.
pusti, pusti.
Uplašio sam se, 4 lika jevi. Ajde be, dođite be, mudanje.
Imamo foke iznad nas.
Čemu?
Foke, seals. Pa ja ne znam, 2 puta pogađam lika, ne pada. Tam je desni, on. Jebem ti krovi igricu.
Ali ja ne mogu da te vidim.
Bravo, nice shot.
Ja ga na kjecali. Ne pomera se, bratić. Da imamo zonu.
Jel ti smo?
Ne, gledamo da kući. Ode Zonex.
Idemo prije njih.
A?
Možeš se vratiti da idemo prije njih.
Da, idemo.
Ne.
Možda ne mogu da se vratim. Če ih ubijamo te ili će idem?
Moramo ići.
Idu ja.
Ja nje bio.
A gdje nam je motor?
Ajde, sjedi. Vidiš li ih lijevo? Ovi prolaze most lijevo.
Što ih ne pucaju?
Krosale su obje ekipe. Lijevo na most. Vidiš dačije. Ne snaje još nije.
Idem da uzem pumpu ili hoćeš nešto drugo? Ja ti ulazim. Možda idemo pumpiti.
Najbolje bilo kad mogu naći auto, neće.
Pa tu desno je valjda bio, ne?
Gdje?
Pa ne.
Vidi da nema ovdje u garaži.
Nema. A spawn? Njet.
Možda ovdje kući. Jako. Ajmo.
Pumpa je bila clear, ali sad ne znam da li ide.
Ili ne bi ja igrao pumpu. Odmah bi uzeo poziciju. Jer pumpa je bila clear. Ali iza pumpe je snaja full team.
Ima tu rupe da ima.
Ovdje ćemo igrati na žuti.
A tu ne možda pikujemo ove. Čim prvi pucamo će izađu iznad nas, znaš?
Mnogo ljudi živi.
Ma čim prvi pucamo će izađu iznad nas.
Su oni s pumpe?
Ne, nisu. Ali gledao da je zona, bat. Eto i oni rotiraju.
Oni mogu udar proći. Idu oni udar.
Če vadimo? Da bre, kao da je znao, gle.
Solo, ne mogu da može biti sam. Ajde, aj.
Ma ode i bajk. Junk ima. Gore hangar ima i kućica. A junk sad ne vidim nikoga. A pucali su. Unutra su.
Ne pucaj nikoga.
Ne zjeba.
Prvog hangara. Ej, dobar.
Džabe smo nakvali da. Ne može popnemo sad gore.
Ma nemamo šta penjati, imamo dobru zonu.
Dole je solo lik još. U junk je solo lik.
Da. Pušaj hangar. Drži mi junk.
A?
Drži mi junk.
Ni ne pikujem više. Nema helmet. Da dođem?
Ne.
Pada na krov! Na krov pao. Pada obranac. Flaše ga. Nokan taj dole. Junk. Ili imaš lika, imam vatru za ugao.
Da, tačno žutom je lik.
Palio sam ga. Valjda. Unutar. Ima još. Levo od mene.
Ima hangar.
Bravo.
Krov.
Koliko si siguran?
Nisam siguran, čuo sam neki step.
Zato što sam ubio ja.
Nisam siguran.
Sad nisam ispratio kill feed, da li umre ovaj moj dole. Znači da igram BR.
Jesi ti uzeo ove najdove?
Ja jedan samo, valjda. Dakle, sedmice je ovo. Recimo koliko hoćeš. Mora se javiti.
Kako se penje ovdje na ovo?
Spot. Instant je taj.
Kako se penje na krov ovdje, znaš?
Nemam pojma.
Mene neko puca, ne znam ko.
I mene sad pucao, ne znam nije odlet. Auto ide southwest. Ide full. Solo lik.
Ja ne znam koliko se penje, ima neka capa, ne znam gdje je bilo. Auto, not on west.
Ma to je taj, ode.
Insta je umro.
Plus. Na taj šak. Rasipagi, braću.
Ili...
Tu na šek, brat, oni fajtaju nešto.
Na zeleno, na žutom.
Flashovi se. Koliko ima be? Kako glupa igrica, brat. Kunem ti.
A ne moš me to, ne moš me pika tako. Pogodim ga jednom on nastavi da pika. To volim te igrače.
Pa tali su doli umreli. A ovdje imali ljudi? Ove kućice, pošto ja ne vidim nikog. Čuješ?
Ne znam. Ispred nas, crveno.
Da.
Ja, stvarno ne znam. Meni baš retardirano da nema tu niko. Ali stvarno ne puca niko.
That's what I'm talking about.
Mislim, sad to crvenog su pušali hangar kad smo ih pobili. Ali ne znam da li ne pušu.
Ima i moj pin dole u rupu su.
Ali ima 10 od tebe, ali free sve.
Sve free, ja sam ih ubio te. Dole imaš taj too fast i ubio sve. Ceo squad je ubio taj too fast, sad ćemo da li čituje. Evo to je.
Ovaj Tox Raftar, od njega se ja noko.
Ima ispod mene, bota. Dva lika ušli su u ove. Tri lika. Olele. 4 lika dole, ja sam mrtav. Kako be samo 2 smoka imam, jebem ti sranje.
Uzi, a možda mi pomogneš?
Ba, ja ne mogu se izvučem živ.
Dobro, okej.
Čekaj. Odakle te pucam?
Pojma nema.
Ni ti nemaš.
Ko me noko, druže? Neđe leži neki lik, bret.
Mogu da te spasi.
Jao, maj, ovi su me vidjeli kad sam prono. Ja prono da bacim... Booster. Lijevo su. Skroz lijevo. Tu neđe.
Znaju za mene, ali nemaju zonu.
Krenuo sam u third party dolje, ali sam zakasnio, pumpa je umrla.
Dole su 4 i ja 5 i možda su to formeni, to je to. Nisu.
Sad gledaj leđa, ti će jedine te pušaju. Druge ekipe sve imaju svoj dio zone. Drugi blit tom poligoneru. Kratak. Možeš da radiš ovo. I da ih ispikaj sa žutog trace.
Mogu, ali...
Moraš skroz raširi lijevo.
Ej, jebi ga sad.
Dobar si. Sad su ispred tebi. Već su prišli čim ne ideju. Dva.
Ma važi, ti si me video, mamu ti jebe me. Mamicu ti jebe. Sve bi ga te palis da si bio sa mnom. I oni su znali da pođu na ovu stranu. Uste ih jebem u guzicu. What the fuck, ja sam imao 1600 damage.
Dvesta na sat. Kaže Laki da si imao 200 sat.
Ja, ne.
Joj, kad vidimo u mapu u smučenici. Maren?
Da.
I meni, Dare, moj dobri.
A ovaj lodž, šta je to?
Pojma nemam.
Abe, kad sam ja bio mutiran, od kad?
Sad te prvi put čujem, od kad sam te dogovorio, od tad sam te čuo. Ta arena je dobra. Da, je bukvalno, znači užasna. Možda je najgora map. A oni su stavili nju na rankena. Oni su izmislili top load. Igrali smo turnire 2 mjeseca, vikendi. Ideš? 2 mjeseca mi igramo turnire, vikendi, Taego, Miramar i Erangel i vikendi je najbolja kompetitiv mapa u Bjedlju. I sad, brate, oni hoće da promijene i da kao primijene to što smo mi igrali i fino oni ubace desno, koji niko nikad nije igrao, osim na normali. Ne lutaj ti main, ja ću vam u desno. Pa ne, niko da. Ima desno, neđe lete. Ima ovdje padaju na žuti. Remšilak. Ča.
I šta ljudi uđe ovdje i fajtaju se kao, what the fuck?
Tu sam. Super, moj dobri dar.
Gdje si rekao da ima ljudi? Tu
Znaš
dole.
ti neće, da?
A ti će nas pušuju.
A vidio sam jedan lik. Ne znam. Duše kada sam i počeo gledam, možda ih je bilo više. Daj mi backpack, jebeno, pola stvari da uzmem. Da li 4x?
Ne, treba mi nešto za mini.
Šta za meni?
Da mi ne beži.
Imam ti kompenzator.
Evo, pa znao sam. Mamu jebam uplašiš. Dva me trče na mene. A ne možeš ti. I leđa. Congratulations, pussies. You pussies, congrats.
Tiho.
I fuck our mothers. 4 su ti tu. I 3 na moje telo. Doktore Segi potepaj. Ma i njega be. Trebao si njega.
Kako su loši majku vam jebe.
Da.
Ali ovo je jedina igrica u kojoj ovakvi igrači mogu. Sad ja na primjer igram Apex Legends, sad bi ja fino imao 1.000.000 healtha, on bi morao mi pogledati 1.000.000 puta. Ne mogu da umrem jedne bombe mrtvi. Zato volim da igram Apex Legends, zato što u Apexu, kad te neko iskempa, ti ima šansu da preživiš i da ga ubiješ. Ovdje nema teorije, razumiješ? Ovdje ko zapuca prvi u 90% slučajeva te ubije. Nebitno da li on ima 2,5 sata u igrici ili ima 10.000 sati. Znači ti jednako si ugrožen. Ja još ovu idem.
Toliko.
Idem nešto da jedem. Hoću da igramo poslije, hoćeš igra poslije Partizana?
Ne znam da li će ostanu ovi kod mene, pošto će gledamo.
Aha, dolaze kod tebe, a? Da, okej.
A.
Hvala. Kao me bambus valio.
Kuda će idemo?
Ajmo fishing, no? Opet pobijemo s njim.
Fishing da, i tu uvijek ima action. Sad nema niko. Ima tamo.
Imamo ovamo, da, okej.
I 4 likov palas. Ja više ne pretjerali oni do nas, nego mi što idemo kod ovi.
Nećemo, mi ćemo ovaj brzo. Nosim Nikom, DMR. I Flash Hider AR.
Ne treba za R ne, ovo drugo može.
Nemam ništa od healova, u stvari nemam firstove. Mogu da idem.
Imam ja 2 firsta, imam emergency.
Uzet ću ja taj emergency, imam dosta mjesta.
Uzmi, ja nemam vestu. Nemam scope i nemam vesticu.
Evo brate, kad će otišla na posao, znači mačka nije minut i po je bez nje, bukvalno već počela mi javuče.
To je, ne moja krenati, baca stvari.
Ma ne.
Nemam scope, imam 2 redota, moram priđemo close. Da bi se borili.
Evo, 3x. I chickpad, ajde, idemo.
Imam ti kompenzator AR.
Ima kompenzator AR.
Na sred ulice. Video nas. Tu je close. Ne ba ja ću tu tepam jebot. Fale drugi, moram prođem desno. Čekaj. Ne idem moju kuću.
Prebacio se ne preko krova i ubio ga.
Čekaj. 1 HP.
Flash je ovo samo.
Jedan pored mene hangar i jedan kuća levo, moj pin. Nokan taj. Ovdje je drugi. Će probat da krosa, vjerovatno. Da. 1 HP, iza kuće, 1 HP, iza zida čak.
Iza moje kuće,
ušao unutra, ne, na zid, tu. O bre, kako? Ne, on nije dizao svog. Flash.
Ne, nisam znao da je.
Zašto on ide svog, be brate, zašto on diže svog, retard mrtvi?
Treba da mi kažeš da možete flasha. Če? Nisam znao da možete flasha, brate, ne bi ja toliko u životu uradio.
Ma ja ne znam zašto on nije svog digao, ja ne znam nikako tu me video. Nisam ga ni čuo da je. On ti je bio iza zid. Iza tvoj zid je bio.
Ne, ja nisam stigao. Joj. Najbolja stvar u igrici.
To si da dobru position.
Pa i nije sjajno, ali nije loš. Ne vjerujem da će iko ovo dovjeri. Jo, vidiš kako smo poziciju našli u Los Leonesu, pa ono je komedija.
Dobra.
Strava. Ne dobro, nego strava. Udario sam mišem u telefon. Vidi ovo dva jebote.
Da bi u telefon, to je najgore kad mi se desi, najviše mrzim.
Čem?
Najviše mrzim to kad mi se desi.
Koje?
Pa kad udarim sa mišom u tastaturu ili u telefon.
Da, i onda klikneš slučajno. Oni dobro. Srda će na mene. Ide na mene, ide na mene.
A što je stao u mjesto? Gdje on ima bol?
Ovo naši neki.
Nemam pojma, ali poznat mi taj nickname iskreno.
Gdje je sad on bio, boga pikaj? Sjećaš se koje drvo je bio ovo, jel?
Ma da se sjećam gleda. Da, to isto ravno.
Ovo.
Ne to. Leove.
Nije, ovo je.
To drvo je bio. Nije se pomeri.
Nije, da je drugo odeš.
Ej, jeb. Ne, pa će se ubiješ be si lud. A ima padobran, Lolić ima padobran, be.
Ali da boravi ono.
Ti ili ja?
Ti.
Ja ne igram toliko, nisam ni znao da ima padobran.
Sebe nisam, pa najbolji pitcher u igrici.
Jeban si.
Kao žuti.
Eto on gleda, brate.
A koliko su raširili bolesno, jebe?
Igrica bolesni, ljudi bolesni i sve oko.
Gdje si, Johnny? Ljudi, idem gleda Partizana, pa se vidimo poslije. Ćao, fusi.
Aj, čao.
Ljudi, idem gledat Partizana, čao. Vidimo se gdje kad se završi utakmica, šta ja znam, 10:30.